team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
Welcome back to the LVT Halo watch party at HCS Atlanta. We got 2 members of our favorite team.
Team Lethal Fox.
I was gonna say the Lone Fox. I've been saying the
He's
Lone
been saying
Fox.
the Lone Fox, which is like a random player's gamer tag.
V Lone Fox.
Yeah. You know,
Shout out V Lone Fox though.
The problem is they don't give you guys respect on the main broadcast. They put TLF up there. What's up with that?
No, that's the org wanted it.
Submitted it.
They want to submit it? Oh,
wanted it
okay,
like
okay. Never
So
mind. So I'm gonna say
respect
TLF.
it.
Yeah.
TLF. Haynes, King J.
Yes, sir.
Y'all just got it confirmed 3rd in the pool.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
will be continuing on.
Yep.
How was it? I mean, like, you guys had a pretty tough pool to get
Yeah.
through. Obviously, like, you guys were expected to get out, but
Yeah.
the Europeans giving you guys some trouble.
Yeah, that was one of the craziest series I've ever played. They're good, but we're better, so.
We're good. We're better.
Yeah, I mean, we knew going into the pool, this is the pool we wanted to get in from Open. We iced up yesterday against Mindfreak Game 5, so we had a lot of momentum behind us. Like, we knew, like, playing through Open is so good because you get all these reps in, especially for a team like us coming in, like, wasn't super serious, didn't scrim a ton, so, like, getting those reps in Open was super, super good for us. But we've all been here before, so, like, it's kind of just gelling a little bit more. And then got into the pool we kind of wanted. Knew that that was our one match that like was going to guarantee it, so we used the first 2 to kind of like knock off the sleepiness and the rust a little bit as far as getting used to the PCs and all that stuff, getting the comms right, and we just used every game we lost as like a stepping stone and a learning spot for like what to do against these guys, and it paid off really well.
It does feel like the schedule kind of helped you guys. You know, played the tough teams first.
Yeah, we were lucky with that.
Yeah.
People don't talk about that enough, but like the order in which you play the teams does kind of lend to your
Yeah.
success sometimes.
100%.
If you played that team first, you might not have, talked about the things you need to talk about.
I tried to get him to give us FaZe first, just
Right.
because I like every
That's
time
a
I've played
lot.
FaZe every pool or every tournament I make pools I play FaZe, so like that's like the hardest team to play against, right? Because they're the best in the game
We
right
actually
now.
played FaZe really good,
And
too,
we- yeah.
which is good comments.
You guys
A3
played really
Odos,
close.
but
Yeah, we could have won all 3 games, like actually.
It was 250, 240. We lost by 4 kills in the Slayer, and then we lost by 1 flag.
Yeah,
versus
on
FaZe.
pit flag.
So like we just use that. Like we don't get down. This
Yeah.
This is the only team I've been on where no matter when we lose, like we're still high spirits.
Yeah.
So we just use that. Like we're like, dude, if we play A/B exactly how we played FaZe,
Yeah.
like we'll win easily.
Yep.
And we did. So.
Yeah, I've been preaching this for like 2 years now because my first team in the game, the vibes were terrible all the time. And so since then, every time I'm on a team where I'm thinking about who to pick up, I'm like, are they like toxic? Like how are they in game? How are they out of game? Do I enjoy being around them, just hanging out, stuff like that? And this is a team where like literally all 4 of us, like you said, you lose a game, like when we're scrimming online, none of us are like great online players. You lose in a bunch of games. Like a lot of teams check out after 3 losses in a row or 4 losses or whatever. This is a team where like
We're laughing.
we're joking, like we're having a good time, and we're trying to get better, like just through
people
playing.
don't realize how far like the mental game goes.
Yeah.
Like if everyone's in high spirits, winning or losing, like you have such a better chance of
Yeah.
playing way better.
Vibes are the
way
single
better.
most important thing on the team
really
when it
are.
comes to this level, because everyone can shoot,
Everyone.
right? Everyone's hitting those shots. Everyone has those pop-off games or pop-off moments. But if you cannot be mentally strong and like a positive influence to your teammates, then you're terrible.
for.
In my
Let that be
opinion.
a lesson, guys. If you're toxic to your teammates, it actually makes you and your teammates worse.
Yep.
Believe it or not, positive reinforcement goes a
Hard.
long way.
What a crazy concept.
It's a crazy concept, isn't it? There's actually
This is why we
players.
have a team.
There's players that had to retire early because they couldn't find a team that had good vibes, and guess what? They were the problem.
Oh, there's players out there now that people refuse to team with, even though they're good, just because of how they are.
You're not gonna applaud the list. You're gonna
No
name dropping,
no
but there are
name
definitely
drop.
plenty of people that are super toxic and are like, why?
When the cams are off, we can.
Why
upload
don't
those.
I get a chance, or why am I only on these teams? Just because look in the mirror, bro. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
facts.
Here's my question: have you ever had a player that's been like that has been able to fix their reputation?
No.
See, so it's
I
like
don't think so.
first
I don't know.
impressions mean a lot.
I mean, I was kind of like that in year 1. More so, I was never ever toxic towards teammates. I was more so just toxic towards myself. But the bad energy, like everyone could feel that. So like
Yeah.
I would make like side comments about
Yep.
stuff I was doing, and I didn't really realize how much it was affecting other players until I would go back and watch VOD and hear myself,
Yeah.
and I'd be like, oh, okay. Like then I understood. So I kind of changed that. I would never do it towards other players, but towards myself, I was always like
yeah.
that.
So that's me. Like, I'm very reliant on my environment. So like, I try to bring positive vibes, but like if there's 3 people next to me that are negative or like making side
Just
comments or doing
people
whatever, then like obviously that's gonna naturally bring your energy levels down too, and then you're like, why am I trying if they're just mad about everything that happens? So-
Positive or negative, everyone feeds off of
Yeah.
it. It's either
Is
good
that-
or bad.
Is
so.
that not what I we opened the show, he was like, I've never been at the top level or competed at a high level, so like I don't like what is it that separates teams? I was like, I'm pretty sure it's just energy, man. Like
energy and teamwork.
Who shows up with the energy?
That's what's holding me back. Is what you're saying. It's not the shot.
You got bad. You got bad energy. That's it. That's it.
Fix the energy and you're good.
I mean, there's a lot. Obviously, there's a lot to it, but like, what separates the very top teams from one another is like
you
the energy
look
that
at
they
the
bring
top
on
12,
that
the
day.
top 8. Like Matt said, everybody can shoot their gun. They wouldn't be at this level if they couldn't shoot their gun. So it's the thin margins that separates people, and like you said, it's energy. It's how you play as a team. It's not about individual skill at the highest level.
I'll say you guys have probably one of the vibes scenes. I mean, anytime you have Jay and Rami together.
Dude, Rami is like always a vibe. Yeah,
it's incredible. It's
I'll
really
say
incredible.
underrated player in the communication department. Your guys' teammate Piggy. I don't think I've ever heard him get upset in like a scrim or a game.
I'll tell you why. Because he has no emotions. Because
he's a robot.
He's not a human being. He is not a human being.
Yeah.
If we ever found out there's aliens or robots among us, Piggy's at the very, very top.
Piggy's been a spy for years.
Yes.
Because when we had you guys on Team LVT, we would watch your guys' scrims and listen in the entire time. I was like, dude, Piggy's like...
no, he never gets
even killed the whole
crazy.
time. It's insane.
Yeah, I would get overkill. He's like, okay. Like, next
like
thing,
it's nothing.
Yeah.
So we were playing in an online tournament. He actually got a Quigley, and I was like, "Nice, Piggy!" And then we didn't notice in the moment when we watched the rebroadcast back. He actually goes, "Nice."
Yeah,
and that's like the level of emotion you get, like a double kill Quigley against FaZe.
He became
on
self-aware for
yeah.
1 second.
Literally.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's too funny. Dude, he's so accurate, too. I feel like he's got the highest hit percentage
Yeah, he's good.
of, like, anybody. I don't
He
know.
plays on 1 sense. So
That's
let's
why,
calm it down
One
a little
Excel
bit.
or-
Not actually, but like
No, he
basically.
plays
Pretty
on
low.
It's a low, very
I
low
would bet
sense.
he probably plays on one of the lowest of any of the pros, like for sure.
I know there actually are
that
surprisingly
play
a
very
lot.
low,
Like
yeah.
Donnie Suppress is
Plays
someone
low?
that plays a low sense that you
I would
wouldn't
think
think
Frosty's
based on his
pretty
play
low.
style. Frosty also with a low FOV
He plays
and low
3
sense.
horizontal.
Well,
Yeah.
Shotzi in Halo 5 was a 5-1-1, 5XL.
1-1.
What?
That's crazy.
Because if you're on 5XL, it's constant. Like, you never
Yeah.
have any ramp up or ramp down. So he was like,
That makes sense.
That's
going.
wild to think about.
1-1 is crazy.
I
bro.
tried that out. It's much harder. I couldn't do it.
He just
You're,
makes it look
you're
easy
saying
for some
you
reason.
weren't as good as
No,
Shotzi.
it's
No
crazy.
way.
It was the energy.
Yeah. It
Shotzi
was
has
the
really
energy.
good
Hey,
energy.
does have
I
good
put
energy.
Frosty
Yeah.
settings on, and I
That's why
was
he's
like,
a good
hey,
streamer.
that's fucking good, you know?
I think it also lends to Piggy's playstyle. I feel like he's usually kind of like the anchor role. He seems like he's more comfortable sitting
he's
back,
slower.
and like he just sends you guys in as the dogs to come clean up, all the immense damage that he put down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I know you guys haven't been a team for super long, didn't get a ton of practice, but do you feel like your different kind of player archetypes do gel pretty well together?
Yeah, because, I mean, this game's all about finding the balance of fast and slow.
Yeah.
And obviously every player has how they like to play. I'm a faster player. Matt will probably play fast. But having the slow player is good if they know how to play slow.
Yeah.
You have
Right.
to know how to do it, when to be slow, when not to be slow. And I think Piggy has a pretty good
Yeah.
handle on when he should do
There's
that.
obviously like important roles everyone plays, and it's kind of like across the map, and each game type like it kind of morphs on who's playing what role. But the anchor player is like one of the most important people on the map, even if they're not shooting their gun, because they are able to essentially identify where everything is coming from.
Yeah.
You're seeing where the next spawn's coming. You're seeing all of the middle of the map. Like they can't flank your teammates, so all your 3 teammates that are up on the map and doing stuff, they can play worry-free if your anchor player is actually sitting somewhere and playing the correct position.
And providing good intel, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the best perspective on everything that's happening.
Yeah.
If all 3 of your teammates are in front of you, like
Yeah.
you should be
Everything.
IGLing for the most part. So, no, it's really cool to see you guys play. Have you done the research to see who you play in the bracket yet?
Is it OpTic versus Sun?
Whoever Sentinels is playing, I
Yeah,
believe
we
we
play
play
the
the
loser
loser of that.
OpTic and Sin.
I don't know if
that-
OpTic's playing. Whoever
Yeah.
Sentinels is playing. We
How
play
about
the loser of that.
how about we do this? Because you guys obviously have to wait
Yeah.
to determine out. Let's go one by one the matches that are going to happen. I want you guys' predictions on what you think it's going to happen. So on the main stage, they have FaZe versus Pure. Pure obviously took OpTic to that game 5.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Do you like Pure's chances, or is it just a?
I don't
have to. You
well,
can't.
I don't. I think Pure have a chance, but at the end of the day, it's FaZe. Like, it's very hard to beat those guys. So
If Palace
I'll
in the
probably go
chat,
FaZe.
this guy's still riding PJ's
Come
coattails. That's
on,
crazy.
bro, come on. I'll say FaZe 3-1.
Yeah, I would go. I mean, did Pure 3-0 in pools today? Their pool match today? Do we
Yes,
know?
yes.
They did 3-0.
Yeah, they did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 3-1.
It wasn't close.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes Game 5. I also
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised, low-key, if Pure pulls it off.
He's just covering all the boxes. So no matter what happens, he's good now.
I would be
That's how it works,
surprised.
right?
I'm just saying because I think they have a lot of talent, and Joey joining the team Cherished matches their play style and their vibes and the way they play like to a T. So like I think he's fits like a glove on that roster, and if they're playing well and feeling good today, I think they have a chance to take it for sure.
You had a chance to team with Cherished a few times, right? So he's been a really interesting player for me to watch. I think he came from Apex, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What was it like teaming with him? He seems like he's just getting better and better all the time.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about him?
So he's actually originally like a Halo Reach diehard.
Okay.
So played like big team battle, social, and 1v1s and all that stuff in Reach for the longest time. So he loves the single shot meta is like right up his alley as well.
Makes sense.
But did switch to Apex when it came out and was incredible at Apex, and decided to come back to Infinite when it came out. But Joey, I think Joey has evolved from, because I teamed with him season 1 for Kansas City, and playing with him at London, he's a completely different player. Like he has matured so much as a person, like mentally and in game as well, to the point where like obviously everyone has weaknesses, but like he's really, really solid in every area that
he's starting to put it all together.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is only a matter of time when you have so much talent. I mean, you might have some different like mental or emotional struggles that like hold you back here and there, but once you can like sort those out internally, it's just smooth sailing from there. I feel like that's kind of the path that we see him on now.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it's pretty crazy for Cherished in particular to like get this big opportunity, because it's like Pure as a team in particular, like, we don't really see it in the top 8, top 6 teams where like players that are outside get that chance to come in.
Yeah.
And I'll be really happy if Cherish comes out and performs well.
Yeah, I love Joey.
Because Joey's had a cool career. Haynes, I've been always super interested in your career and your upstart, because you've been around for a really long time. People don't understand that like you like did the grind. It wasn't like natural talent rises. It's hard work prevails for you.
Yeah.
So like, can you walk us through like your early history?
I started back in 2008 in Halo 3. I got an Xbox 360. Actually, the first Halo game I played was Halo 1 PC on my dad's work laptop, and I would just play like random Blood Gulch maps and like learn how to mod on Halo 1 PC and like put teleporters with health packs and do all this crazy stuff. And then Halo 3 came out, and I was like, oh, that looks fun. And the first game I played was a high ground Team Slayer game, and I grabbed the sniper, and I'm like, Halo 1 sniping to Halo 3 sniping.
So different.
Completely different. I'm missing every bullet. I'm like, this game is terrible. I hate this. What is this game? But I grinded it out, ended up finding game battles through some people that I met in matchmaking, played game battles constantly for
Pretty sure we played against each other a handful of times.
Probably. I would imagine so. We played game battles constantly back in the day.
Yeah.
I miss game battles. It was
It
the
was a good
perfect
time.
way to practice. So much better than scrimming. You're in that kind of like semi-tournament setting where you're playing best of 5s or whatever. So definitely miss having something like that. But went to a couple events back in 2009, Dallas, Orlando, and then did double Orlando. So Dallas 09, Orlando 09, Orlando 10, and got 6th round at both of the Orlando events. So like I think it was like 2 rounds before making it out, or 3 rounds or something like that. You just the first round making it to full screen, and for some reason when you play at home and you're playing full screen, everything's normal, but then you go to the tournament, and back then you play on split screen.
Yeah.
It changes everything in your mind, and then when you go back to full screen, you're like, what? I can't even aim anymore.
It's a big
like,
adjustment. I mean, it's like this. It's similar to changing your FOV in this game without changing your sense, right? Because it's like a different frame of reference, so your sense feels totally different.
Yeah.
Definitely a big adjustment.
Yeah.
Who were you teaming with at the time?
Back then,
remember?
Yeah, so actually I lived in Panama City at the time, and I found a guy on Justin TV. So before Twitch, it was Justin TV. In his stream title, he had 850, which is the area code for that area, and I was like, that's my area code. So I hop in there, he's playing Halo 3, I start talking to him, and he's got a bunch of people that he lives around in Destin that played Halo and would LAN sometimes, so I went over there, played with them, and then started going to tournaments with him from there. But that was Rabbi from Destin. Shout out Blair if he's watching, because sometimes he's my biggest supporter. Always in my DMs. Yeah, he's literally always supporting. So I love that guy. He taught me so much back in the day too, even though I probably didn't listen as much as I should have because I was like 14. But, and then after that, it was just a random assortment. Kill a Cow for my first tournament. Best 47 in the game. Shout out to him. Awesome. And yeah, just a kind of it was basically me and Rabbi for the first couple, and then some locals, CE Vegeta and this guy II Mike from Orlando area. We teamed with them for the last Orlando, and then kind of got into the circle with Common and all his friends and the Georgia kids. So like like Nighty Night. I've known Alex for a long time, and then all of his locals is basically like integrating with them.
You just like started local and you started creeping your way out. That's up to George. Yeah. Now you're gonna start.
So I'm originally from the Atlanta area and lived in like Columbus, Georgia for a while too. So I have kind of roots here, and that's kind of made it natural to kind of integrate with them. Florida, the northwest Florida scene was like dead. There's like nobody back then, so it was hard to find lands and stuff like that. Like the lands I would go to at Rabbi, there weren't like anybody good, respectfully. But
so then 2010 comes, you were going to events.
2010, yep.
What's the era like during that sort of dead era? Were you still just grinding now, or were you trying to go to other?
I played Halo Reach. I was playing with the Georgia guys, so XIL3, which I do a team with for the Reach Anaheim event as well. Alex Has Powers, who was Alex Gundam back in the day, and then our teammate Ali, who has been around the scene for 20 years. Common, yeah. He actually he went from Ali. Actually, no, he was Ali the whole time. He's always been Ali, and then Hammy changed his name in Infinite, and Ryan was like,
"What the hell, man?
Yeah, I'm Ali. I've been in the scene for 20 years. How are you taking my name?" But yeah, so team with him for a little bit. They actually ended up dropping me before a Dallas Reach event because I didn't communicate well enough, and that kind of spurred my
communication renaissance
into that, because now I feel like my strength is probably my communication, the way I IGL or co-IGL in the game, and just small talking with teammates. I feel like that's probably one of my biggest strengths. So that one dropping is what led to me saying like, all right, if you guys would have just told me this, I could have worked on it, but now I'm going to work on it, and I'm going to make you regret doing this, basically. So I didn't really go to any Reach events. Halo 4 came out, played it for a little bit. It was terrible. So bad. So I actually stole my Xbox when Halo 4 came out. After like a month, I was like, I'm never playing this game ever. And then kind of stepped away. I started doing PC gaming for a little bit, just kind of playing whatever, H1Z1, Fortnite, PUBG, all that shit, other stuff when it came out. And then when Halo 5 ended, I actually played Halo 5 for a little bit, 2015, sorry, with Squale, Haze the Goat, and Stormy.
Wow.
15 years.
Like Stormy V2, like the H2 Stormy?
No.
Okay.
Stormy, he's from Texas. It's
H2 Stormy doesn't really play any other.
I was gonna say, that's crazy.
Different Stormy. Played with them for like the first 3 months, and then I met my wife and was like, this game also is terrible at the beginning. 2015, I think we can all agree, 2015 Halo 5 settings were absolutely awful. As much as the Halo 5. As much as the Halo 5
2018
sellout,
onwards,
great. It definitely got good, but the first 2 years was miserable, especially. I was playing Breakout in game battles.
Right.
Like, what were we doing?
Wasn't it like AR starts and radar?
AR pistol with radar. You had splinter grenades on the map that if you threw in one spot and jumped into them, you just instantly died.
Spartan charge
like,
and
the
ground
AR is
pound.
much better in this game than it was in that game, but it was still good.
Yeah.
We had the SMG. That was what was fucked you up.
Oh, the SMG was really
disgusting. The Storm rifle back in 2015 was literally across the map like it was in this game almost at the beginning. So I quit playing Halo 5 and, again, did the PC thing for a little bit, and then ended up when Halo 5 ended in 2018, 2019, they did the MCC stuff on PC. I came back for that and started playing on the MCC stuff. Because Halo 3, I feel like, is my best game by far.
Yeah, that's what some of your best results were in that era, right?
Yeah, so I didn't really go to the LAN tournaments because I still was, like, in this, like, personal phase with my wife of, like, getting to know each other more and, like, doing all that stuff. And then we got married.
Being an adult.
All the being an adult, 100%. So I've worked full-time basically since I was 16 years old. I've been working full-time while doing this. So the only time I haven't was when I was on Oxygen. Shout out to Chris Common for dropping me from Oxygen. After we got knocked out in open bracket. We got reverse swept. And as I went home, we had just bought a house in Georgia. And then I get a text that I'm getting dropped. Wasn't Chris's fault.
Shout out Chris
It's actually Trey.
Oh,
It's actually Trey, but he has apologized for making the wrong move at this point.
Yeah,
that
was
wrong once again.
That was the wrong.
Who did they pick up?
They kept name, and then they picked up Triton, and they picked up.
Was it Vetra? I'm trying to remember.
Did Vetra
No, it
play
wasn't
on
Vetra.
Oxygen?
No,
I
it
don't
wasn't
think
Vetra.
maybe
Was it Kyle?
okay.
No, Kyle was already off the team after Anaheim because.
Nemesis wasn't playing
Speaking,
on
no, Nim eventually.
he was
Eventually,
on it
eventually they dropped name, and picked up. It was Triton, Common, Nemesis, and
Was it
Bohm
was
was
it Joey?
essentially.
Oh,
That's right.
Joey went to Shopify with Drew. And then they played out. They played well. Although the first online tournament after they got dropped We played them. I went to Blackhand, so I'm teaming with J-Grav, Piles, and Cortex.
What
Shout
a
out
team.
Cortex, who is a demon.
Cortex
Low-key.
is good.
Yeah.
Actually incredible. And we took them to a game 5, literally blew it, but we like should have beat them online. J-Grav was freaking out. We all know J-Grav. We all love
You're
J-Grav.
king of passion, Jake.
Literally freaking out. I know. I was looking him in the eyes when I was telling the Oxygen story.
There he is.
So we literally took it to game 5. We were up probably 6 or 8 kills, Aqua Slayer, and we ended up losing it. And I was like, dude, oh my god, it would have felt so good to beat these dudes because they're so dumb for dropping me. But,
For anyone that doesn't know, Chris Common's standing
Yeah,
right
I was
now.
just staring at Haynes over the monitor right now, giving him the middle finger. We love that.
Wait, do you want to come on and give your rebuttal while you dropped him?
there's
No?
no rebuttal.
no.
No?
He didn't drop me.
Okay.
I will say that.
Shout
I don't
out-
know if he
shout out
defended me
Trey.
as much as he should have, but he says he did. He says he did.
He's
we
bleeding
blame
over there.
Trey fully at this point, but my wife doesn't. My wife hates Chris.
That's
so
funny.
mad at him because we
Sounds
just bought a
about
house.
right.
She was so stressed out because we just bought a house. And I just
That's
lost my
tough.
income, and I'm like,
Oh no.
Blackhand. I was like, oh, if I go to Blackhand, they're making a lot
They
of
were
money.
making,
I
yeah, they
can't
were
remember
good
making a
I
lot
joined a
of money.
team. They cut it in half instantly. I was like,
No way.
what are we?
You're like, I'm the problem.
I just upgraded the team.
What'd
Why
they
are we
say fuck
cutting
me
me?
for?
Yeah, literally. I literally was so mad, but I ended up working overnights. I got a job at Kroger and worked overnights and competed during the Blackhand
Wow.
session, and it was miserable.
Grinder, dude.
Yeah, it was.
But you're just
terrible.
showing that there's no excuse for anyone
There's
out
not.
there. You work full time and be a
Literally,
professional
I quit the
player.
game all the time. I've retired everyone lives to say I've retired 10 times.
Yeah,
I
it
come back
is.
and I come make it out open and get top 12 every time.
There we
So,
go.
other than a couple times, but we don't talk about those.
we don't need to talk
We
about
know
this.
I've identified the issue with those, and that issue is resolved.
I feel like you have a very different story and timeline with your Halo career. When did you start playing Halo?
I played Halo. The first time I ever played Halo, I went over to my friend's house. He had an original Xbox. Played Halo 2. They went outside to play basketball, and they were like, "Are you coming outside?" And I was like, "No, I'm staying right here." And they're like begging me to come outside, and I was like, "No, no, no."
Jay
This
could
is
have
my
been the
first
next
time.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was
Could've
a
been.
fucking movie.
My first time playing, and then that day I went home. The 360 and H3 were coming out in like a month. I had to beg my mom, beg to get me a 360, which she did. Shout out, Mom. And I played Halo my whole life. I just never competed in it.
Okay.
I was competing in COD for most of my life, but I played Halo since Halo 2. Yeah.
The first time I had heard of you, and granted, I was kind of gone for like Halo 4 and 5 for the most part, but was like you kind of trolling with Snakebite on stream. Like at some point, you became pretty good friends with Snakebite and Royal 2. How did that happen?
Oh, me and PJ grew up together.
Oh, you guys, that's
We're
right.
from the same neighborhood. We went to the same middle school, same high school. We've been best friends since like 8th grade.
So you've been watching
friends.
him compete all this time,
Yeah.
and then you decided, you know what, I
Let's
can
hop on that
I can
train.
hang out. I can hang
I
with
say,
these
you
guys.
know what? Let me put
On
my
those
hook. Let me put my
coattails.
hook on that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And drag me that way. And then here I am.
No, I've said before, I think you're one of the most improved players since the game came out. Like, you just like, I don't know. You surround yourself with talented players and learn from them with an
Yeah.
open mind. Eventually, you can
It's
get
like
really good.
coming from COD, because I played COD for years and years. Individual, you really take over.
Yeah,
so
the
coming
time
in,
to kill so
yeah,
fast.
so coming into Halo, I had the individual mindset, and it took a while to get out of that individual mindset. But I think I'm in a good spot now.
Well, dude, now your positioning is good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch the broadcast back, I'm like, dude, King J's positioning and patience through these plays is like really impressive.
Yeah,
like,
I think patience is the biggest thing, because
Yeah.
I used to just go.
You used to just
I would
fly.
I would never know when not to go.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
patience is a big thing.
Yeah.
it's huge right now, I think, in the meta because you die so fast that like you can't really overstep until it makes sense to push out.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about just like not doing that though? I mean, just like being a go because you're that guy. You know what I'm saying? Just
Like not being go.
no.
mean?
Like,
He's
always
saying, like,
been
you're
go-go.
him.
Stop holding
Like,
yourself
don't be
back.
scared.
If it was up to me, I would, but then I would get yelled at.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if you
Oh,
got
it's-
Piggy on your team, I feel like he's gonna ream you like afterwards.
Yeah, who's the dad of like who
It's gotta
looks
be
at you
Piggy, right?
disappointed?
Yeah.
Thug
Probably
nasty.
Thug.
Or yeah, coach.
But not even probably. It's a 1,000%.
100%.
Thug,
Yeah.
Thug's just looking at you like disapprovingly
Yeah.
of your play.
Let's
Ah, like,
let's talk about him for a second. How hands-on is he as a coach? Like he's there in every scrim. Like
Yeah, no, he's very hands-on. He does everything. He does our
Handles
schedule. He does anything. He wants. His philosophy is, we play. We don't do anything else.
Yeah.
We sit down and we play. He takes everything. Especially at events, he literally does everything. He'll drive us anywhere if we need food or we need water, anything. Literally last night, Rami was like Rami needed a ride home at like 1 in the morning. Well, no, not like 1. Like
it was
like 11.
10,
it was like 10 or 11.
10:30, really early.
These are very different stories.
No, it was like
Jay was already asleep.
Yeah. But Thug was in bed ready to sleep, and Rami needed a ride home, and Thug shot out of bed and went and grabbed him and
to
brought
save
him
him for
like
the
Thug,
Uber charge.
What a coach.
So obviously Thug is a coach in game, but out of game, that's where he
elevates.
Yeah.
That's
100%.
awesome. It's always nice to have somebody like that that's just like making sure you get good energy
adult.
in your body, because it's hard to like eat at a tournament. I don't know about you guys, but when I used to compete, it was hard to just eat on tournament day, like because you're kind of like excited, anxious. But they canceled it instantly though.
Someone's just sitting there.
Someone's just ready for it. They're like, no, turn it off, turn it off.
That was icy.
But it's always hard to like eat and just get any kind of sustenance in your body at tournaments.
These are pool play results that we saw. We'll get you guys over there getting yourself into that third
day
spot.
1 results at the top, Jay. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, it's
not going to be updated because it's day 1 results.
This is my day 1. I don't count it.
Well, let's go take a look at the schedule for today, because we talked about FaZe, we talked about Pure, but we also got that Space Station Sentinels matchup. That's going to be a tough one. You guys
So you
assuming
played the
Sentinels?
loser of that, right?
SSG 3-0.
I'm saying Game 5 SSG.
They went to Game 5. I think Space Station reverse swept them at London.
I'm saying Game 5 SSG.
Okay.
I say the GOAT of the game gonna carry.
Who's the GOAT? Eco?
Legend.
Come on, bro. Oh, 2 champs. Lethal.
Oh, you're saying Sentinels.
Sen
No,
City,
I thought.
Sen City, baby. Sen City.
Lethal's been playing insane recently.
Okay.
Lethal has stepped it. I would say, I know you said Jay has been super improved from the beginning. If we include pro players, I know TJ was hampered by his connection the majority of the game, but like since he's been able to play, TJ has literally elevated his, which is crazy because of how accomplished he is.
Dropped, it really
that too. I mean, that does it every
time,
honestly.
Yeah.
Shopify Rebellion versus Quadrant. I feel like this is a very
that's a good series.
Yeah,
very interesting series.
Game 5 for sure.
That's gonna be our focus for sure.
That's a really
Oh.
good. I think Shopify pull it out, but it can go either way.
Yeah.
Quadrant's been looking very good. Like
then
Sniper and played insane at London.
I mean, you guys played against Complexity, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I mean, do you think they got a shot? I mean, they kind of beat your guys' ass. So.
Okay.
Dude, I have yet to beat Ryan on LAN, and it's very upsetting. It's very.
If we didn't play them first, I think we put up when we scrim them online, which obviously online doesn't really mean a ton, but it is a slight indicator as far as play styles go. So like when you scrim a team, the results may be different, but you can tell how a team plays online, and if they play the same way on LAN and you play the same way on LAN, then like you can tell like based on matchups how series should go. And I circle Complexity as one that like based on how we played them online, if we come out hot, like we could literally beat them and then beat AB because they're terrible and finish in second. So I expected us to do a lot better. We came out really, really flat, which
So
I mean is what it is, but
that's why we were glad AB was last. Because if AB was first, there's a very good chance we would have lost it. So.
Take some time to warm up. Is there any surprises for you guys in the pool play? I mean, obviously, I thought that Carolina could have put up a better fight against ITB, but you guys made it. Native mix it out.
Oh, Native. Oh, Native
Alpha
mix
got
it out.
9-0'd.
That Native Bittersweet match was interesting. I mean,
oh yeah, Native. Oh, I didn't even realize that Native beat Bittersweet.
Yeah, I told you. I expected that last night.
No, I don't think there's any surprise.
Brag,
I think pools went pretty much how they were supposed to.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
The top 4 all came out first. Like, that makes sense.
A little surprised Alpha doesn't take a game. Carolina doesn't take a game.
I would say maybe be surprised that they didn't take a game. I personally thought Alpha would get 3-0'd by all of them because that's a really tough pool.
It is a really tough pool.
They actually beat us 2-1 in the round before qualifying in winners and open, and we were obviously upset because you want to make it out through winners because it just feels better. But then we looked at the pools afterwards and we were like, oh,
thank God.
We actually lost on purpose.
we
let them.
We let Alpha win so we could get the pool.
We actually went up 2-0 game 3 against them, Recharge King, and then we just
we stopped playing. So.
Yeah,
I mean, I know you guys are trolling, but I wouldn't recommend saying that.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If anyone's listening, I swear.
I mean, Alpha was talking a lot after the series, so yeah, you guys
not towards us.
Aren't good.
They weren't talking to us. They were talking to Piggy.
If I knew Spanish, I would tell them in Spanish that they're not good. You guys won't beat me.
No bueno.
2S,
no bueno. If we were best of 5, no bueno for you.
That's terrible Spanish,
make open bracket. The last 2 rounds of open bracket need to be best of 5s.
100%.
Please, Richie Hines, do some magic, bro. Every good matchup in Open is the second to last matchup in winners. That has to be a best of 5.
I'll one up you. The qualifying round should be PCs.
I would agree with that too. I know that would be a lot, so that will never happen. But the best of 5 thing should happen. There's 50 teams showing up in Open. No offense.
I think that we could definitely have
that like
qualifying. Yeah, just play the qualifying.
There's 2 setups.
They didn't get used all day Friday. I said the same thing.
Yeah, well, it did get used because they're so behind schedule.
Oh, did they end up getting used later?
Yeah, they were having tech issues, so they overflow went over.
Have the Open qualifiers on PC and please stream them because there are so many good matches.
Bro, we streamed them.
I know you do. I know.
Honestly,
but, like, put a spotlight on it because there's so many good matches.
Even if they waited until the following day. Like,
yeah,
and then do it in the morning. Have everyone come in fresh, get their SSD, so you have time.
6 a.m.
I mean, I'm down.
Whatever you gotta do, but qualifying should be on PCs for sure.
I've played at 11 p. Like I've played qualifying matches at 11 p.m. I'd rather play at 6 a.m. than 11 p.m. Honestly.
Interesting.
And then you also like if you win that qualifying match, now you have that momentum that same day to go into pools versus like waking up and playing your pool match and hoping. That's why it's so hard for a lot of these Open teams coming out. Is like
it just makes too much sense.
Yeah, these guys have been playing on PCs all weekend. We've been playing on Xbox, hampered by that. Like. I understand they're never going to be all PC Open bracket, so like that is always going to be an issue. But like if there could be some type of change to make it where the Open teams aren't at such a disadvantage coming out, then I think that's a win for everyone.
So the Open bracket finished earlier than it's ever finished. So maybe a sign that we could have like a best of 5 rounds.
That's
earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, losers is the last 2 rounds.
Yeah,
so if losers is last 2, the winner should be the same way.
Yeah, the second to last round of winners should never be a best of 3.
If you go back and look at every Open tournament for the last 2 years, that second, or maybe not last 2 years, last year and a half or so, that second to last round is always the good matchup. Always. And then the last round is like, oh, we get to play these guys to make it out. Like, you know what I mean? There's always an NA team that's like that. Like, oh, we get to play these guys to make it out now. It's easy. But the round before that, you're like, oh, got to make it through these guys first. That was what we did. We said, hey, we got to make it through Alpha, and then after that, we should be straight. Like, we got to handle business against Alpha, though, 100%. And we unfortunately let them win.
Alpha's super good.
No, they are good. They are really good.
Yeah, they have tapping. I mean, no credit to Leor. With tapping, like they're actually like potentially top 8.
Well, I said when tapping's their team that they should have an automatic pool play spot.
Yeah,
100%.
Oh, they would deserve it.
My thing that I want to start doing is on Thursday. I think the lowest ranked EU team should have to play against the best Australian or like Mexican team. And whoever wins gets in the pool, and whoever loses goes to.
I think Mindfreak's way better than AB. I told them after we beat them yesterday, and obviously timing-wise, after just losing, heartbreaking fashion. Their series were heartbreaking fashion, so obviously probably wasn't the best time. But I tried to let them know as respectfully as possible that they have come so far as a team, especially with their limitations practice-wise. That it's extremely impressive how much better they are now compared to like the first year, even last year.
Mindfreak are really good.
Rice just walked by.
Yeah, double mouse and keyboard.
We had a good time with Rice last night.
I mean, on Xbox with 2 mouse and keyboard players, and to make it as far as they did, they've improved dramatically.
I like
team-wise, and then all the team changes too with them because Barcode being there and then leaving and then it's tough. There's other players in ANZ region with how the population is so low and how it's hard to even play the game online that have just quit playing.
Scoop was basically telling me that as a region they kind of just agreed to let's just get the 4 best players in our entire region and just that team will represent our entire
no friendships, no
friendships involved. Let's just get the 4 best so that we can really show the best version of Australia.
This roster is probably the best I've looked since they had Barcode back in Australia.
For sure.
Did you see Sways with the shock rifle?
Sways isn't mouse and key, and we scrimmed them online before the tournament, and I was like, who's on mouse and key? They were Rice and Scoopmeister, and I was like, why is the Sways guy dropping a 1.5 on us? He was going insane.
When they get snipers, it's very scary. It's very scary.
That was the win condition against them, and we did go game 5, but we literally were do not give them snipers or we will lose the series.
That's the same exact thing APG said.
You guys got lucky that game 5 was Aquarius, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we looked at the series layout.
We said that loading in. I literally said that loading in. I said, there's no snipers on Aqua. We're winning this.
We're winning this. It was I was because that Forbidden game was a speed run.
I mean, Forbidden's the worst map.
I said it.
By far.
No, it is. I said
Jay's
it.
played it probably 10 times total.
I don't even know I don't even know callouts on Forbidden. That's
legitimately, we ping for Jay because he's
okay.
their pistol, our pistol, he's doing
I said
a 360.
I said, I need the fact checkers to check our Forbidden game yesterday because it might be the fastest flag game ever.
On land, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
They beat us in 2 minutes.
We got gameplay. If you guys want to stick around, watch a little bit of
I need to go get
play. If you guys got to get up, that's no worries. All right. Thank you guys for coming on. It was great.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure, man.
Good luck, and hopefully You guys get whoever you want to play.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Anybody, it don't matter. Line them up.
Give me FaZe.
Yeah, I'm down again.
See you,
Should have
boys.
3-0'd him last time.
That was King J. That was Haynes.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
TLF, a.k.a. Team Lethal Fox. They'll be playing in the elimination bracket just a little bit later on. OpTic Gaming going up against Complexity now on your screen. This is over on the Delta stream. If we move off it and you want to get back to it at some point in time, that is how you do so.
This will be fun. We had Ryan Noob and Coach Ashes on the couch with us earlier. You guys caught that. That was a pleasant time on the couch with them. And we were watching OpTic with Ryan on the couch, and he was like, man, this OpTic team is just so good. He was giving them a lot of props. I feel like that's important at this level. You really have to respect your opponent and their capabilities so that you don't overextend. Respect is an important facet of this.
A Dead Zone gonna find himself. Dude, oh no! Still staying alive for now. Trying to get the triple kill. Will get the assist, but Dead Zone causes mayhem. Complexity had no idea the rocket that was in store for them. Dead Zone dropped in like a ninja. And look at that. Still the flag running at the same time. That is hyper efficiency from OpTic Gaming.
All the while, Lucid, this is now 4 straight kills in a row. Perfect rifleman double kill shot caller. It's not often you get 4 medals for 1 kill, but Lucid already popping off. Looks like Breaking Shot does have sniper now, though. And I'm pretty sure Lucid had an empty sniper on him, so this should be the only sniper on the map right now. Breaking Shot going to want to get some value if he wants to bring his team back into this.
Trying to find better position on the map to make his play. Hits the body of Dead Zone, but cannot find the finish. Dead Zone has been unbelievable for OpTic Gaming thus far. 5 kills in the game, 3 assists, and only 2 deaths. He's been moving up on this map time and time again, and he finds another. Someone has to take care of Zane.
That was a critical kill for Breaking Shot to get that he doesn't, and then Lucid ends up killing Breaking Shot. Another flag's going to come out. They're blocking the snipe side, so they're going to run the flag through the screens, open up the spawns in the back of Complexity's base, as well as those pistol spawns, but looks like they weren't able to get it far enough. They might keep this flag alive, though. They just got to take care of the next couple spawners.
This OpTic Gaming squad looks unbelievable, and honestly, a lot of talk about FaZe and how good they have been, and like if this is the return of the old dynasty. But I feel like that conversation about OpTic is gonna change this weekend with them potentially taking the tournament this time around. Like this team is so well poised to do it, back-to-back second finishes. They just have to figure out the solution to get that championship win again. I could see them going on those runs once again, but Complexity having their chance. They're going to have their flag out. Breaking Shot, the newest player in blue, going to be the one that brings us just about home.
Wow, this is a great cap. I mean, it looked like OpTic was poised to go up 2-0. All of a sudden, Complexity completely flipped the situation. They're just as flag efficient as OpTic were in the previous play. And that's a good momentum boost. You know, I know it's early in the series, but to just feel like you're playing even with a team like OpTic, it goes a long way.
Trippy finding his kills from the bottom of the map. Man, he's taking this fight against Rain, but really this is just an advantage for Trippy. He just stays alive, waits for his teammate to pick it up, and this is what OpTic is just so effective at. They just have each other's help. They never feel the need to finish the kill themselves, always having confidence that their teammate will be there to finish the fight.
It's part of their operation, right? They're just always playing with enough space between each other that they don't have to finish each other's kills. They know that a teammate has the correct sight line to finish it. They know that they can take cover, get their shields back. It makes them so efficient and so difficult to play against. If you take a fight with one of them, they're just going to take cover. You're going to get shot in the side of the head. That's very hard to play against.
Plus, doing his best to clear out the space, but Dead Zone has been the pain that subsides every time inside of OpTic's base. He's going to be able to get this flag on its way once again, and with Complexity 2 down, this flag almost looking more of a certainty for OpTic to bring back.
A few kills do get traded out, though, so flag's going to stall mid-map, at least for now. It looks like OpTic want to get a few slays.
QT.
Yeah, very smart QT usage. I don't think Lucid's going to portal back. Oh, he does. He just wanted a little bit better sightline on that player bottom mid. Probably won't use the portal anymore. Does expire. Now he wants to take the grapple. Looks like he used the AI scan. Can't see that in the observer, but I think that would be the only reason for him to lift in that moment is to steal the grapple. And he might just use it for a nice, tricky flag throw. Gonna reposition, make sure that he stabilizes the situation.
Oh.
And the movement is clean from Lucid here.
Lucid definitely showing that he has thousands of hours on the game, and as long as you don't hit the ground after you sprint off a ledge, you maintain that sprint so you can chain a slide off the grapple using that technique to one of the more creative uses that I've seen. That's a tough, that was a tough grapple slide to hit, but he did it, and well, you can see the result. It's gonna be a second flag cap in for OpTic Gaming.
Did you see the process, the way he played that? His teammates had 2 kills, but he still understood there's at least 2 more unknown players on the map for Complexity. So just to be extra safe, leaves the flag in a safe spot, goes to clear his base, waits for the information that no one will actually stop him, and then finally punches it in. I mean, just little habits like that can make a big difference, right? If he just YOLOs that and dies, and then Complexity get a couple dead right after, that's a potential flag return. So love to see the process from OpTic.
OpTic just slowly pushing up on this map, keeping Complexity into their back base. There really hasn't been a route for Complexity to get out and have some of that breathing room. A suffocating effort thus far from OpTic Gaming, but things could change now. Breaking shot's going to open up an opportunity as Ryanu pushes forward, and Ryanu could catch some great timing here of 2 players unsuspectingly getting shot in the side. He'll wait for the help of Rain and the duo trying to do their best to break through.
Complexity still have a lot of time. 5 minutes left. They are in the OpTic base as well. Breaking shot. For him to stay alive would be massive here. Needs to pull attention backwards towards the OpTic side of the map, but no, he gets cut down. That's going to delay any potential pull opportunity for Complexity. The play should reset. OpTic look to take mid-map.
Grappling on through Trippy. Looking to find this time. Multiple times now we've seen Trippy gravitate to that bottom coils area of the map. He's found himself in multiple engagements, usually a less active part of the map, but certainly active with gunfire this time around. Sniper's up, and it looks like OpTic going to be able to get this one. Formal holding the sniper for his team.
Formal doesn't get talked about as much as some other snipers, but I tell you what, he has to be one of the best snipers in the game. This guy rarely wastes that snipe ammo, has 7 shots to work with, and I like this defensive stance. Knows that he doesn't want to push up too far forward, doesn't even want to give Complexity the chance to steal this sniper, wants to get the full value before they advance on the map. Dead Zone just kind of waiting for the call to be made or to see a kill in the kill feed before he moves up.
I did get some information that the QT got grappled out. Relayed that to his team, but he ends up being largely ineffective in that vent. It's going to be a double from Huss as he just pushes through. He didn't take much damage at all. He's going to be able to get far up on this map. He's found 3 members of OpTic Gaming in succession. It could just be a 4th. No, Formal shuts him down. Sniper still in his hands.
I love the way Huss plays, man. The ghost jumping off the side of the map, where if you mess up the ghost jump, you could be literally falling to your death, but no fear has Huss. OpTic Formal Matt, though, going to be the one to clear his side, and now OpTic look to push forward and apply their own offensive effort.
Formal calm and collected at the moment. He was the player that basically single-handedly stopped that push from Complexity as Huss got off on the push. He's going to get 2v1'd in this situation, pushes out, and done a great job of staying alive. He hasn't moved up much on the map, but he certainly has been giving Complexity problems just by being active on the map. They finally take care of him, but still a couple bullets of sniper OpTic to pick up off the spawn.
Right now, Huss, the one with the snipe. 4 shots to work with. Very nice kill and a body shot, but when he gets taken down, it's not a good look for Complexity. They really need to have more players alive before they can comfortably start aggressing forward, but the way OpTic's playing this, they're just not even allowing Complexity to enter this half of the map comfortably at all.
One more bullet. Look at this, how long he's had this sniper. The next one is up. It's going to be the last sniper of regulation. 9 bullets for Formal to work with.
It's a scary sight if you're Complexity. It really feels like OpTic have kind of switched into defensive mode. They don't seem that interested in pulling a flag. I think it's because if a flag run goes south and they give this sniper to, or give both of these snipers to the other team, that could be the way for Complexity to come back and tie this one up. Instead, makes sense to just sit back, play a strong green wall defense, and ride this to the victory.
Breaking shot. Using that technique, trying to shoulder peek in with that sprint rifle up and get information, but nothing to be gained at the moment. Remember, only 1 minute and 12 seconds in this game, and the OpTic, they've been playing strong defense, but it's going to be breaking shot that they're going to try to rely on to break them through this defensive effort. The sniper of Formal versus the sniper of breaking shot. Can Formal hold it for his team, or will breaking shot find his way to pull a flag with that sniper ammo?
Such a critical part of the game. 45 seconds on the clock. Time dwindling down for Complexity.
See Huss?
Yeah, Huss just finds a sneaky route through the
grapple slid through the middle.
And I don't think OpTic are aware of it just yet. He's now about to make his presence known. I think he's about to get some shots in the back of OpTic members in their base, or maybe he's waiting.
Observer, please, Huss.
Huss gets a kill on Dead Zone. That's massive right now.
Oh my god, what a shot from Rain.
Wow.
You would never have guessed that this guy went on a 6 months hiatus with the way that he's shooting right now, but here we go. 15 seconds left in the game. This flag is do or die for Complexity, but Huss, who made the original play to get behind, gets to the 50-yard line. Still a grapple left to work with as well. The big thing here, do not panic. One player alive. It's only Lucid that can stop him. No, we're going to extra time.
Wow, what a clutch play from Complexity. They saw the writing on the wall. They knew the process. We had Ryan Noob on the couch earlier, and we asked him about situations just like that and what you look for. He said timing. You cannot go. You want to take the fight as late as possible, because if you rush it, you know, you might just squander your chance. And we're showing exactly what he's talking about here with the timing on that pull.
Oh, they found themselves another opportunity. Do they lay it to waste? Formal has been the sniper for OpTic thus far. And with 3 players going down for Complexity, Formal can get a great position inside the vent with the sniper. He takes the head, a breaking shot. Oh, he finds the next on Ryan Noob. 2 down. Formal finding efficient kills with the sniper thus far.
So critical to get those shutdowns early in sudden death. Sometimes these sudden deaths don't last very long. Just takes 1-4 dead, ends the game. OpTic playing this slow, but Formal continuing to take the faces of Complexity. Playing that patiently as well, didn't overextend, didn't over-ego chow that situation. Waits for his shields here as well, predicts that maybe Ryan was looking for him.
Oh, can't let him do this. Oh, he's taking the Jiggle Peek chow against Ryan Noob across the map. Formal is in the zone. There's nothing that can stop this man at the moment.
You know, these two have talked trash to each other before. Could have some choice words for Ryan Noob if he can win a fight like that. But both teams, I mean, despite all this action we're seeing, no one's really getting in the base, but it's 4 dead for OpTic, and now Complexity suddenly have a chance, but do they have the timing? You got to get there quick after that 4 dead.
Well, OpTic's going to be spawning over onto that snipe side. One player in that back base acted as a defensive outlet, but here comes the push from Complexity. Look how they're spreading on the map, getting ready to push every lane at the same time. Ryan Noob going to lead the charge on the right side, caught out by Lucid, but 3 players from OpTic go down, and Complexity will have their chance at pulling the flag. Breaking shot finds the last one alive, trying to get the damage, but Lucid, last player alive, last Spartan to stand, last flag, gets stopped.
Lucid just played that so insane. How does he get that kill as well? That's
1v2.
It was, he got a kill before that as well. It was basically a 1v3. That was insane out of Lucid.
OpTic Gaming somehow, some way finds the stabilization. The efforts of Lucid cannot go unanswered here. OpTic needs to find their push. With 2 players going down, Complexity is on the back foot. Oh, what an answer from Breaking Shot, though. Finds the 2. That's going to stop OpTic for now. The sniper of overtime back up once again.
They didn't know that Formal was here. He takes down Breaking Shot, but the grenades are coming in. Formal really just playing a distraction here. He's going to buy some time for his teammates to push up on the rest of the map. Also wants to maybe apply extra pressure to the sniper player so that his teammates can snipe them. Trippy finding a kill here. If they can get a couple more kills, Formal's already in position for a flagpole.
Trippy was looking all over for this player. Eventually comes through to the back, but Trippy stays alive. The value that he's getting for his team. Complexity has been searching for him, has not been able to find the answer. He gets a kill, and well, he's ready for Ryanoob as well. Trippy finally gets taken down, but not before he puts down a ton of damage.
Huge plays. This is going back and forth. You feel like earlier was Complexity's best chance to score, though.
No.
But they're still going off, and Huss has got a lot of snipe ammo left here.
This is the opportunity that Complexity's been waiting for. OpTic is stuck in their base. The sniper of Huss needs to clear the way, but no, the shot doesn't connect. Sniper off the map. Formal not going to have the opportunity to clean that one up, but the teammates will clean up the rest of Complexity. The push is stopped before it could even begin.
OpTic have been slaying out, but it's been on their half of the map. Complexity's pressure has been very impressive in this overtime. OpTic finally taking mid-map control. They currently have both of the vents controlled. They lose one, but neutralize the threat on the other side. Now 2 dead for OpTic, and both teams still fighting for mid-map. Is this going to go to a double overtime, Garrett? It's starting to pace that way.
All right, Complexity scored their final flag. With just 15 seconds on the clock, you have to play until the 000s hit.
37 seconds remaining.
Ready for this, Trippy. Stays alive, was able to dodge that push, but will not be able to withstand Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot found a couple kills. The flag is out for Huss. There's no one from OpTic to stop it. Complexity stealing away the game. No, Dead Zone takes him down, but the flag's still out and well within the side of Complexity. They're trying to take OpTic down off the spawn, but OpTic was spawning so far away, you would have thought that Complexity could have just thrown it back up. The grapple gonna try to get it in, but does not connect on the flag post. OpTic Gaming survive.
Oh my
They go into extra time. They could potentially pull out a flag of their own if they wanted to. No, double overtime. But you're not going to get opportunities like that again if you're Complexity.
That's got to feel so bad. As Complexity, they kind of started to desperate the flag grab when they just needed one person to shoot the spawners off of the player that went for flag. Also, Breaking Shot should have taken his time a little bit more with the grapple. It seemed like he kind of rushed it.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like he thought he probably had it, but my big thing is where they dropped the flag, they would have just went up to the left and had the safer route instead of trying to be as fast as possible.
Yeah.
When he got shot in the back by Dead Zone, if that flag is up and to the left rather than down into the pit, they probably feel a lot more confident about just desperating the flag and not having to deal with the spawners. I think they have the timing to get it back in. But that little misstep was just enough for OpTic to pry out a double overtime.
Man, I feel like neither team is very satisfied with the way that game went down. OpTic probably feeling like they should have closed it out already. Complexity feeling like they squandered a couple opportunities away. It's going to go to a full reset. Should be first cap to win in the next sequence. This is going to be insane. I don't even know how to predict that. This will now be the 3rd time that they've gone through their opening strat against each other. So there's probably some talks about, ways to change or counter what the other team had been going for, but this opening break might be the difference maker.
Well, on the mainstream, we just saw Pure take game 1 against FaZe, so maybe something in the water right now. The upsets could be coming through. Shopify Rebellion currently up 1-0 against Quadrant in their series. We're going to bounce around whenever there's stuff around, but we are focusing on this OpTic and Complexity match. Make no mistake. So stay with us if you're interested in this matchup. We'll get you all the action, some replays of what we saw. Really, we saw OpTic start playing defense at such an early state of the game. I thought they could have maybe tried to gone for that 3rd flag capture a bit earlier. Remember when OpTic, when Formal got that sniper, he never pushed past the flag that entire time. He stayed planted in his base. It was effective for his team at getting those kills, but at the same time, you're never going to generate any offensive power that way.
Right. It's not enough to just get the kills. You have to get the kills from the right positions because there's just so much space on this map that if you get the kills from your base and you don't have a grapple to close the gap, like you're just going to have to slay again before you could potentially pull the flag. And this map, I think more than any other, the spawners have a clear line of sight on the flag almost immediately off spawn. So you have to just be close. You got to get the flag out in quick succession, and both teams kind of struggling with that, especially complexity towards the end there.
For anyone that's seeing us for the first time, I'm Tools. That's Eli, the Ninja. We're bringing you guys the OpTic complexity matchup and all the other matches that you're going to see here today. And we're on this special stage over at HCS Atlanta. If you want to help support what we're doing here today, there's some simple ways for you to do so. A sub to the channel goes a long way. I mean, this is a pretty expensive endeavor for us. Like, we fly everyone out. We have a production truck in the back. It's a full-fledged production for us here today. We got cameras roaming the floor. We're going to try to get you guys as much coverage as possible. But the way that we do that is the support that you guys have been giving us through these last couple years, watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, supporting the channel. We appreciate everyone that's done it, and it's cool to be here and be able to provide the coverage that we've been able to do this time.
Yeah, I mean, real talk, if it wasn't for you guys, I probably wouldn't even be here. So I really appreciate, all the subs and everybody that continues to gift and just watch the stream. Watch the ads. I know you guys love the ads, right? It certainly goes a long way to make sure that we can keep coming to these things.
Well, we're going to move into Space Station versus Sentinels while we wait for that complexity OpTic match to start back up. And it looks like Space Station coming out hot in this Slayer game, up 13-5 early on.
It's a nice lead on Aqua. Can be erased. And I feel like it's Sentinel's MO to go down early and come back. They just love to make their fans sweat a bit, as they have made many last-second comebacks. Keep in mind, these two teams faced off at HCS London. Sentinels were up 2-0. That's when we saw Boo Boo stand up and do the famous force choke. Unfortunately, after that, Space Station did come back and reverse sweep 3-2. So a little bit of a rematch here between these two giants.
Precision doing his best to just route out this back base, was able to find those remaining players at Space Station, and is already back to the front lines. This young player out of Hawaii, right? We saw him play at the last online tournament in Hawaii. Just got engaged to his fiance. Congratulations to Ethan, aka Precision. Yeah. A fantastic player.
Yeah, shout out to Alyssa, his wife-to-be. She's been in the scene for a while as well. Awesome person to hang out with. And right now, they're only down by 5. Still early in the game as well. And Precision just trying to find an opening here. He sneaks his way to find a heat wave. Looks like they knew when that was spawning because it just spawned. Maybe shout out to Coach Chig, who can't use any timers on his phone. He's got the stopwatch here today, but making sure that these guys get the items.
They're ready to push back towards this util side. All right, Slayer, you have a lot more freedom to do what you want to do. Precision's been wrapping every part of the map, and, well, it's been largely effective for him thus far, 8-5 in this game.
8-5 is huge, but we're going to hop back into this double overtime situation. First to one cap will win this game. They've already played this map for 15 minutes. And yeah, OpTic 3 down. That means Complexity had a good opening strat. They're going to steal the sniper, and look at this. Tries to get the snipe, but Lucid too smart for that. Going to jiggle peek to make him that much harder of a kill off that spawn.
Lucid would have gotten his head torn off right when he spawned. Black screened. It was a possibility that Rain, I don't think, was expecting to even see a player spawn like that on the screen.
Look at the way OpTic played that. They extend out into a spot where they can look back at their base to play defense from the mid-map. Also go directly in through that snipe door. They do clear their side. Trippy's got the sniper now. He's hitting the headshot on breaking shot. Another headshot could be the opening they've been looking for.
Shots downrange from Dead. Able to clean up his kill. Wow. Actually countered Huss, able to find that. And Huss working his way back. Wow. Able to hit the perfect shots on the formal. That'll stop the push of OpTic just for a little bit. Trippy will take over that top position with Sniper. And that's a perfect Hail Mary. The nade capitalizes off the snipe shot of Trippy, but unfortunately there's no OpTic gaming members to take immediate advantage of this flag being out.
Oh, this
they get there?
No. Man, if Huss never gets that clutch double kill, that flag probably goes home, honestly.
I mean, it's about to head home now. Formal and the rest of OpTic are flying forward. Dead Zone finds his opportunity, gets the route, and brings it home. OpTic Gaming go up 1-0 against Complexity.
Complexity got to be kicking themselves after this one, as it looks like they had so many chances to get through. Ultimately, OpTic just too strong defensively.
Yeah, OpTic, I don't want to say it's lucky, right? Because they worked so hard on that game, but getting to that double overtime was clutch, right? That flag was so close to being home. It looked like Complexity was about to take that game one and steal it away. OpTic Gaming stabilized. That's what makes OpTic so dangerous, right? The amount of times that we see them stabilize and big wins like that. But Pure might just be having the upset of the tournament going up against FaZe. They're up 1-0, and they're up significantly in the Slayer, largely due to the last shot. The player that constantly leads leaderboards and the best accuracy in the game.
Man, this kid has been ascending recently. He's just, I don't know. Like he's been good in these tournaments, and that's why he got recognized and picked up on this roster. But it feels like something's a little bit different about him this weekend specifically. Maybe just putting the pieces together, having a bit more confidence to just play the way he wants to on the map. Renegade gonna be the one to finally shut him down. But ultimately, it's a good trade for Pure. They get a 3-1 trade. Snakebite, as the last player on FaZe, does get the overshield, though, which is massive for FaZe.
That's their way to come back. Remember, no lead is ever safe on Aquarius. It's a game that can swing rapidly the other way if given the opportunity. And Snakebite, well, extra shields is all that he needs to play forward.
Love this. Had the BR in the back pocket. Doesn't even bother reloading the Bandit. Just switches immediately to the BR. Let's see if he can push up on the map and apply even more pressure to Pure. But it's still a 7-kill lead, and going into the 30s, you gotta feel pretty good about that. But like you said, not too comfortable. They gotta still play their process in every single situation, especially against FaZe.
Talk able to find his shot, and this guy is just a damage dealer. Has that natural sense of position to get these kills. He's found 2, and well, he's quickly found himself into a 3rd engagement. Always see him on the front lines. High engagement, high deaths, high assists. Expect it every tournament.
Somehow slid right past that player. They both kind of miss each other on the way. FaZe do get a couple, but not before losing a couple of their own. Renegade trying to reverse the situation here. Already down 1-0 in this series. You don't want to go down 2-0, especially against a scrappy team like Pure that could put together a win in really any game type.
Pure so hungry in this event, right? They added Cherished to the roster for this event, an up-and-coming amateur player being added to a professional team. They added Last Shot over the offseason, a player that had no professional experience, made his name winning the FFA World Championship. They've done what is needed after losing superstars in Soul Snipe and Suppress to keep themselves competitive. Well, it's paid dividends. We saw them go to Game 5 against OpTic, a series that was very winnable for them, and now up against FaZe. The biggest problem this duo of Drunk and Talk have had, because they've had great success in the past, it's closing out series. They've had times where they make the Giants bleed, but they have to claim their prize. We need to see them finish these games strong.
Absolutely. They took OpTic to a Game 5 yesterday in pools. Now playing against FaZe, maybe having learned from the mistakes they made against OpTic to be unable to close that series out. That kind of experience within the span of one day can make all the difference. They're now only up by 4. Lead has been cut down by FaZe, previously up by as much as 9, I believe. But FaZe, one of the best in the world at finding their avenue to victory. They're going to slow things down if they have to. They're going to slowly, meticulously find their way into a win condition.
Renegade's doing his best. Did find that player into the back, got that shot down, but wasn't quite able to find that kill.
Renegade seems to have been unnoticed so far, just trying to find a sneaky avenue behind enemy lines, but he sees his teammates dying in the kill feed. Last Shot picks up a double. Druk scurries away, no shields. He's going to get his shields back, and now Renegade recognizing he needs to reset the situation.
Renegade able to get that kill. Moving forward, they've clawed this back. I mean, Pure had such a strong lead in this game. Now just 4 kills that differentiate them. Overshield's going to be up in 5 seconds. Important for FaZe to stay alive on this push. They're here first, but just because you're first doesn't mean this is guaranteed.
They played it well. They do get it. They've gotten now the last 3 overshields in a row, by the way. All the while, Pure have been able to just find kills away from the OS player. Look at that. They completely melt out the OS of Renegade. He's only going to be able to get 1 kill with it.
Into this corner, not able to find any immediate gunfight, but every death is so important here for FaZe. You cannot give things up for free, and they've done such an effective job at staying alive.
Down only by 2 now. The patience paying off in spades for FaZe. You can tell they're just talking through every situation, taking space one side of the map, trying to get angles on other sides of the map, predicting what their opponents go for. They've been pushing Pure into smaller and smaller spaces over the last minute or so, and now Pure are left with basically no room to play. They tied it up. Now this is going to be anyone's game going into the end.
Incredible work from them thus far, and really FaZe has slowed this game down tremendously, and maybe something that's making Pure a bit uncomfortable having to play at the pace of FaZe. They're going to speed it up once again. Cherished and Drug combining for 2. They've taken their lead and now are just 1 wipe away from their win. Last shot's pressuring. Tolic coming in from the side. The players of FaZe must hide. Can they take him down in time? Tolic gets the first, but taken down in the back. Just 2 more kills to go. Able to get the shots down, but Drug does not get the kill. FaZe stays alive, stabilizing efforts for now. 48 all. It comes down to these next engagements. Overshield might play an impact. 15 seconds till it's up, but the players of Pure in the back. FaZe gonna be the ones to make their play forward.
Looks like the play from Pure was to send 2 through the Jin side. Renegade reads it. He wants to deny access to this half of the map. He's gonna now take
They got Overshield.
position. Yeah, they got a kill as well.
Oh! Last shot!
Dude, last shot was insane. By the way, when we first pointed him out, I think he was like 13-5. His overall plus minus ended up not that crazy, but in the end, they're able to pull it out. He had 15 deaths as well. 17 kills, 15 deaths. That's just, he's just in the mix constantly, but wow, that was a crazy game.
Fantastic work from Pure. They'll go up 2-0 in that series, but they've done that before against a big 3 team. Question for them is whether they can close it out. OpTic Gaming Complexity on your screen. We come back in 34-26. OpTic has control against Complexity, looking to finish this thing out strong.
OpTic just looking to be 1 step ahead of Complexity in each of these games so far. Barely eked out the victory in Argyle. Could have easily lost it. This one looking like it's going to be very difficult for them to lose it. No one really standing out on either team. Just looks like more assists, way more assists on the side of OpTic, which tells me they're just taking better positions, maybe listening and communicating a bit better as we see Trippy with the Rust Ninja play. That was gross.
I think maybe a little bit of a controller Ninja, you know what I'm saying? I think the aim assist helped him out a bit there, but Ninja's a ninja. You see it on the screen. You never want to get blebbed.
It's from that auto lunge feature.
Yeah, it's a bit odd sometimes.
Yeah.
Back. Lucid able to get that damage down with the Nuke combo. There's 3 players of Complexity on the other side. I'm not sure if Lucid knows. He's going to turn the corner. He still gets the kill. The Nuke combo, too effective. He's going back for second. You better not peek. You better not. He gets the damage. He's going to get all 3.
Trippy gets the assassination on Huss.
How does Lucid do it time and time again?
He is probably the best in the world at target selection in a pinch, right? Like, he just knows exactly which player he needs to look at. He sees the situation. He knows which teammate is going to come help him kill the 3rd player in the situation. Like, playing cover perfectly throughout the whole engagement as well. Super impressive.
Now just rounding around the corner. OpTic Gaming knowing that it's just a few more kills to victory.
Just feels like OpTic playing together much better. How many total assists? 29, 32 total assists for OpTic.
That's insane in a Slayer, and we'll tell you why, because Halo games assists are different depending on which Halo game you're using.
Yeah.
So in Halo 5, any bit of damage would be an assist. But for OpTic, I mean, for that OpTic performance there, you'd have to get 50% or 51% damage to get that assist.
3 bandit shots in this game. Or is it 2?
I think as long as you do more than 50% shield damage, you get the assist.
Okay. I think you have to shoot them at least twice with the bandit because it's 4 shots to break.
It could be 3. I think it's 3, but
yeah, it's either 2 or 3.
I think it depends on circumstances sometimes.
Yeah. Either way, lots of assists shows that these guys are listening to each other, communicating well.
What do you think Formal's saying? He's like leading the comms or something right there. You're saying,
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not a lip reader?
No,
Wow.
never had to learn that skill.
Someone in chat figured it out.
I mean, Lucid's agreeing and putting his input in.
Dead Zone's like, I'm locked. Trippy's like not even looking to the left or right. He is just zoned in.
Just taking in the information.
Wait, he has a phone on stream. No, that's a notebook. For anyone that doesn't know, not familiar with the Halo scene, they did just ban phones from the coaches. So coaches only allowed to use pen and paper or any like timer that doesn't have an internet connection.
Yeah, they cannot have anything that connects to the internet. I think the fear was watching the stream and getting information about where players were. I don't know. Either way, the coaches are adapting. I've seen a lot of them with those little stopwatch timers. Trey had, I think he had like 4 of them attached to his clipboard so he could time like grenades, like several different things at the same time. But here we go. We're in game 3. Oddball, Space Station needing 1 second of round 1.
Sentinels thought they were going to be able to do it, not going to be able to get that comeback. And, well, this is dangerous for Sentinels, right? Down 0-2 in the series, down 0-1 in the oddball. Like, this is do or die for them.
Enemy has the ball.
Definitely back against the wall. We saw Boo Boo Doo tweeted that they will certainly play better today than they did yesterday. By the way, Shopify up 2-0 and looking strong in the oddball as well. I thought this would be a potentially closer series, but
This is my dark horse to win. Like if I had odds to put down, like this is the team. I think that they remind me a lot of Splice from back in 2017-2018 when Shotzi was first making his appearance in the HCS. A lot of members on that team that have great individual performances on other teams, they decide to team up together, and well, we've seen them start breaking their way, starting to bring in the conversation from the Big 3 to the Big 4. I think Shopify Rebellion has one in them this season.
I've been saying the same thing since before the first LAN. I said it would not shock me at all if a team like Shopify Rebellion catches fire in 1 weekend, comes out with a LAN victory. They're getting closer and closer every event. They started 4th, first event, 3rd next. They just got to put it together on a Sunday. They can make it to Sunday, but they got to put it together and get some dubs on Sunday as well.
On the other side, Quadrant's been on a big uptrend. They've had great success in their scrims recently, but haven't quite been able to break into the top 4 conversation on LAN as of this year.
I feel like Glory's their X factor, and right now, he's not having a great game here. We didn't see what the first 2 games of the series looked like, but I feel like when Glory's at his best, this team is at their best. And we saw that in London. We saw Shades of Brilliance multiple times in London. Maybe a little bit of home court advantage, but man, these guys can take a game off literally any team. Multiple games.
Well, Camo in the hands of Formal, and we saw a fast performance from Dead Zone right off the start of this game. It was off screen for a second. We'll work on showing you all what happened later on, but my God, OpTic looks strong at the moment.
OpTic, tired of being 2nd place, want to get their first dub here in Atlanta. Got 2nd place to 2 different teams the last couple events. Right now, they definitely look prepared. They had some rough scrims recently, but in a way, I feel like that's almost a good thing, kind of a wake-up call for them to tighten up and play their process a bit more, especially for a team of this caliber of champions.
Yeah, so far, I mean, they look so strong in the tournament. I mean, obviously, Complexity, a top 8 team. You expect OpTic to play strong against them, but sometimes you just have to see them play again and be like, okay, this is like when it comes to just teamwork and good Halo, like this is a team that is unrivaled at points.
OpTic, absolutely.
Enemy has the ball.
I mean, whenever FaZe is at their best, it feels like OpTic's the only team that makes them bleed, you know?
Yeah, and it's almost like the circle where like any team from the big three can make anyone like win, but like it feels like OpTic has that number against FaZe. FaZe has that number against SSG. It's an interesting combination, but 36-4 in this game thus far. OpTic Gaming having their big lead. Camouflage coming up in just about 10 seconds from now. These fights going to determine who gets away with that special ability.
So far, Slays heavily on the side of OpTic. It makes sense why they have the lead. Deadzone opting to drop the ball for a teammate here, maybe just because he was closer to the tower, decided it's his job to clear space over here. Audible player actually stays cuts. So maybe Deadzone moving this way to kind of get intel, but they actually rotate the ball in the opposite direction. Because Deadzone is tower, should force big door and back green spawns, and Lucid is ready for it. Perfect nade on the first player. Should be able to win this, perhaps against Rhino. Waited for the camo to reactivate before rechalling, and he gets another kill by finishing the player. Sandbags. How efficient was that entire fight?
Lucid's just one of the best players, if not the best player at capitalizing every moment of his life, right? He's not going to let anything go to waste. If you challenge out while one shot and he's one shot, he's going to get the trade. There is very few mechanical errors that you'll ever see in his game. Always doing a great job putting down that damage. Formal holding this oddball into the back. Sniper on the side of OpTic. It seems like everything is just going their way in this game thus far. It feels as if this round is just secure for OpTic.
It just doesn't feel like Complexity are really playing the same game right now. Saw Complexity do this against Team Lethal Fox, but it's that quote from our great philosopher, why not be reckless? There's levels to this. What they did to Team Lethal Fox is happening to them from OpTic.
Oh, wow, trippy. Hits right about the sky, and he'll find himself the double. That should be enough to take the rounds. Haas, last player alive. Breaking shot will get up with him, but do they have enough time to get into the fight is the question.
Trippy, one of those guys, took a lot of blame for their second place finish at the last tournament. He said that's on me in his tweet immediately after the event, and feels like he's coming with some different energy this weekend, wants to step it up, wants to be the difference maker for the squad. Lucid also doing Lucid things. He is on top of the world right now. He's been top of the kills in every game so far.
See the fist bumps come out, mid-round celebration. They got a hefty little crowd out there watching them, getting loud.
Yeah, this is being played on, is this the feature station?
Feature station over on Delta.
Oh, wow, okay, yeah. So it's a whole different set of bleachers from the main stage. Really cool atmosphere in here. Lots of action going down today. It's a moving day, Saturday, to see who can make it all the way to that top 6. Still early in the bracket. This is just winners round 1, by the way, guys. Winners quarterfinals. Winner of this will guarantee themselves top 6 and a spot in the winner semis.
Complexity already doing better than they did the round before. I think they surpassed their time from then, but it's going to be a tough road for them. It all's going to start with the slays. Like they just have to win more of these slays.
Got to hit more of those jumps, too. His timing's all messed up now.
That's kind of a rare miss for Huss. I mean, he's usually so efficient.
Yeah. He can hit the key door jump. He's got all the jumps in his bag of tricks, but this time misses it, which ultimately, it's so crazy. Just one small, like missing a jump in a lobby like this can sometimes be the entire difference between your team winning the engagement and losing it. OpTic just able to push freely through top center because Huss isn't C-flat.
More and more time generated for OpTic. As Complexity just they're struggling to even have a position to contest this ball, and while Lucid, he's just getting information from his left and right. He'll find someone coming up towards him. He'll get the kill and just get right back to business. Pick up that ball. If someone comes, I'll take him down. This is just nice, simple work from OpTic Gaming.
Such an interesting position. They've had the ball cuts like a lot this game. And it kind of makes sense, right? If you got tower control and sandbags control, and you force the other team to spawn at green, how are they going to kill your ball guy that's sitting cuts? They're going to have to either go through bottom center, come out dummy door, which is just a funnel to your death most of the time, or find a way to break through sandbags or tower. The thing is, as soon as one of OpTic's players die on either side, they can just rotate it in the other direction. So I like the holding the ball cuts and kind of playing that pivot position.
Lexi does have plenty of space between them and OpTic at the moment. This could be the beginning of a nice run. But the thing that's been killing them are the entry frags that OpTic just keeps getting. 3 players go down. Ryan Glass alive, trying to pick up the pieces around him, but as he does so, OpTic Gaming back into a scoring position, and they'll eclipse the halfway mark.
This is looking big. Plexi really have not had an answer. Feels like had they won that Argyle game, maybe we could have had a bit more momentum. Oh, looks like we also have a disconnect. So this game will probably be ended here in a moment.
Is OpTic gonna try to go for the 3v4? Formal, so they might still be trying to go for it.
I don't know. Okay, breaking shot. They're waiting for the observer to recognize it, maybe.
Maybe. Like, if I'm OpTic, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just keep going, keep going. Yeah, this is for sure. They're eventually going to crash that, so we'll move over to a game that's in progress. Keep you guys entertained on the LVT Halo red zone.
Ooh, Quadrant have a chance here.
This is gonna be tough.
This is insane.
If he plays it, it's bad. You gotta catch it. You gotta catch it.
Oh, we might get to overtime here unless Soul Snipe. They should be able to grab it.
Oh, they're gonna get 1 second right in time. That's a tough loss for Quadrant.
Wow, that feels so bad for Quadrant. That's gonna be a 3-0 now for Shopify.
Oh no, I forgot about the implications of this. Pure up 2-0 against FaZe, and this oddball very competitive at the moment. Last shot trying to get the value. Royal 2 at 36 bullets of pure skill takes him down. Assault rifle in hand. Renegade will try to follow up with Sniper in his. Great damage onto the first. Able to find that kill, but not able to stay alive. Sniper swapping hands back over to last shot and pure.
Last shot just feels poised this event, man. He just he's just bringing a different level of energy. No nerves, pure confidence. I mean, just challenging the no-scope bottom center. Had a teammate pinching on the opposite side. That might have been why he aggressed so forward quickly. Also had a player behind him. But ultimately, they're going to give that sniper back to Renegade, which is not what they wanted to do. And had to find a way to break into this FaZe setup.
Cherished able to find the double kill. I'm like, what, stick insta-explode?
Looked like it, yeah.
That's a combination you don't see every day. FaZe have this lead, but with 3 players going down, Pure's gonna have a big opportunity. Last shot knows where the last player alive is, asks for the help, but FaZe spawn close by. It's gonna be a 1v2. Renegade can't do anything about it. 10 seconds on the clock of neutral time. FaZe go 3 down. The lead will transfer to Pure. FaZe has 1 chance at this break. They have to be perfect on their entry frag. Looking for an opportunity. Frosty will be the first one to come in. Last shot hiding behind this corner, waiting for the push. Successfully tracks it down. Last shot, and Pure take a 1-0 lead and could potentially 3-0 the reigning champs.
This is insane. FaZe completely back against the wall. They need to win 2 oddball rounds straight just to keep themselves alive in the winner's bracket. Can you imagine how bad do you feel if you're in the lower bracket, you win your first match, and then you play FaZe for top 8?
You're playing FaZe for top 8? Oh, Lord.
That's what feels bad, man, from the lower bracket. But FaZe, you can never count them out of it. They could absolutely still put the pieces together and come back in this. But right now, all the momentum on the side of Pure.
And I don't know many that were expecting such a strong Pure this tournament. Remember, they added Cherished in between London and Atlanta, a player that had no top 6 experience. They added Last Shot, a player with no pro experience, period, over the offseason after he won the FFA World Championship. Remember, this is after Shopify Rebellion, Poach, Suppressed, and Soul Snipe, and they were left to pick up the pieces.
And Druck has been struggling to just get into the country.
Yeah, this is the first tournament. Okay, Snake Bite with the triple kill. I want to give him the props right there. But this is the first tournament where Druck has been able to play on North American soil since Season 1. Remember, he came in Season 2. We thought that this team was going to be able to compete extremely well after a top 3 finish at Worlds. They weren't ever able to play because Druck wasn't able to get into America. He's a Canadian citizen, was having problems at the border, was able to go to London, and many were surprised to see him at this event. They thought he was never going to be able to play in America again.
Well, got whatever issue there was resolved, and we're grateful for it. Love watching this guy play. Always been, I mean, for the last couple of years, certainly in the conversation for one of the best in the world. This guy's just got some of the cleanest movement. Very intelligent player as well. So keen in his sense of timing, which is so crucial in this game. And him and Talik on the same team, and then to pick up these two to round out the squad, it's like the perfect recipe for them to just finally be able to pop off. Druck's like an anime character that's been held back this whole time, and now he's just his full powers being unleashed.
This is his anime moment, right? Like,
really
for sure. Like, this is his powered
up.
Cherished, a player that plays with a lot of emotion. You see him whenever you check out his face cam. Next time we are able to get onto him, he comms like he's feeling it. And I always like to see these new players getting their chance and being able to get loud on those stages.
So cool to see how far Cherished has come as well. Phenomenal Apex player. Transitioned to Halo Infinite when it came out. He's just gotten better and better. I feel like he's also just solved maybe the confidence problem. Just feeling more confident than ever in this roster. And how couldn't you?
Renegade able to track back up top mid. Sniper in his hands. There's a way for FaZe to get back into this series. It's really going to be behind the sniper play of some of the best snipers ever in the history of Halo. You got Renegade, Royal 2, and Frosty all on one team. And that's to say, like, your backup is Snakebite. You have to be one of the best sniping teams of all time.
Yeah, Snakebite's no slouch whatsoever with it. Oftentimes, many other teams quote, you know, keeping the sniper out of the hands of FaZe is one of the win conditions, but even then, it's hard to beat these guys.
Last shot getting lots of damage, but no kills to come in yet. FaZe does a great job to stabilize in a fragile position. They're going to be able to get more and more ball time, but last shot looking for his reapproach.
Enemy has the ball.
3 bullets left in the sniper. FaZe set up strong after the first shot connects, but the damage comes in from the back. Ball is played.
Incoming.
But Pure minimized the harm that FaZe could have done to them pretty quickly. I think that largely comes from last shot staying alive as long as he did.
This team just looks so frustrating to play against. I mean, look, you can almost see it on Frosty's face. He's got the QT. They had a good position to get ball time. Ball gets played though. Pure's already right on the new ball. Finally though, able to get the ball to safety over here on the tower side. But how did Pure play this? I'm very curious to see when they are the team pushing from A to C, how do they approach this situation and get some value?
Enemy has the ball.
Back into the hands of Frosty. He's just trying to do his best to hold them off, but Pure just having way too much freedom to get up onto this map. They find the break easily enough, and Talik will be able to take possession once again. Look at the expansion on the map for Pure. They're starting to take their space. They're going to get ready for this camouflage. They get it with no pushback.
This is insane. I mean, I feel like usually when you know, top 6, top 8 team play against FaZe, it's those moments when FaZe or OpTic have like a setup that's where they get most of their value, and it's hard for that lower seeded team to break through. But Pure literally in their first try break the setup.
We see Space Station 3-0 over Sentinels. In that series, we can see the upset of upsets here today, and Pure is able to take this game.
This result might not shock people that were watching the OpTic series yesterday, but I mean, for them to be still playing at this level after losing kind of a heartbreaker Game 5 to OpTic, they've not slowed down at all.
You know, oftentimes getting a loss like that just puts you in the dumps. These guys battling through. Game not over yet. We're basically tied. This next ball could determine so much. Pure well positioned for the reset. Talik has the snipe as well. They're getting kill after kill. FaZe struggling on getting forward on the map. And Talik's gonna maybe get some prime real estate here with the sniper. He's checking, he knows Snakebite's on the flank.
The awareness. He had previously seen Snakebite at Nest, and then he's just reading the lanes. Checks bottom mid, he's not there. Okay, probably went through back tower. Finds him. Has to reposition, but this is a mind game here. I feel like he's expecting Snakebite to double back to tower, wants to just completely take an unexpected route, and he's done a good job of that.
They checked for him. Frosty went back to try to find Talik. Eventually their pass will meet, but Talik's done a great job of staying alive. The problem is that FaZe has been back to getting call time. They take the lead, but not before Pure is able to find two. They're ready to battle back into it.
Talik has been all over the map. Shows up at the right time to cut down Royal 2. It's a 4 dead for FaZe Clan, and all of a sudden, this could be the last play of the game.
This is it. FaZe is in trouble. The reigning champs are bleeding. Pure just one more hold away from getting the job done. Talik's been alive for so long now. They have to take care of him, but he's getting two. The celebrations have started over on the side of Pure. They're screaming. The young team has done it. The reigning champs fall at their homestead. Pure 3-0.
The pop off. Look at Talik. Oh my God.
He's going crazy. What is he saying to him?
The energy. Oh my God. Let's go, Talik. Oh, they're playing up the crowd.
This is his first time getting that win on main stage, and it feels so sweet.
The pop-off is real. Let's go. Look at last shot. Fired up. Hugs are coming in. FaZe look unhappy with that result. They did not want an early trek to the lower bracket. Their path to winning this tournament just got significantly more difficult. If anybody can do it, it's them, but you don't want to play twice as many teams to get a dub under your belt. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got Pure, guaranteed top 6, awaiting a winner after a swift 3-0 against the reigning champs. That's insane.
Now what we need is Pure to make it the grands from winners, FaZe from losers.
The rematch.
The rematch in grand finals. Woo!
That would be insane.
Oh, those boys are happy.
I think that means they're done playing today, right? We don't.
They played day 2 today, don't they?
Oh yeah, they
grand,
are winners
it's
semis.
Winners final. It'll be
Okay.
it'll be one of the last matches because they'll do the losers first, and then they'll go back and they'll do winner. So they'll be back.
I mean,
Can we get one of those guys? Someone go grab one of them for an interview. You know, let's go get these guys up. I'd love to get Who do we want? We want Cherished for sure, right? Who
Cherished, Druck, maybe?
Cherished Druck? I'll take a Cherished Druck. Or a Cherished Talik
I
as well.
literally any of them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm down to talk to any of these guys. Last shot's a super down-to-earth, humble guy that, I don't know. I like the squad a lot, I'm going to be honest. A little biased caster. Go ahead and say it in chat, guys. But I like the squad a lot.
Glad that they're playing well. It's great to have Druck back. It's like, it makes you really feel like season 2 was a real what if for this roster, like back in the day.
All right, we got the very cryptic message from the producer. Just says we have an interview. We don't know
Someone's coming.
Someone will be joining us.
Oh, here, let's listen in with Guy.
The Blaze interview here. Okay.
Looks like they're talking.
So, what was it like beating FaZe? That was crazy, man. do your last shot.
Last shot. It's like, how do I do the Southern twang without it being like stereotypical? Man?
I don't know. Where's he from? Georgia. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Where's his home state?
Came out a little slow in the first round. Decided to, we started playing with more confidence, playing for more spawns. And that's what we did. We closed it out.
Definitely did. Lastly, last shot. What do you want to say to the fans here that came to support Pure? We got some people in the chat. We got some people in the crowd that's screaming your name as well.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad for being here. Love y'all. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you everybody out here, for the fans, all of us. Y'all really make this happen.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Last Shot on the stage. Make some more noise for Pure. Lottie, let's break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's always good to hear from the young ones.
Wow.
Love Last Shot.
Dude, how wholesome is that? You got to love the mom and dad shout out. I mean, you can't go wrong with that. It's the classic. Amazing guy. If you guys couldn't hear anything in chat, I'm sorry. But yeah, he basically just said shout out to his mom and dad who are here in the stands. They're all from Georgia, so it must have been a quick drive over.
See, I'm not sure if they're somewhere close by. I think they're from Georgia. Small town kid, lives on the farm with his family.
Yeah, he has that vibe about him.
Yeah, he's
humble.
He's humble, as can be for sure.
It's I mean, he's an insane talent. Like to be discovered basically just by sheer raw talent. I mean, the guy didn't have to market himself. People just saw, hey, this guy doesn't miss. He won the FFA World Championship by a pretty significant margin when he won too. Like, it wasn't that close.
Right. No, it was
in a stacked lobby.
A blowout for sure. Like he was so good.
Yeah.
And you'll see it at the end of the tournaments. Like, his accuracy is unmatched. Like no one shoots like him.
Often in the 70s, I think his average accuracy always incredibly high. I've noticed that he started to like pre-shoot more, so that maybe that goes down, but like when he's actually shooting a target, he might have the most perfect medals. I feel like I see him with perfects constantly.
Dude, this is we're gonna try to get one of those guys on for an interview here soon. Come hang out with us, let them know how they're feeling. I'm sure these guys are like on cloud 9 right now.
Oh yeah, love to pick their brain right now. They're going to be cheesing from ear to ear. I feel like Talik, that guy's always cheesing anyways, but now, like, is he going to stop smiling for the rest of the day? I don't know. His cheeks are going to be tired.
Talik at that snipe shot, he immediately knew that they had won, bro. I love that.
That was a crazy no-scope. He popped off, too. You heard him.
Yeah.
You can see it in the player cam, too.
Dude, it's, what a team. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'm happy for them, too, man. I had them as a dark horse, absolutely. I mean, even back when they had Collect on the team, and then they've somehow looked even better with Cherished, you know? Like, they were already kind of...
It's crazy because I didn't think Cherished should make, like, that big of a difference for the team. Like, because, like, Collect was the player they were playing with before, and he's, like, very good.
Of course.
But Cherished has just been unbelievable at how well he's fit into the roster.
Yeah, it's not just about individual talent in this game. Like we heard, I mean, we just had King J and Haynes on the cast, and they were saying vibes are everything, you know? If your team doesn't vibe together well, then that's going to show up in the gameplay.
Right.
And I think that Cherished, and Haynes even said it himself, he said that Cherished is the exact, like, perfect vibe match for this squad. I mean, you ever listen to them play, they're talking super duper fast to each other. Mm-hmm. They have kind of their own communication style, and it works extremely well. It helps them with timings. I think they have some of the best small talk in the entire league.
Just DMing Druck on Twitter.
Say, get up here.
Get over here, bro.
Get over here.
I'm gonna
shout out to Scorpion and Mortal Kombat players. Get over here.
Get over here. I love that.
All right. Druck and Talik would be awesome.
It's like great to see them, like, it's just great to see Druck at a tournament again in the United States. It felt like a big question mark of whether he was going to be able to even keep being a professional player.
I mean, he had to spend a lot of time off, and that's kind of depressing when, like, you kind of know you're one of the best in the world, and you just
and it was at the apex of his career when that happened, because he had just gotten top 3. Oh, boys.
All right.
So we're going to get you on this one right here.
The men of the hour have arrived. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, do me a favor. Move it a little bit closer to your mouth.
Is this thing on? Hello?
Yeah.
Feels like it's about to fall apart, bro.
Dude, first of all, congrats, man.
Thank you, bro.
Crazy series. You guys got to be still pumped with adrenaline. I saw the stage pop off as well. Dude, what were you saying to FaZe at the end there with the pop off?
I was just saying, you talk that much shit online. That's insane. And you just play like that on LAN. That was ridiculous. Like, that's what I was saying. Because before scrims,
he was like saying that we're online as fuck and that like the bandit meta is like favoring us super hard and that like you guys need it, it's a crutch and da. Like see you guys at LAN and like, oh, that was a good match. That felt good to do. That's all I gotta say.
That was awesome to watch, man. You guys came out on fire, and we were watching the OpTic series yesterday as well. You guys took OpTic to Game 5, and we talked about that a little bit, how maybe that loss was like a good thing for you guys, because then you could like really hone in on, okay, we were this close to beating one of the big three. These are the adjustments we need to make. Was there a conversation like that, and what adjustments did you make going into today?
Yeah, 100%. Like right before we played these guys, like we literally weren't even here warming up. Like we came just to warm up when they put us on main stage. Like, as soon as we came here, we were immediately on main stage. Before that, we were just like eating and watching the OpTic VOD from yesterday, and we're just like going over like what we need to fix. And yeah, it's just like a stepping stone process, you know. Like London was Wyatt's first top 8, you know. Like that against OpTic was his first time on main stage. Joey's been around, but you know, like Joey's like highest placement is top 12. We just got him his highest placement. We're gonna keep going. But yeah, you know, like they just, and me too. Like you know, I just need like time getting back into NA and stuff, like getting used to like LAN again. So I feel like just making those small adjustments, like from series to series, game to game, like just talking about it. Like you notice after game 2, we took a bathroom break even though we won. Like a lot of people say like we're losing momentum, but like you know we're really just refining. Like even though we won that game, there's so much we can do better, and that's what we're talking about, and that's how we're getting better.
Love that.
At what moment in that series were you like, all right, we're gonna win? I can feel it. What was like what was the momentum shift for you?
It was the round 1, honestly. After we clutched that round 1 and I made that guy weak 8 bags, and then World 2 died rat tunnel when he was about to kill me, I was like, oh my god, we're gonna win this series. So, like there's no way we actually lose 2 rounds in a row after this momentum. Like we win this, like this is all us.
Yeah, I was getting like fried game 3, and like every time someone just had my trade, like I got shit on by World 2 like towards the end of the second round I think, and then Hunter immediately had my trade. Like everyone it just felt like perfect. Like everyone was in a perfect spot. I felt like nothing could go wrong type of thing.
I noticed like Cherished is like really, it feels like he plays with a lot of emotion in his game. How is like the comms for you guys? Is it just loud, proud all the time? Like, do you guys feel like you're more of a momentum-based team, or do you think like that doesn't really play a factor into it?
Honestly, I don't think momentum has a play in it at all. I think we're actually like we have maximum resilience. Like if we go out of 0-2, like we still don't give up and we keep playing up until the clock is over. Cherished is a much-needed like fit for our team because we just needed someone who is really good at calming and always saying what they're doing, and also he brings this like type of like brotherhood, like really amazing energy that makes you feel super comfortable on the map, and he gets so much damage. Like he's just overall just like just a really underrated player that was very overlooked. I'm happy we got him.
I feel like even dating back to like the Native Red days or even KCP days, like you guys, your squads have always been like vibe based. Like in my eyes, you guys are like the vibiest squad. I don't know why. Like the way you guys communicate with each other, it's just like, it really helps with the meta in this game because it's so much about timings and just the quick communication. You just get information out. You all talk very fast to each other, and it's like, yeah, I got your help. I'm right here. It's very like, I don't know how to say it, but it just flows so well together. So it makes sense that a player like Joey just kind of adds to that whole thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I think Joey definitely like contributes like hella to like our play style and just like our overall team. Like he really like fits in because like me and Hunter always get loud, and you know like he thrives off that, and then like Wyatt can just like be Wyatt, like just not miss type of thing.
Dude, yeah, let's talk about Wyatt for a second. I mean, this guy really got known he won the FFA, blew out that tournament, world champion. Was that like when you guys first noticed him, and then like how did you ultimately start teaming with Last Shot?
So we were like struggling with our team. We were like losing the complexity like every online cup. And then we saw like Wyatt beat Native, and then we're watching his gameplay. I'm like, is this kid cheating? Like, like
sometimes you have to like
ask. Accused a lot.
Really? Like, was he cheating? Like,
he got accused a lot.
And then he won the FFA at Worlds. So I was like, you know, obviously he's good on LAN. You know, if you won like the FFA, you gotta be good. So we watched his gameplay. You know, we just saw that he just does his 25%. Like he just does his 25%. Like there's not much more you can ask for in like a player, and like especially when you're playing the top 3. Like that's really what it comes down to. Just not doing too little, not doing too much. Just find that right balance, and that's what he does. And he's been a sponge the entire time. Past 6 months, every scrim, every VOD review, he's just soaking up everything. And you can see like him getting better from like scrim to scrim. Like I remember when we first started playing with him, like he didn't really know how to rotate the ball. And then like if you saw that game, like how he was rotating the ball was insane. Like it was literally like winning us the game. Like.
Yeah, I feel like just watching him this weekend, it almost feels like he personally has hit like a new level. Like you guys playing online, he was putting up like insane damage stats, insane KD ratios. But then like at London, it wasn't like the normal last shot that I kind of expected. But then this weekend, he's like replicating his like scrim stats on LAN and like often top KD, top damage. And it's I feel like maybe just the experience of getting top 8 with you guys at London, and now he's just kind of putting it all together. It's really cool to watch like how much he's grown in a short period of time.
100%.
Yeah. By the way, move this a little bit closer again. Got you.
Oh yeah.
You too? Oh no, yes, I'm saying.
Yeah, another thing about the OpTic series, like, yeah, even though we lost, like, that was like the closest like series me and Hunter ever had with OpTic. Oh no, he took them in Game 5 before and I almost beat them with Donnie. But that was the closest series I ever had with OpTic. And then from going that Game 1, I don't know if you guys watched it, but that Game 1 we're up 2-0 and then like choked pretty bad on the Recharge King. And then like we're down like 3-18 Game 2. And like we came back and won. The casters are literally saying it's gonna be like worse than a spectacular, and like we win the game by like 6. Like even though we lost that series, there's like a lot of like good things to take away. Like coming back, like being down that much Game 2 after choking Game 1, and then like winning that game and like making it a series still, like that showed like resilience. That showed like we're here for a reason. Like.
Yeah, I mean it's funny you mentioned that because that was something that I noticed because I was watching you guys practice on Thursday, and you guys were up in the scrim game like 4-1 in Aqua, and there's like 45 seconds left, but you're still like max calming. Like I don't know if there's 45 seconds left and I'm up by 3 flags on Aqua, I'm like, okay, we already won. I'm just chilling, for the next 45. Not you guys. You guys are like, he's one shot behind you. He's coming in your P-door. I'm just like, dude, you guys are just getting like max reps out, and I don't know. I respect that. That's like a good habit because that just shows that it doesn't matter what the situation is, winning or losing. You're putting in maximum effort, and I think there's not many teams that do that. So I don't know. It was cool for me to watch that.
Yeah, Trey has been like really good on practice for us. He's kind of like a father, sort of like he kind of like gets us in line when we start kind of like trolling and like
get lazy.
Like, yeah, half-assing like practice and everything, and like like we need to like buckle down on the theater. We need to actually focus on these games. It's like 2 weeks before the event. We can't just like throw away scrim games. Like we should literally fight until the bitter end so we can have these reps like simulated into like the tournament. You know what I mean?
You're not the first person that came up here that talked about the value of their coach. I mean, like even King J's team talking about Thug Nasty just being on top of them. Like make sure you guys are on top of it. So yeah, shout out to Trey Try. He just really embodies like a great coach. Yeah, he's chilling right here, talking to Joey right now. What else do you think Trey does for you guys exactly? Like in game, out of game?
He organizes their scrims. But also, yeah, he's like military. He's Air Force.
Yeah.
I feel like he brings that like no bullshit, like no excuses. Like you get on and play. Like why has Starlink internet? Like if it starts raining, like his like internet is shit, and it's like already shit to begin with. So like he's always on, no excuses, like no complaining, like just like lock in, get the most out of you can, like basically stoicism. Control what you can't control, and like he tries to enforce that, and it's become ingrained in us like in every practice.
The what comes next, right? So you guys got Space Station up next. How are you taking it? What's the approach? Is it just going to be watch a little bit of film? Or are you going to be relaxing until you're ready to play? What's the approach?
Yeah, definitely watch a little bit of film, kind of just regain from that series. It was pretty intense. So, like, I think we all just need to cool down for a little bit, regain our thoughts, look at the map types, and just go over Viv, and honestly just play the same way we did against FaZe, and we should be fine. Because I feel like we were dominating, honestly.
You guys are going to have like the hardest journey. It's like you're going to play OpTic and pools, you played FaZe, now you're going to play Space Station. It's the big 3. And maybe if you guys get, hopefully if you guys get past there, we can say you see a Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you guys get played in Shopify.
That was the first thing Mikey said to us. He said we were meeting winners.
That would be so sick to see, honestly.
That would be incredible.
Civil War. Start tweeting the Civil War.
It's actually Civil War.
With Iron Man and
the grand
Bucky.
finals. Can you imagine?
Well, you two have been teaming for such a long time. Started like 2021, maybe 2020.
Like late 2020.
Yeah, late 2020. You guys started teaming together, and it's been like such a long journey. And it felt like things got paused, right? Because you guys hit that top 3 at Worlds year 1. And then, Druck, you've had some problems getting into these tournaments in the United States. This kind of feels like we've finally been able to reset yourself back to that level again. How does it feel to just like be able to come to these tournaments consistently and play with your team again?
Feels great, like sitting out last year, just watching, like it really like messes with you, like this is like when you're doing this for so long, like it really becomes like your identity. Like when you're not, and then when you're not doing it, it's like, like what am I doing? Like what's my purpose?
Yeah,
like,
it's hard to find like something to look forward to every day.
Yeah, because like nothing really compares to competing. Like competing, like you get what you like. What you put in is what you get out. Like for the most part, and like a lot of things in life like really aren't like that. And obviously, like this is like everyone like this is my dream job. There's a lot of people's dream job, you know, like you don't want to like lose that. So I mean, it just feels great to be back, you know, playing with Hunter again. He's given up a lot to team with me, and you know, like I'm trying to just respect that and do the most for him.
I was saying during the cast that this is like you're an anime protagonist and you've been like held back, and like this is your redemption arc where you're like finally able to like get back into the arena.
Yeah.
And I feel like I don't know, it's really cool to see. We got to look at the bracket here. So it's going to be Shopify, OpTic on the other side, Pure, and Space Station.
Damn, all 3 O's. That's crazy.
All 3 O's in winners round 1. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Some close games throughout. Dude, Complexity OpTic went to double overtime game 1.
Wow.
Yeah,
wait, on what? Flag?
Argyle flag.
Argyle flag. Complexity choked it. They had flag back in overtime with like 10 seconds left in overtime. They had it all the way back to their base. Just couldn't get it in.
Damn.
They like desperated it instead of shooting the spawners.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, after that, I don't think it was relatively close, but.
God, it's just an amazing feeling.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Dude, like, let me know, just like on your mind, like things that you want to talk about.
It's been a while. I mean, it feels great. Like it's seriously like after Arlington when Drug couldn't make it, like that was pretty defeating. But like honestly, like we just stuck it through to London, and like obviously you can go through London because it's a different country. But like after that event, we literally just put our head down so hard because the way we lost to Quadrant was just so like rough. Like you guys saw that series, right? Like where everybody was just like in the little stadium, just yelling at the top of their lungs. Like, it's a pretty rough series to come back on, but we just put our heads down. We kept grinding. We seriously put in so much. We started double scrimming. We never double scrim. And
you're doing 2-a-days like you're in high school football?
Yeah, we're doing 2-a-days. Like it was.
That's crazy.
It was wild practice, and it feels great to have it all pay off, especially with Druk. I'm not gonna lie. Like this playing with Druk again is the greatest feeling ever.
Yeah, you never really lost faith in Druk. You were probably knew that it was like not certain that he could make it, but still kept him on the roster because it's like you really wanted it every single time, and then you got we got the sub. I don't care. I'm gonna keep trying to team with Druk. Okay, we got to get a sub again. Okay, I don't care. I'm going to keep trying to team with Druk. And it's like, I really respect that. You guys have like a bond that not many teammates have in Halo, I feel like. And that's really what propels people to win championships is that kind of like friendship bond, like brotherhood, like you said, bringing Joey in. So just keep it up, guys. It's awesome to witness.
I really appreciate that.
I want to say, like, you two, like your guys' career started around when I started getting into this thing. And it's just so cool to see how well you guys did. I remember Druk and Soul Snipe, 2018 Atlanta, Anaheim Pirates. Dude, I got my sore throat from that. I was sitting there screaming for them. You guys got, what, a top 4 finish?
Top 6. We lost Splice for top 4.
Yeah.
Wait, you must have been screaming at me because they beat me.
No, I was. Because they had my boy Laz was coaching their team. So I was I had my whole team around. I was like, well, we're going hard for them. And then you guys started teaming up in Infinite. I mean, not Infinite, in H5. Man, it's like you guys just. It was so cool how you guys stuck together, and like overcame the hump to becoming professionals together as a team. And it's like it's cool to see you guys getting your big accomplishments and doing that all and like soaking it in. It's like how like just from the ground up, like how's the journey? You know, and like what were the high moments for you guys? What are the low moments? And when you think about it, like what's going to be the sweetest feelings you think?
I'll go with the last question first. Sweetest feeling definitely be winning, especially if it's the Worlds. But yeah, like the highs and lows, like esports, like it can flip like that, you know. Like Saturday night at Worlds, like 2022, I felt like the best player in the world. We just got top 3, we're in winners finals for the first time, the highest placement. Then next day, you know, we get double 3-0, don't even win the map. Like, and then like, you know, we're just out of the tournament. It's like okay, like, like it flips on you fast. But you know, like, but before that, you know, we got top 12 at Orlando. You know, that was like really, really, really dark. Like, that was like, probably like one of the worst losses of like my career. And like, it's what I've learned is it's really not about how loss. It's about like how you bounce back. Like, if you look at like OpTic COD last event, you know, they got top 12 and then they won. Like. You just really, it's all about the bounce back. Like, you really just got to use that to fuel you. Like, last night, Thursday night, I was watching, like, us play OpTic at London and just, like, was so disappointed with how I was playing. So I was making sure just to watch that and focus on what I was doing the entire time and, like, figure out my mistakes.
We said it a lot. You got to learn how to lose before you can learn how to win, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, everyone wants to, you know, I think it happened, like, one time, I think in, like, Overwatch when around 2022 Worlds where, like, a team that just came out of nowhere and, like, won Worlds. I think it was Overwatch. Like, that rarely happens, you know?
Never,
like,
it's
like,
one
you
of the
really do have
things.
to go through the growing pains. Like, yeah, everyone wants, like, a Cinderella story, but, like, it's really hard to go all the way. Like,
hey, you still got a chance for him to have the best rookie season of all time, right?
He's gonna be rookie of the year for sure.
100%.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone else in conversation.
Without a doubt. And he's actually like a true rookie, you know. Like he literally just came, like he just won Worlds last year. Like this is like his first time on the pro team. Like
Yeah,
a
I
true
thought it was
rookie.
cool that you guys gave him like that opportunity. Like,
Oh yeah,
the fact that you guys like go after 2 players that have very little pro. Like, I mean, Cherished like got to like a top 12, and it's like no pro experience for Wyatt.
Yeah,
like, such a
no,
cool
that was
thing.
another thing. Like in Halo 5, I remember. I mean, Hunter got an offer from Demon D, Boo Boo Doo and Uriah one time. He was playing with them. But I mean, throughout Halo 5, like we never got Mikey never really got any offers. Like I hit people up. No one like wanted to team with us, and even
I
after,
remember like DreamHack Dallas, or not DreamHack Denver, bro. You were like popping off in open bracket, I think.
Yeah, we lost for like champ bracket, but then I won the free for all. And then like Wyatt was like the same. Like I just saw like myself and Wyatt kind of like he won the free for all, and I was like, you know, he's got to be good. Like I wish someone took a chance on me, you know, when I won the free for all. Like I think I could have like did a lot more in Halo 5. So I didn't want to. I wanted to like break like the circle. Like Halo's probably like the most like cliquey team-based thing. Like people are always gonna team with like who they're close with, and like the pros are usually gonna stay the same. Like I like taking chances on people, and like it's paid off. So.
I mean, you think back to Pistola, one of the greatest players of all time. He started out as an FFA kid. He got 3rd at his first event, won the next event, and it wasn't until like a year later that good teams started to take a chance on him in 4v4.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it doesn't even make sense. And finally, he ends up becoming one of the best of all time. And it's low-key, it would not be surprised to see Wyatt kind of follow a similar trajectory. This guy's insane. Doesn't miss, might have the most perfects if you look at the medals counter on Halo Data Hive. I feel like every time it switches his POV, perfect.
Literally, and he's a farmer. That was like a big reason us picking us up. I swear to God, like, how can you like have a Batman? Like he values like the like the appreciation, the growth
So
of
humble.
things, like the life. Yeah, like that's like a totally different lifestyle. Like you're gonna be like have the right values. Like his mindset's perfect. He dropped
Appreciate
18
the little things.
Game 5 against OpTic yesterday, and he's like, you know, I can still play better. I can still do more. Like.
He's like a main character. It's crazy. Like, it feels like I'm in like Last Shot's world.
It's Last Shot's anime,
It
bro.
literally I feel like I'm a Last Shot's like side character right now. Like I'm just guiding him through like the thing, and he's gonna take off one day. Like,
So I've been saying like he reminds me of John, and like like he just be John. Like
yeah.
Like when John was coming up, he was like the same thing. He didn't miss. Like he was just nasty. Like
Max passion.
I see it in
screaming.
him.
I love it, man. What about for you, Hunter? I mean, like your journey's been it's been crazy, man. Like you never got that pro opportunity in Halo 5. Like I'm glad that you were able to like help people get their pro opportunities in Halo Infinite. But what's the journey been like for you? Like what's your ups and what's your downs?
I mean, my ups are definitely just with like Mikey, Manny, and Druk and Jam for sure. Like that team was just like, I don't know how I got on that team. I got so lucky getting on that team because I didn't network or anything at all. Like they just picked me up because like I had a rivalry with Mikey and Druk in H5 throughout the whole time, and they used to hate me.
Yeah, you don't want to see our Xbox messages.
Yeah, oh my god. It got toxic. And like we always had a rivalry, and I guess in H5 when we were playing Money 8s, they just kind of like saw me as like they just like they thought it was nasty, and they were like, yeah, we'll just pick this guy up, and I've been with Druk ever since. And the down was definitely Charlotte. Like that's like definitely when it started. Like year 2 was definitely the downhill. Like that whole year 2 was just terrible without Druk because it actually felt like we never had like a solid team going. Like it always felt like we were just constantly swapping force, and I really want to have like the way I play good is that like I just have like a brotherhood. You know what I mean? I have like a band of brothers, and then we just go to war together, and we stick with that the entire team, and we just keep sticking it out no matter what. And we just keep grinding it out, keep doing the film, and that's like right now it's probably the best like moment of my life right now. Like
I
honestly.
love it, man. That's
Let's
great.
go.
Feels really great.
You guys still have one more match to go.
Still got a lot of weekend to play.
I love. Hey, get it done on the winner's side. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see you guys drop a fucking map this tournament. I will say we have Sentinels and TLF on screen. You guys can come watch. You want to stay and watch party with us? That's great. If you need to get up, do things.
You guys probably
totally
need to eat, right?
understandable.
Yeah, I probably need to get up, like reset a little bit.
Yeah, no problem. Guys, anything we haven't talked about or anything we haven't asked you or anything that you want to say to stream?
I just want to say shout out the crowd. You know, I know this is a FaZe's event, but I can feel like the crowd turning to our side.
Yeah,
like,
they're turning to us.
Yeah.
When I hit that no-scope on World Tier 8 pit, I was like, wait, is everyone yelling for me now? Like, what is going on?
Isn't this FaZe's tournament?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not used to this feeling.
I was like, wait, this is great. Like,
You just got to the quadrant series where you guys were getting just screamed at by the crowd.
Literally.
the
dude,
entire time.
they were going like under the TVs and like in my face, flipping me off. I was like, wow, this is
What?
So like, what in crazy like perils? You know what I'm saying? Like, I go from like getting hated on to like being loved. Like, it's wild.
No, the crowd is crazy. You talking about the no scope at the end of the live fire game?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
that
your
was,
pop off on FaZe Clan was so funny.
Really?
Yeah.
You're like, oh my god, you like won the game, and then you're like, oh shit, they're alive still.
That's gonna be the highlights thumbnail today, like mine yesterday. Did you guys see that?
Oh no, what'd you do yesterday?
The thumbnail for the highlights yesterday was me.
Oh, hey, let's go,
like,
let's
literally
go.
tweaking, like it's gonna be 100 today.
Big ups.
They did me so dirty, bro. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be tall, dude. Tall. It was so because we had a camera from the top. We're just seeing you like screaming at Frosty. I'm like, oh my god, bro, y'all are saying some words.
If you watch it back, I didn't even react because I didn't want to get caught like lacking again. Like.
I like it. Oh, dude.
That's funny. Nah, that prop off was legendary, bro.
Wait, was it like?
Yeah, dude, you gave me like goosebumps, bro. You guys just popped off like so hard in the moment. I love that.
All right, boys. I think your team's trying to go eat. Any last words for you, Hunter?
Just thank you for everyone for always supporting me and Druk and everyone else. Like it really does go like a long way. You don't understand like having people, like knowing people have you back. Like just it really makes a difference. It makes you feel super comfortable. It makes you feel like loved. It makes you feel like I can do whatever I want, and it just makes you play better. So I really appreciate that.
All right, boys.
Super wholesome.
Thank you for coming.
Anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, thank you to everyone who's supported me, especially like like not playing last year, like still getting that Metafy support on Twitch.
Yeah.
Like really means a lot, Makes me feel like I've had an impact on people, and like what more can you ask for in life? Like really.
Find Druk on Metafy, guys. One of the best coaches in the business.
Get coached by him.
Yeah, seriously.
One suggestion. Canadian flag wrapped around you next time. I saw the Aussies out there in the open bracket. They had the Australian flag.
That goes hard.
You
see LeBron leading the Olympic team today? That should be me with the Canadian flag. He's at the front of the boat with the American flag.
Dude, I'll say, you're doing great for me on fantasy. I regret, my only regret I have for my fantasy team is I picked Lethal over you in my round 4.
I mean, what?
Wait, who'd you pick
So I could have had 3 players of Pure when you guys are going to go on the Cinderella run. You know what I'm saying? I could have been.
That's Lethal. You got to pick Lethal all the time.
I got it. But hey, y'all going to make me really rich this weekend. That's all I got to say. Thank you, guys. We're going to go over to the main stream. We're going to take a quick break, let these two off. Thank you for watching. We'll be back soon.
I know we said maybe more so for ITB, but Quadrant still have a point to prove it.
These two teams absolutely no stranger to one another. Chick used to play on Quadrant. Jimbo used to play with the French boys on Cartel. Glory, Snipe Drone also played with the ITB boys. They've chopped and changed, they've swapped, they've gone back and forth. These two rosters are now solidified as Mighty's locks in a headshot, and how big he could be if he could get some confidence in his sails.
Of course, in Empyrean, sniper rifle control is going to be massive for either team. Snipe Drone often going to be the one to go for it on Quadrant, but also, SLG can use a sniper rifle as well. We'll have to see whether someone from ITB can do what Mighty's has just done and take out a few players with that snipe so they can gain some map control. But this is a series that we've been building up to for quite some time in Europe. Two teams that are always going toe-to-toe. ITB have ensured that Quadrant have been on their toes, as it were. If Quadrant didn't have this competition from ITB in Europe, then Quadrant may not be where they are today.
Snipe Drone lines up Chick, gets taken down by the former Quadrant man. The Frenchman now has a sniper rifle, lines up his former teammate in SLG. I feel like we can say that almost every single time we jump onto a POV of a player. Wiltum, the mouse and keyboard god's got the flag in his hand and he's trying to push it forward. He's stopped dead in his tracks in the Mauler because he recognizes that Glory, the Irishman, has the sniper rifle and he's trying to shut him down and stop this push. Jimbo's down to no shields. Glory takes care of business. A killing spree for him, and Wiltum's not long for the world. He's also cleared out.
Pretty much tied on slays at the moment. Neither team able to really grasp this game and get control. Both the flag pools have been at a whim. Hope that maybe the slays would follow. It hasn't been get all 4 dead, get a spawn trap, and then pull the flag. It's instead been, we've got a couple of kills. Let's see if we can move it. Let's see if the kills will follow. They have not. Now, rockets are going to be coming up. Overshield going to be popping at the same time. So this is a good chance for Snipe Drone to try and elevate his position a little bit and help out the rest of the team.
Elevate he does, opts to go for a little bit of a backstab as well. Mighty's not aware of the positioning of Snipe Drone. Rockets have been scooped up, Overshield was up as well, so we'll have to see which way that has gone. Right now, Glory and SLG have picked up a couple of kills. Jimbo could be in trouble. He's got the repulsor, and Snipe Drone's too aware to fire this one his way. Continues to bait and switch, trying to get those shields down, trying to force Jim into a position maybe he doesn't want to be in. Jimbo forces himself back up. Wiltum's there. That rocket will get sent back towards Snipe Drone, but luckily for him, it doesn't take his life.
That is great trigger discipline from Snipe Drone initially, and he is rewarded in the end with a double kill from it as well. So many players would have just fired that rocket, been unaware of the chance it gets reflected back towards you. but it still hasn't really allowed any sort of map control off the back of it. Because the overshield was contested and neither team was able to utilize it to its full extent, there's still a lack of map control on both sides. So instead, it's a little bit of a standoff. Snipers are now back up, and it's a chance again for Mighties to show what he can do with it.
Sega slides down the training, taking quite a lot of damage. Mighties cleans up the pieces there. SLG's forced away. Sniper rifle from Mighties. Did he just catch the shins? The sniper drone looks as though he might have. He backs away. And Mighty's happy to patrol top tower. Dutchman locks in a body on the sniper drone and dispatches the Englishman. And this is the opportunity then to push forward. Glory's continuing to apply pressure. He knows desperately he wants that sniper rifle, attracted to it like a magpie as Mighty's gets one more.
And remember, winner of this guarantees themselves top 8, and on their side of the bracket is not FaZe Clan, by the way, in elimination. FaZe went to the top side of the bracket. That is great news for both of these squads. But if we are to see either of these European teams get into that top 4, it's going to have to be beating the likes of an SSG or an OpTic when they get to that stage of the bracket. But of course, right now the focus is getting through your European counterpart. But really, not much to split the difference. Again, it's still 29 to 28 in terms of kills. Finally, we see an all 4 dead. It's in favor of ITB, but there's only one player remaining in Wootum, so he's not going to be able to do that much from this position, except gain some map control, get some positioning, and maybe be a nuisance here.
There's one player alive, but it's a tricky customer. Not much is for sure. Snipe drone hiding in the wall. He gets the kill. Jimbo, he's there to exchange some shots as well. Snipe drone gets another one. And all those kills Mighties was getting in his tower and on his side of the base, he got a killing spree, but he very rarely left a few meters of that tower. He wasn't able to push forward. And it looks as though Quadrant are trying to be the aggressor here, and ITB are on the receiving end playing defense.
Overshield's about to pop. SLG tried to get close to it, but Wootum has been able to slam it into his chest. But look at the teamwork coming out of Glory and SLG just to delete as much of that OS as possible. But Wootum, recognizing there was a little bit too much pressure, does back off, but will eventually be shut down here.
Glory in towards Sword, chick down to no shields. Beautiful nade, predicting him. The Jimbo's in the training providing cover fire. It's baiting, it's switching, it's exchanging damage, it's taking it and receiving it. Outputting it, inputting it, all the stuff that you'd like to see from Halo players. Chick's down to no shields, Glory takes care of business there. We're almost over 6 minutes into this game, Dan, and nobody's really gotten a flag over the halfway point.
Yeah, and I think I like what you pointed out about, the sniper rifle being a little bit more defensive on the side of ITB and Quadrant trying to push that narrative, but now Mighty maybe trying to flip the script and trying to distract a little bit with this flag pool. But if ITB are going to win this game, there does need to be a little bit more pressure in certain areas, maybe a more aggressive position with the sniper rifle. But the downside of doing that, you risk giving up the sniper, and if you allow the opposition to have 2 snipers and to get into Sword, to get down to long haul, you can be absolutely demolished in an instant. But the new snipers have just popped, and Glory's having a look, see if he can find it.
Scooped it up. Here's some footsteps around him. He's not comfortable just yet. He's got the repulsor, does chick. He's got a sniper rifle to play with as well. He's behind enemy lines. Seeka's gonna spot him out. Mighty's has got that sniper rifle. For a moment, ITB did have the 2 sniper rifles in their hands. It's like a game of chess. They're trying to maneuver pieces into the right place, but unable to get the check nor the checkmate.
One thing we've not even mentioned is Quadrant being here. The fact that they just lost that series against Shopify Rebellion 3-0. How much is that going to affect their mental game? ITB just coming off the back of getting a victory in pools and qualifying for the elimination bracket. They're going to be a little bit more positive and maybe look to try and take advantage of a Quadrant who are on the back foot. Now, 4 were temporarily dead, and ITB starting to gain some control of this map.
Glory's alone inside of the base, trying to defend the flag as best as he can, but the damage he's able to put down wasn't enough. Mighty's got a sniper rifle, he's got a bulldog as well. Anybody that comes close is going to get right pickings here. Snipe drone will push forward into the flag, gets a double kill. The bulldog didn't have the damage required to clear out 1. 4 dead now for ITB, so that push not amounted to much.
It was a great hold by Quadrant, and when you've got players like Snipe Drone, who's one of the best anchors in Europe, if not one of the best to do it internationally as well, it's so difficult to try and get into some of those positions because Snipe Drone always seems to find a way to have eyes on you, to have tabs on you, and put those bullets in to deal as much damage as possible so the rest of the team can clean it up. But we are still seeing some aggression from ITB. They're trying to push forward, get control of green so that they can get a couple of kills and try and force them back into that snipe spawn. The Rockets are going to play a big part here.
SLG fires 1 and it connects. Perhaps punching a hole in the ITB defense. Chick's in an unorthodox position again, and SLG just didn't clear his angles. How many times are you going to allow that to happen? You've got to clear the angles. You know they're going to be playing in sneaky positions. These two teams are the best of frenemies at times. They've played each other 50-odd times now, Dan. Every single time they got to a grand finals, the grand finals in Europe would be reset. They'd play again, the opposite team would win. They were trading left, right, and center, like you said with that stat. They're trading 29 to 28 in map counts. These two teams can win this series.
From those 57 maps, interestingly, they've only played CTF Empyrean twice against one another, and it's 1-1. And I think we're seeing the evidence of that with just no team really being able to break through and get a flag even further than halfway right now. It's going to take a moment of brilliance or a big mistake from one of these sides if we're going to see a flag actually get captured right now. Otherwise, we're already leaning towards a potential overtime with 3 minutes left on the clock here.
Sniper rifle about to pop. Chick's down there. He wants to get his hands on. You can see him patiently waiting for the pop out of the oven. Here it is. Boom's back tower. He threatened to go towards cuts. Chick has got to start finding some faces with this. We know he's capable, but he's cut down. 2 go down. Make it 3 then for ITB. Snipe drones in the base. This is the most likely we've seen a flag capture on the move. Making himself a very difficult kill was Mighty's over towards the Mauler. And has he bought his team just enough time?
He did stall very successfully there, and it's allowed Chick to get with a sniper rifle, and with the assist, Jimbo takes down Glory. So yeah, the flag was moving, but for how long? It looks like they have just been able to stop this one temporarily, but the flag is still out. There is still the chance for Quadrant if they can take down Chick. He's the biggest threat, but at the moment, he's still up in sword.
Snipe drone gets bodied. SLG gets a kill onto Mighty's.
Flag returned.
Flag will get sent back and Chick will find another, but again, it's sniping from a defensive stance point of view. Now is the opportunity to push forward and apply some pressure of your own. Start to dictate the base here. You've done so well. Rockets are going to be handed over, and now the opportunity comes for ITB, and Chick's on the move.
We said we needed something special from an individual, from someone to step up. Glory not only has the overshield, but also repulses that rocket straight back to Chick's face. Straight back. Now we are going to see Quadrant just answering to the aggression from ITB. It seems as soon as ITB gain any sort of map control here, Quadrant just have that one player to be a nuisance, and it's the same on the flip side here, Shows.
Yep, every single time a player on the other team has some sort of insurance policy, whether it be a sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, a repulsor to throw away any rockets and any advantage a team might have. These two have cancelled each other out for near 13 minutes now. As we head towards this final minute, it could well come down to one more play, Dan.
It's 70 to 69 in Slays as well. It's so close. Quadrant have one extra, but it hasn't really got them anything so far. It's been 11 minutes of just back and forth nothingness for the most part, and that's just really showing how close both of these squads are when it comes to CTF Empyrean. Of course, I think other maps might be more one-sided, but this one, you cannot split the difference. It's an attempted push from Quadrant, but Mighty's there to shut it down immediately, along with some help from the rest of the team. 40 seconds for someone to try and make a play, otherwise we're heading to overtime.
ITB playing Stoke football for a while, it would seem, parking the bus, hoping for the best, maybe looking for a flag capture off a few set pieces, it would seem. Jimbo, though, in the green box. He starts to throw an aid forward. A couple of members of Quadrant stuck in the Mauler. Does Jim have the information he needs? 3 go down. Here's the moment. Can ITB push this one forward? Mighty's is going to try and provide cover fire. Jimbo's on the move, and he's already got it down long haul.
Seeker does get a kill onto Wooten, though, and now Seeker can maybe move round. But Jim, this is experience. This is what you asked the question. Is Jimbo good enough? Can he get the slays? It doesn't matter if he can get the flag in. And ITB take the lead with only mere seconds left. And Quadrant cannot touch the flag. It's 1-0 to ITB in what is going to be a very exciting European series.
Well. Wes spoke about ITB being the underdog. And they've bitten first. 1 to the good now. And all of a sudden, maybe mood started to shift. ITB know they're in with more than a chance now.
Just the decision making from Jimbo there to not even consider looking for a kill. He saw the clock. He saw the kill feed, he saw there was 2 players down, and he says, you know what, I trust my teammates, I'm just dropping it on this flag and I'm gonna pull it and we'll see what happens. It's a free pull of sorts because of the time that was left. Very unlikely a counter cap is gonna happen from that point. So Jim said, look, get me in, everyone just with some cover fire, and the cover fire did arrive. So it may not have been an incredible slaying moment that we saw to win that game, but it was teamwork on board, and it was just good, objective decision-making there from Jimbo.
And how important is it for Jimbo? We've seen in the past many different iterations of rosters he has been on, whether it be Navi, ITB now. The decision-making that he was able to make there. He can rely on his teammates to make the plays, to do the right things when he has that flag going down long haul, that he does not even have to anticipate a player being green box or on training. He knows his teammate got it. He's locked in.
He trusts them, he listened to the communication, and he just kept on moving whilst Mighty's got 25 kills. Chick got 25 kills. They were the two standouts on the side of ITB. It was a slightly slower game for Wootum. 13 kills, 23 deaths. It's a -10, but it doesn't matter if your team finds the victory. Wootum got the kills when he needed to, and the rest of the team were able to find success around him. That one, though, is going to hurt Quadrant. I did say it is a map that has been hard to split the difference between these two, but that is a 1-up now for ITB, and Quadrant will have to respond.
I think it's important that you even say that with Wootum's stats. The only stat that really matters at the end of the day is the one at the top of your screen. It was 1-0 in the series. Incredible performance by both teams, but for large parts, ITB were on the back foot, and they managed to wrestle back control in that map and make that final push at the end. They had a little bit of stamina. They played on the ropes, almost rope-a-dope style. They get the win. Now on the horizon, Dan, Slayer Livewire, what have you got for me?
This is the one I was talking to Lottie about before it started. A 1-4 map record for ITB so far this season. It is one of their weaker Slayers, that's for sure. On the other side for Quadrant, they are 2-3 when it comes to Slayer Livewire. But, of course, that is going to be against North American competition for the most part, because we haven't seen these two compete against each other at LAN, and that will change everything. Both of these teams know each other so well and would have scrimmed against each other, played online tournaments against each other, that all of those stats against North American teams kind of get blown away a little bit here.
Taking a look at the stats on your screen as well, their map records so far this season, 8-11 versus 8-9, 10th and 9th respectively, a 0.3 and a 0.4. And the reason why they might have a couple of extra losses is because they've gone a little bit further down.
I will say though, I mean, Quadrant being 10th and ITB being 9th, you consider the placements for these teams, where Quadrant have been around top 6 more often, ITB around that top 8. I guess it's more impressive of a Slayer record for ITB, and perhaps is one of the reasons why Quadrant haven't been progressed that little bit further.
Taking a look at the head-to-heads then, the top Slayers teams, Glory up against Wootum, might have been teammates for a short while, but not for very long indeed. 1.29 for Wootum, the man at the mouse and keyboard, typing away. Quadrant's Glory with a 1.10. Those two players could be the difference makers for the teams.
And I really feel like Livewire is going to benefit Wootum a little bit more as a mouse and keyboard player as well. Being on Empyrean, very lane-based at times, controller players can really annoy you if you are a mouse and keyboard trying to match them down long haul, for example. But Wootum can forget about that first game and start to look towards making a big impact for ITB in map number 2. Because if we were to see ITB take a 2-0 lead, just think about what that does to the mentality of Quadrant. This series has been spoken about for quite some time of when would it happen on LAN and who would actually be able to take the cake, because it's all well and good winning online over and over against someone, but we've always known in Halo it is all about that LAN performance.
Questions now being answered on this Quadrant roster. Do they have the answers? Stats do slightly tip in their favor on this map and mode game type, but will we see that pay into fruition? Because sometimes you can just throw the form book out the window, Dan.
You can when it's two teams who know each other like the back of their own hand, let alone pages from a book. It's a 3-0 lead now for ITB right off the rip. And with the camo about to spawn, it's a perfect time to get all 4 dead. 4-0 now in favor of ITB. They'll get the camouflage, and this is the start that they would have hoped for, especially off the back of getting that first victory.
What way will they opt to play this? What's the pacing like? Chick with the camouflage. Has information, there's 2 players on sandbags. Happy to back down then. You can see Seek It. 2 players being sent in opposite directions, and Chick sort of sent them on a wild goose chase. Gets 1. The other player on scoreboard's also a little bit weaker now. Snipe Drone's gonna hunt them down. Snipe Drone's gonna get himself a double kill, and now within 1.
And I mean, I hate to bring it up, but Chick on Livewire, we all know what happened that once upon a time, and there's always that chance of a magic moment from him as well. But someone who can also provide magic moments is Snipe Drone. He is a player who certainly can be the difference maker, but you heard Clutch. Glory has been, in his opinion, the best player in Europe since his addition to this Quadrant roster, and the lack of legend in Europe as well. Maybe we've got to see something from him to prove that.
Finds the body onto 1. You can see ITB wanted to try and bait and switch. Chick spins around and does a lot of damage. Glory will fall down. We spoke about what's the communication like, what's the mood in the camps like. And for ITB, that's going to be very important in this Slayer. Let's have a listen in with them.
He's bottom mid.
He went left side. Yeah, handshake after. Back.
Concrete on me.
Check it,
Concrete, guys.
Okay, I'm going A.
I need that.
I've got A platform.
I'm popping your play.
On the box weak, SOG.
Dead. No one top mid.
Is that now? And back B. Back B, CK weak. I have to go back.
A pad, EP is up. See anything A pad?
Okay, listen. 2 back B. Can you get this here?
I can get one. One to concrete.
Handshake this
One was A plat. No, one's top mid now.
2 back B.
He went back to A plat. One's training with TP, one's top mid. Camo. One nest. Two nests. One's pillars.
Can we hit A plat for camo here?
Yeah, one's on me dummies. He scoreboard someone.
One shot. Yo, police one shot. There's 2 of them. I'm going top mid right now.
Look, when there's one small on my team, I'm not shot me from A.
Hold yourself, Seb.
Shot me from A, I don't know.
Bottom mid. Watch your A plat.
I'm gonna go too bad, you take one shots.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
He went key.
Okay.
One on camera now.
I
think it's drone with camera. He's key now. Good.
Let's be do something.
Stop
in maybe?
Cuts. He's going scoreboard. One on scoreboard.
Look at that.
Sniping 15.
Pick one shot. One shot.
One.
Sniper.
Sniper.
Yo, Jim, I'm with you.
I can repulse up. I'll shoot 1 minute once.
2 1 shot.
Nothing dropped yet.
Nice. I'm a concrete. Concrete one shot. He's
on snipe now.
he went back B.
Snipe.
We have to handshake this shit.
Oh my god, he got an It's fine. Okay, one by
A plat now.
A plant.
2 plat sniping SLG.
I spawn
Watch out scoreboard, guys. And small hit ones. Scoreboard still there, going A.
Go back.
2 in A.
Plat.
That's not me.
Sniper plat. Yeah, full sniper plat.
I'm laying the back.
One shot, Barry. One shot. 2, 3, drop one.
Watch out, mud.
Wait here.
10 minutes well. Twice
One shot.
Okay.
I spawn A. I don't see key.
Bottom mid dead.
That's my drone.
Dive jump.
Kill me B side.
I'm already B.
He's elbow.
They're all C. 2 come back.
Okay. They might get this side.
Okay, it's fine.
Push up close.
I got it.
Okay, nice.
Look at top mid.
I've sniped.
Damage one shot.
Keep back up.
Damage dead.
Yeah, me key. Go on. Kill me. He won. Watch the key and get me down.
Where'd it go? Left?
I don't know.
He's gonna jump up. Right above you. I spawned
Maybe a player.
I'm looking at A plat.
I'm good.
One big door. Let's nest now. Let's not glory.
Okay.
Watch us nest.
He's gonna go damage.
I have a one
Back B.
back.
One back B.
Yeah.
I'm going to the door if you want to push.
Yeah, I can trust you big late.
Go now.
Yeah, no, get nest late. All 4 there. My pick big late. I'm not getting that. I'm back.
One shot. It does nice.
Two. Let's do.
I'm flying me. I'll give the back, you go. I did one TP back.
Okay, I spawned picture.
He's nasty.
Okay, I'm going A plat.
TP's still down.
I'm trying to help you, Seb. I'm with you.
One shot. Nice. Throw in my TP.
Communication is fast. It's on the line of being a little bit frantic. One thing we do know is Quadrant have a 7-kill lead. Make it 8. I expect the communication to be a little bit different, a little bit more controlled from them. But let's be a fly on the wall and have a little listen.
I'm going to clear.
Jim, bottom middle. Go down, Demo's coming, Jim. Weak dice, 2 dice.
Demo's up now.
2 dice, you can go away with camo.
I have camo. Nice.
I spawn on camo, the heavy tower, heavy.
Yeah, they're going to push something out. Live. Come down.
Watch training.
Yeah, okay.
Training.
Nice. We're going from it.
Yeah, top tower.
Elbow right now.
Top tower. Top tower and elbow.
Elbow each.
Looking top tower.
Watch out, elbow. Watch out, me from it. Watch out, top tower. Kill B, guys.
I'm still top tower.
Another one. And I died from here.
Nice.
Watch the watch the
There was a guy elbow.
Yeah,
elbow. Come on. Watch out on Mike. Here. Dodge G!
On me.
Yeah, how much long? Come on. Nice. Hey, weak. Check is nice. Kurt's on nice. We're going to call.
I'm gonna die.
How's yours?
Weak OS, weak door. He has recruits, top vent maybe. Yeah, top vent now.
Let's put check. Yeah, mine 15. Sniper on 15. Nice.
Nice.
Midday weak. One shot dead. Hey, fire absolute as well. We're on the pistol. Absolute.
Communication a little bit more frantic than I perhaps anticipated. And we heard Seeker getting a little bit emotional after Snipe Drone got a kill. He shouted dog shit. I don't know what that means in French, Dan. We'll have to maybe Google Translate a little bit later on, but what we can see is Quadrant are only 4 kills away from a win, make it 3.
Yeah, this one has been pretty one-sided. I mean, when we were in the ITB listening, there was a lot of inflection in Wonderboy's voice about sniper, let's do this. We need to be holding hands. Why are we pushing alone? And it has been a struggle for them, and it is about to be 1-1 all tied up unless we see something historic here. But with Quadrant on 49, Glory with a sniper rifle, this one should be done.
1 more kill required. to completely equalize the series score, and the good work that ITB had done in that Empyrean CTF to be completely wiped clean and us to be level once more at 1-1. It's going to be a miracle here to come back in this one. Just needed a trade, and they will get it. Wutum's going to be the man to fall, but many had fallen before him. A dominant display in game number 2, and you can tell, we spoke about Wonder Boy's communication, sniper, 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 but one thing he did say was stand still, and they did not do it.
No, they were all moving. They were all trying to kind of find someone to take the fight, and maybe it was just off the back of, you know, a really exciting game 1 where you get that flag in the final moments and you're all feeling yourself, you all want to take that fight, you feel like you can take on the world. And in the early stages, I mean, they went 4 up, then it was looking good, but then Quadrant showed their class. We have to remember, this Quadrant roster, at least half of it, has been top 3. They've been up there with the big boys here on the international scene, and they were top 6 in the previous event as well. ITB, we've seen them at top 6 as well, but not quite reaching the dizzy heights as some of these Quadrant players. There is still a lot of Halo to be played in this series, but certainly Quadrant have shown that this is not going to be a situation where they allow ITB to run over them after a very tightly contested game 1.
And I want to pose a question to you, because you've played competitively in Halo, you've finished top 3 in Europe quite consistently, and you get that game 1 win in the final moments and you're riding high, but can you talk about the crash when you lose a game 2 like that? Because you're up so high and then your mood sinks straight away. Is that something you can bounce back from pretty easily?
I think that's where you need a Wonder Boy. You need a coach. You need someone to be stepping in and saying, it's absolutely fine. It's one of your worst game types. Like, remind them of that. We are expected to lose this one. Look at the stats, and I hope he's got them ready for him. You haven't won this game type pretty much in the last 2 tournaments, let alone here against your European counterparts. And I think once you have that reminder, once you look at that expectation, you have to look at the series layout as a whole. You cannot 3-0 every single team. You cannot be perfect on every single map and mode. You're going to have your good maps, you're going to have your bad maps. We just saw the best team in the world, FaZe, lose 3-0 on the main stage. Everyone is going to lose games here or there. As long as you can bounce back, stay strong, and believe in yourself in the other maps, you're going to be fine.
That's the question as well, because we know these teams look at the series layouts, they are heavily scrutinized by them. They look at them, they say, listen, okay, we're going to be playing against Quadrant, here's the game types, and you know Wonder Boy's like, I like 1, I like 4, not a big fan of 2. You know that's going on, so when you drop the second map like that, it doesn't hurt as much as maybe if you fancy the game 1 and lose that one instead.
You say we've got King of the Hill Solitude coming up as map number 3. That is one of our better maps and modes, boys, and from research, we know it is one of Quadrant's worst as well. Now, of course, they would have practiced against one another, so there's always that element of being bad at a game type against North American teams, but it could be a game type you are good against ITB, for example, if you are Quadrant. So that's something you have to be aware of and not be too complacent, but certainly this is a better map and mode for ITB.
King of the Hill is definitely going to be a massive game, and I think I want to touch upon Chick's story, right? He had this historic run last year, making it to a top 3 finish. He finds himself subject to no longer required in the team. He gets dispatched, and many people believe that his seat shouldn't have been the one that he was eliminated from. It should have been a different player entirely, and he has to now bounce back and almost forge a new path for himself. No longer on that French roster. And having a look at the King of the Hill record, 4-5 for Quadrant, 6-2 for ITB. So you're speaking about how this one's good for ITB, and I can see why.
Yeah, they are far better at King of the Hill when it comes to playing against some of these North American rosters, and on Solitude in particular. Quadrant yet to find a win so far this season. And these are 2 of the main players that have been performing well when you get into game, but for entirely different reasons. I mean, the damage is there for both of them, but the hill time has certainly been more prominent for Snipe Drone. Chick is not the guy who's going to be in that hill. That's when you're looking at more like a Jimbo, for example, to be getting down and dirty with everyone within the hill.
And for Snipe Drone, I have to say, in terms of playstyle, Dan, he's not the player I expected to be the one that was in the hill most of the time. Now, it's a good strategy because, of course, he does have that anchor playstyle, so if he's going to sit in the hill and do damage, what better place to have him?
He can be quite static, Snipe Drone. It's one of his criticisms when he was playing with the Ascend roster back in the day. They were all flying at everyone, and Snipe Drone was still in the locker room waiting for things to happen. But from that locker room, he can still hit shots.
He has a good scope.
And that's why Snipe Drone is still so good. And also, when other teams try and isolate Snipe Drone, he can still fight his way out of a 1 versus 2. As soon as there's a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, that's when it starts to get a little bit sticky for Snipe Drone. So if you also just put him in a hill where he can be static, where he can hit shots, he does become a bit of a turret. You place him down, he hits your shots, and you just need to clean them up.
And the story for these 2 teams, it's long been written. The ink is dry on some of the history. HCS Valencia, it was Sika's team who came out on top. Jim had to take the L. Then we had EU, we had Europa Halo and Blackpool. And again, Jimbo lost the series. You know damn well those boys want to win here.
Yeah, they would love to be able. I mean, if you want to see a pop-off on the main stage, it's more likely to come from an ITB victory here. I still think Quadrant, knowing the players, are going to celebrate. I mean, a Sika pop-off is something you see very often on the main stage as well. But the expectation is Quadrant to be winning this. The players will say, we expect to be winning this series. We have won this series before so many times. For ITB, even though they believe they can win this series, there wouldn't necessarily be the expectation there. They are the underdogs coming into this one, and they will erupt if they're able to win.
And that's something that we don't talk about very often. Is obviously, we have teams that are always the underdog and the favorites, but sometimes the favorites can be guilty of just a little bit of arrogance, looking beyond some teams. You know that's not happening here, but some teams definitely can fall victim to it.
Yeah, there's no chance Quadrant underestimate ITB because they know each other, because they know ITB have toppled them in online tournaments as well. They will be more than prepared for this scenario to potentially happen, and will certainly be giving it their all. There's not even any sort of chance of complacency from this Quadrant roster, and that's why we're going to get in a very entertaining series. We've already got 1-1 tied here, going into the King of Hill Solitude. If we were to see ITB take that, suddenly Streets Ball becomes one of the most important maps and modes for ITB so far this season.
1-1 the series score as we load into Game 3. King of the Hill Solitude. The stats slightly tipped towards ITB. Can Quadrant flip the script and turn one of ITB's favorite map and mode combinations in their favor? And can that really hurt their confidence?
That's when it hurts. You ask me, when does it hurt? When you take a loss after a victory. If you lose back-to-back and it's one of your best game types, that's when the seed of doubt gets planted into your mind. You start to think, maybe we can't go all the way here. Maybe Quadrant are just one step too far. But ITB will not want that to happen. They're going to definitely come in strong here.
Well, Quadrant are definitely going to plant the seed. But what's the soil going to be like in this game type? We're about to find out. Bottom middle is the first point of contention for these teams. It can be a bit of a mosh pit at times, throwing bodies everywhere. Bodies can't hit the floor, Dan.
It's great being on Wootum's point of view, just in general. I mean, the highest placing mouse and keyboard player ever in Halo history. And I'm sure he'd love to try and reach those dizzy heights yet again. And he certainly has the opportunity to put his best foot forward here, has the shock rifle. If you're a sniper and you're a mouse and keyboard player, you're definitely going to have that opportunity to make a big ruckus here.
Exclamation point sense, you might put in the chat, hoping to figure out what Wootum's got. All I know is he's got WASD, and he's putting it to work here, dragging that mouse left, right, and center, putting down damage. The shock rifle player will eventually fall. The Hill hasn't really made any progress. It's not favoring any one of these teams right now. But it's ITB who have feet in the hill, and they're starting to score. Jimbo will get dispatched, as will Mighties, and now the opportunity for Quadrant, while they have 4 players on the map, 4 guns trained to hit some targets, that they should start to see some time progressing.
That's not the first time so far this series we've seen Sika, the last remaining player, still able to get a kill. If you can rely on anyone to go clutch, Sika is definitely one of those players who can do so for you. Not only does he get the kill, he's able to work with the rest of the team, and now is getting hill time off the back of it. I cannot stress enough how big it was that he stayed alive and won that 1v1.
Sika slides bottom middle. Wootum hits the respawn screen along with Mighties, who has now just rejoined the fray. Sika will get taken care of. It's ITB who need to claw back a little bit more positioning on the map here and keep losing players all the meanwhile. Mighties over towards the loop. Snipe drone hits the sky, and Snipe drone descends on an unwanting, unknowing Mighties. Jimbo still clawing tooth and nail, trying to get in the hill, but he just doesn't have the numbers where he needs them.
Teamwork definitely better at the moment for Quadrant, outslaying ITB by 7 in the first hill. Likely to go in their favor, especially with a camouflage to work with as well. Glory can play this one in several avenues, but it seems like it's just about securing that time, and I think ITB just let that one go and instead started to take a little bit more map presence and started to think about this next hill.
Yeah, I think ITB definitely letting that one go, using it as an opportunity to prioritize positioning and rotating to the new hill. They've done that. The issue is the hill has moved, Quadrant have moved with it, and now they're taking down ITB members once more. Jimbo's caught unawares, but Jimbo wins the one. And that's a big one.
It's always well and good leaving a hill and starting to set up for next, but when it's a camouflage that's in the hill, that usually means that the rest of the team is probably making waves to get to the next one as well, because a camouflage can usually win an entire hill on their own in those final moments, or at least be sneaky enough to disrupt the opposition from trying to take it away from you. Now, Quadrant have already almost got halfway towards this second hill, and ITB struggling to stay in this one in terms of slays, 25-15 now in favor of Quadrant. And that is going to be difficult to try and wrestle back control when you are starting to get heavily outslayed.
The pace is very much going one way. It's Quadrant being the aggressor, and ITB having to deal with it.
This is better.
Got a couple of kills in their favor, and now they can start to look towards the hill. Glory's trying to get out of dodge with the shock rifle, because we know how important that weapon can be. Unfortunately for him, Chick has eliminated him from the equation. Jimbo's in hill, and they're just about taking the lead in terms of progress on this one. It's going to be Quadrant spawning down low towards Hotel in blue. That's where the rotation's going to come. And Jim has to look towards top yellow because that's where he's receiving some pressure. Sika's got the kill. The initial damage that was done for the player sitting top yellow. Setup broken wide open. Quadrant are moving back into the hill again.
Jim just needed some help there. His support was kind of sat underneath Gold Ledge, and sitting underneath Gold Ledge, you just allow your hill player to get absolutely decimated from above. You need to be trying to take a little bit more presence on the map so you can help them. But Quadrant have been able to now hold down this hill, and looks like they're going to lock down a second and will do so. So even though ITB had a moment of promise there where they were able to get 3 down on the side of Quadrant, couldn't capitalize. They were just too far behind as Glory picks up a double and is showing why he's one of the best players right now.
Glory absolutely pestering ITB with that camouflage, putting down damage, getting kills. Exactly what you need to see from a camouflage player. Playing it so patiently as well. Looked to jump up the garbage truck, seeing 2 players back down, and chose his timing a lot better the second time around. Wutum's gotten a kill on the snipe drone, and this hill can be very difficult to break if ITB can play this one perfectly.
The real question is, who do you put in the hill? We saw the stats, and we saw that, you know, Chick sometimes can be there, but Jimbo is usually the preference to be in the hill for this roster, as now Mighties will catch Seeker off guard there. Seeker just not checking his corners. Sometimes you can be guilty of that when you're trying to play fast, when you're trying to keep up with the rest of the team. This is a good amount of time though for ITB, and I like this. They are not just diving into the hill to try and get points. They are seeking out these remaining Quadrant players to try and create staggered spawns here, which will ensure the hill goes in their favor.
Yeah, they're almost killing in waves, right? They're getting kills, getting in the hill. When the team spawns back up again, step out, prioritize positioning, get your kills, get back in the hill. Happy to take 10 seconds at a time. And it's paying dividends for them here. Jimbo's in a 1v1. Jimbo loses it, all 4 dead. Now this is where I started to question how their setup breaking skills and their setup breaking capabilities, how they match up.
It was like a Quadrant horde mode where they just keep coming, and Snipe Drone just kept getting bigger, sadly for them, and now he will retain the hill and he will hold it. And this is what we were mentioning earlier. Snipe Drone, even though he is the highest slayer on the team right now, as he does get the trade, he is often the player that will find himself in the hill as well. So camouflage going in favor of ITB this time, not allowing Glory to get it. And this is important, I feel, because Mighties can now get into a position where even if Quadrant are controlling the hill, he could disrupt it, but it looks like kills are going in their way, and ITB should be able to put their first on the board and will do so.
There's wave after wave of ITB pressure, and the hill slowly drifted away. 2-1 now the score, and that's exactly what ITB need.
2 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time. But this is one of those hills where grenades are going to be very important. If you're off spawn, you need to be thinking about how you're going to utilize those grenades. Where do you need to back them off? Is there damage that can be found, or is it going to be a kill that you get with them to help the rest of your team push? But the early hill time is going in favor of Quadrant, and for the most part, ITB have struggled when Quadrant have got a lot of the hill time in the early stages.
2 down for ITB, 2 down for Quadrant. 2v2 on the map for now. And the push is going to come up the driveway. A little bit of pressure being applied over towards Loop as well. Jimbo's down a couple of shots. The Snipe Drone will have to fall and wait and watch his teammates do damage. Glory applying pressure in the hill, but Jimbo's trying to make him a little bit weak for his teammates to push forward. Jimbo also receives a bit of damage in the process. Now he sits top yellow, and his teammate Wutum has fallen. Chick goes down. Jim's the last one and the furthest one forward for his team as one rotates towards blue. Mighties gets there quick, fast, with a quickness, with a swiftness, gets his kill on the SLG.
Wutum has fallen. Is that like Olympus has fallen? It's just a film entirely around Wutum getting connected by
I'd watch it.
I'd definitely watch it. Just massive keyboards everywhere. But 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Suddenly that timer does start to come into the equation here. If Quadrant are able to get this third hill for themselves and go 3-1 up, the fourth hill should I say, it's unlikely ITB are going to have time to get back into this one. So ITB cannot afford to allow Quadrant to get this fourth hill.
3 go down, 4 go down. That's burning time, it's burning progress in the hill, but they're still looking to play this hill, our Quadrant. They recognize that they cannot afford to play Slayer just yet, because when that clock stops, that could be real concern. And there's still enough time for them not only to win this hill, but send us to overtime and win the game. And the Quadrant, seconds, moments away from securing their third hill. Jimbo and Co soaring up driveway. Enough damage done by Glory. Snipe drone with a killing spree. Seeker tiptoes into the hill. 3-1 now the score.
3-1, and that might just be a little bit too much for ITB to get back into this game. 45 seconds. The clock temporarily stops as they now set foot in this hill. It has to be flawless from them. They cannot afford to allow Quadrant to crack them even once, because it would be so detrimental with the time they would lose on respawn. Now here comes the push from Quadrant.
Is the lead insurmountable? 2 go down for ITB. That's important. Mighties and Jimbo are down. Mutum's in the hill though, but he's all alone, isolated there. Seeka's over towards blue. Chick set up and positioned towards Tram Loop. That's where the spawns are coming. Seeka's heading them off at the pass. Recognize that. He's been bait, he's been switched, and they've got themselves a kill. Mutum still stands in the hill. The clock remains at 42. There's still time here.
Well, I said they needed a flawless hill, and they're close to having a perfect one here. Seeka, last remaining player, and he's not going to be able to stop them. 3 seconds only went by from hill 4 to hill 5, and suddenly ITB still do have an opportunity here. We're back to bottom middle, and it's ITB in the hill. It's 2 players from Quadrant that have gone down, and Mutum, he's out for blood, and the grenades do the damage, and suddenly Quadrant, they are struggling here. They cannot find their footing.
This hill is far more difficult to lock down. Bottom middle, Jimbo has got to be aware of the time at hand here. Snipe drone heading towards Dip. He drops down at the bottom middle and steps away. You know the play call has been made. Quadrant are going to play Slayer here, but ITB have got to match the aggression and stand in the hill at the same time.
Suddenly ITB are getting closer in the slaying department as well, reducing it to just a 7-kill difference. At one point it was upwards of 10, if not 12, but now there's only 22 seconds left. ITB have lost 3. Mighties, though, gets a kill that was so much needed here at this point. But now you have to go. Now you have to send someone into this hill, otherwise it's game.
There's been a camouflage pop as well. It's in Glory's hands. The game could well and truly be in Glory's hands. He's got to play this one pixel perfect. Chicks on Soda. He's got 2 players positioned over towards the hill. Mighties and Jimbo are neck and neck. They're hand in hand here, trying to stop the onslaught. Glory's managed to get behind enemy lines. Glory gets taken down. 5 seconds remain in this game, and Quadrant are still contesting it. ITB do not have feet inside the hill until this moment. It's down to Chick. Chick falls. 2 go down, but there's still a foot in. Jimbo with a 1v1 and triple kill for Snipe Drone. Quadrant 2-1 to the good.
A little bit too close for comfort, but when the drone hits, boy, does he manage to pop off into triple kill as he challenges every single member from ITB that was fighting tooth and nail to try and get those seconds on the board. It was very close for ITB in the end, but just not quite close enough. They left themselves with just that little bit too much to do. And Quadrant now find themselves going 2-1 up in the series, and they get their first win of the season on King of the Hill Solitude.
It's heartache, it's heartbreak for ITB. They put so much into that game, and they do not get rewarded for it. But they've got to be commended for the effort. They were down in the slaves by a considerable margin, and they brought it back. They showed life. But you spoke about, Dan, you lose the one that you're most fancied on, that could be a dagger to the heart, that could be a dagger to the cause. Quadrant have toppled it there, and they've beaten them on their favorite game type.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt them. I mean, maybe not their all-time favorite game type, but of course it will be one of their better game types purely statistically. I think the thing that hurts more is the fact that Quadrant, it's one of their worst, right? Quadrant haven't been winning that game type. Even though Solitude is definitely a strength for Quadrant across the board, King of the Hill for some reason has been an outlier in that fact. And I think with the fact that Quadrant play very fast, they like to rotate, the way they play strongholds, they pioneered the way to play strongholds back in the day. King of the Hill can be quite static at times, and Quadrant have typically struggled with those setups. It's clearly something they've been working on, but not just that, the break of setups. They take their time, they wait for ITB to have a little bit of kind of confidence in where they might be holding, and then suddenly Quadrant all post out at exactly the same time to do damage, and they were able to find a lot of success there in that King of the Hill.
It was almost a game of two halves then, right? We've seen Hills 1 and 2 being relatively easy, Quadrant getting the slays they needed, rotating where they needed to, leaving a solo player so they can rotate into yellow, getting the kills that were required. But then ITB roared back 2-1 to score, and they managed to make it a bit more of a difficult task than perhaps it suggested it was going to be.
I think ITB struggled with finding that last player on the Quadrant roster. How many times did we see Glory or Seeker get away, survive, either get good spawns for the rest of the team or take a 1v1 and win that engagement so that then off-spawn the rest of the team had an advantage when they started to make a push and make a press to get towards that hill. These were the final moments, by the way. Snipe Drone challenging anyone who wanted to be in that hill. And even though it was gonna be a chance, maybe if Jimbo had even won that fight, there was gonna be another player there from Quadrant. ITB threw everything at that hill, but sadly was not enough. And Snipe Drone getting up, celebrating and pointing to let his ex-teammates know what's real.
Snipe Drone's Bandit did not discriminate, friend or foe. If you're in my crosshairs, you're being cut down. What a performance, what a triple kill from him. Though the players might have been weak, you need to be there, that player to make an influence, staying alive on that garbage truck, and they played that game plan expertly in that final hill. But on the horizon now, oddball streaks, Dan, I know you've got something for me.
Typically, I'd be leaning towards ITB, because again, in a setup-heavy game type, oddball streets, ITB have found success, but with how Quadrant are playing, and clearly where their practice has been with breaking setups, I think that maybe we're looking at a 3-1 here if Quadrant are able to play in that same manner and find that same success at shutting down any sort of hopes and dreams of ITB, getting set up and holding any time.
Just to remind you folks at home what's at stake. This is an elimination bracket match. If you lose, you go home. ITB have one more life. Is their balloon about to be popped? Will they be sent home with a quickness? They've got it all to do. Down the series by one with ambitions of pushing this one to a game 5. But Quadrant will have different ideas entirely.
In terms of bracket, the winner of this gets into top 8, and I think it's complexity on their side of the bracket as well, who are currently competing in losers bracket. And if seeds were to go the right way, that's a matchup versus complexity for top 6. And with how Quadrant have been playing so far, with how ITB have been playing so far, they might quite fancy that route to top 6 as well. So are you passing up an opportunity here for what could be a more comfortable top 6 than the other side of the bracket, where FaZe are currently waiting in that side of the elimination?
Well, we've lost a player there, so we'll have to go to the rule book and figure out what way it's going to go. Will it just be a clean reset? It was pretty early doors, so I'd have to imagine that a reset is probably on the cards.
Yeah, we'll see. The admins will, of course, sort that one out, but it's a chance for the players to also reset. We went very quickly from one map to another, and that could be a bad thing, I'd say. If you're the ITB boys and you've just lost 2 back-to-back, I'd quite like a break, if I'm completely honest. So this might benefit them more than Quadrant, who are going to be... Actually, we wanted to keep playing that game because we're feeling hot, we're feeling ready, but... Ultimately, Quadrant look better than ITB right now. I think that the first game was hard to split the difference, and it was one moment of magic from Jimbo that really was able to separate them in that first match.
Yeah, I think I want to make a point. You say you would love a break after losing the game.
I would. See you later.
The problem is, the issue is that when I play matchmaking with Dan, we lose a game, he goes for a break, he says he's going to make tea, but he takes absolutely hours to get back to his setup. And I know we all have a friend like that who tells you they'll be on at 15 minutes but don't arrive for an hour and a half. That is Dan, he's a premium milker. What I can say is, Dan, we are going to get that break, so any milkage that's here, ITB are going to try and milk that time as long as they can.
I'd love a cup of tea right now. It's always a thing that happens in North America. A cup of tea doesn't really come round as much as you would like. But yeah, there is a little bit of milk, but I will say that Quadrant, off the back of that previous game, considering they haven't won King of the Hill Solitude so far, I think that is going to be a big shift in their belief, not just of this series, but moving forward as a team. I think that the 0-3 against Shopify Rebellion would have really hurt them. The expectation for them would have been making that series competitive at the very least. And to lose 0-3, I mean, I think that says that maybe that gap yourself to the top 4 is a little bit further than maybe you once thought.
Yeah, and I think it's almost this high bar that Quadrant have set. It's almost a curse to them now, of course. You get that top 3 finish. Historically, we would have been absolutely delighted with a European team finishing top 6.
Yeah.
But how the goalposts have been moved, almost because they're a victim of their own success at times. Because they got that top 3, that the top 6 is just like, they've done it again.
I mean, 7 years ago, here in Atlanta, a weekend prior, we had 4 European teams and none of them got top 8. they all finished top 12, top 16, and now we have 2 European teams competing for a top 8 position. I don't think we realize how lucky we are that we're in this spot now where Europe's best and finest can compete on the international stage, but it's just a shame one of them has to go out at this early stage, I guess, at top 12.
Well, we're not sending anybody home right now. We still have a little squabble to take care of, and I think Oddball Street's somewhere I want to look back into, and these map records that they have. Is there anything that you see from these 2 teams that maybe sets them apart from one another, and is that something that you expect that will pay dividends here? Is there a strategy that maybe Quadrant have? Because we've talked about how in the end games they've had some playbooks that they've gone to. We spoke about, you know, Stika talked about how they had an execution in an end game of a Slayer that they pulled out of the bag. And do you think there's a little bag of tricks they can go to here if they need to?
I think Quadrant probably have a deeper playbook, as it were, than ITB. But I think if ITB hit their very best in Oddball, I think they can take down Quadrant. I think when you've got players like Jimbo, who is very aware of how to play the objective, how to rotate the ball, I think he's the best objective player we have out of these 8 players, personally. Sure, he might not match up slaying-wise compared to some of them, but I think if you've got someone who knows where to be moving that ball, if you do it correctly and you have the right players around you getting the job done, that can find great success. Ball movement is something that's maybe underrated, I believe, in Halo Infinite, and I think that as long as Jim can kind of direct the team of where they need to be, ITB could take us to a Game 5.
I'll tell you, it's something that's underappreciated, of course, with being able to rotate the ball, having the timing in your brain, almost having this top-down ID in your head. You're hearing call-outs and you're mapping out where players are positioned, knowing exactly when to rotate that ball from tower around by shotgun. We've seen Snakebite do it many a time, APG, Dead Zone. These players, when it comes to rotating the ball, although it might not look flashy, having that time in your head, sometimes you do have to take back and sit back and applaud and recognize that the decision that was made was absolutely perfect.
It's taking the risk. It's putting a life on the line and not caring about a death. I mean, it's something that's age-old in Halo history is, are you prepared to die? Are you worried about your statistics? Because the difference can be sometimes you jumping out, taking some shots, grabbing that ball, and even tossing it to a teammate could win you a game in the long run. That 1 second, those 2 seconds you gain from that could be what separates you from the other team.
How many times do we see an oddball game separated by 1 second? It happens all the time. Are any of these players willing to put themselves on the line for the victory? You know they want it more than anything, particularly those ITB boys who find themselves now down by a game here, and they desperately want to get us to the Slayer on recharge. But Oddball Street Stand, that's what's up next, and that's what we have to contend with. We're underway here. Glory's going to go back tower and look for the Bulldog.
It is going to be a full reset, by the way, so no advantage for either team, and ITB have wanted this. I've heard it from ITB, I've heard it from Wonderboy. They want to have this series, they want to play against Quadrant on LAN in international competition. I want to see that now here on Oddball Streets. I want to see that passion echo through their gameplay. They've got early scoring here, but now they need to focus on the power-up for the middle.
And you just know Quadrant want to prove that ITB are a little more than an irritation, and ITB trying to make themselves more than just that. They want to be the problem. They want to be that. They, for the longest time, Dan, have had aspirations of being the team that people talk about in Europe. They want to be the Quadrant. They want to be the one that's on the lips of everybody inside Europe. They want to be the shining light, the jewel in the crown. For too long, in their opinion, has it been Quadrant?
You know full well there's an element of jealousy there to see what Quadrant were able to achieve, to see them reach those dizzy heights of top 3 as Seeker looks to try and make it a third, but doesn't quite make the triple. Very important Jimbo shut him down there, because it means that at least there's someone on the map that can compete and make Snipe Drone worry about where this ball has to go. Otherwise, he could have held it comfortably in Tram for quite some time, but he had to just shift his position slightly there, which will eat away at a few seconds.
And this might be a strategy in and of itself, Dan, because we spoke about how Snipe Drone's a player who stands in the hill because he likes to be static. If you give him the ball and allow him to the freedom to drop the ball and shoot when he needs to, because he's that player that wants to stand still, perhaps the pace of the team benefits as a whole.
That's what I was talking about. You've got Jimbo, who is, I would say, one of the better objective players in Europe. When you look at Quadrant, if Snipe Drone is your objective player, then you don't have an objective player, because he isn't an objective player. He's an anchor, he's a slayer, he's one of the best to ever do it in Europe. But you're completely right, it's a strategy that certainly can work if employed correctly. If you put him in the right spot where he can drop that ball and do damage, you can find success, but it won't be a quick round, because there'll be a lot of seconds lost whilst you're dropping that ball, whilst you're looking for kills, because a Slayer is always going to be looking for more kills as Mighty gets one and secures the camouflage.
Beautiful picture of picking up the camouflage and exactly whose hands it went into, and if it got popped into the chest, and indeed it did, into the chest of the Dutchman. Mighty's has got a top tower. SLG is going to be on flowers, down to no shields, backs away, recognizing that the firepower position over towards tower is too much and too strong for him, and wisely decides to put it in reverse. Mighty's just trying to get information. He's got 2 players in his crosshairs. That stalker shot, Mighty just giving up his position, and as a result of that, he was not able to get the backpack that you know he wanted.
Tied for slays at the moment between the two teams, 15 and 15. Quick math, and now we're going to see whether Jit can actually do some damage with the Bulldog here. In the Shroud just to try and stay alive, but the Shroud dissipates at just the wrong time when he was unable to get that damage done.
Something I want to talk about is the body language of players, and we spoke about it with Wes quite a lot, particularly last season. Chick, whenever he dies, he throws his head back sometimes, and you can tell his frustration. And if the rest of your teammates start to feed off that, can that be a problem?
It's just French players in general, I think.
Yeah, it really is.
And it's, you know, they're never happy. Even with the success, they're still throwing the head back. No, I joke. It's difficult. I mean, we've been there as players. You see your teammates getting frustrated, and you really wish that instead they were making a worthy call-out instead of getting that frustration. And it's difficult as a player yourself to try and get rid of that mentality from your brain and instead accept the death, move on, and give relative call-outs that can help your team.
Wow. Mighty's with a return to sender. Licked the stamp, applied it to the envelope, got himself a kill. 3 go down. Snipe Drone's got the ball again, but he's just not able to round the corner. He gets pipped at the post. Glory's over towards PD. It might even be Caution he's positioned. Yes, indeed it is. Mighty spots it out, knows exactly where he's going to be. Those 2 players know each other's play style all too well.
10 kills at the moment for Seeker. Of course, doesn't have the assist, but he has been on cleanup crew, and he's had a great series so far. And one of the key reasons why Quadrant are currently ahead in this series. It's another camouflage, it's up, but it's another one for ITB. It looks like Mighty's was trying to create something there, but all 4 went down on the side of ITB, so no camouflage secured in the end. And Quadrant will continue to score, but they just want to get that ball into a better position over towards Tram, it looks like. But this is going to be a situation where I think where Seeker currently finds himself, they weren't able to get the ball over towards Tram, and it became just kind of stuck over towards Pink, and somehow ITB, off the back of an all 4 dead, have stopped any seconds being gobbled up by Quadrant.
And you can tell Seeker anticipated the ball was going to make that rotation because he was trying to keep Arcade side locked down. He almost seemed bewildered when he noticed the ball had been stopped. He's like, where's this pressure coming from? And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get close and to be an influence on them fights. He is now there. He is over towards the L. He gets eliminated by his former teammate Chick. Snipe Drone's front base down to no shields. Snipe Drone locks in a headshot and takes him away from the equation. 3 go down. Glory last man standing here over towards Cafe. It's ITB who have the ball, and it's ITB starting to pull away here with a slight lead.
I think what's important is ITB keeping this very similar in terms of slays. In fact, it's identical, 33 apiece right now. We saw what happened in CTF Empyrean, right? When it was so close with the slays throughout the entire game. It was the objective work from ITB that won them that game in the end. That one moment where they got a few kills and made it work. This could be the same scenario here in Oddball, where they're just better with the kills that they get over Quadrant in this objective fashion.
Efficiency, it's always something we talk about. We harp on about it. Double kill for Wootum. And he's rotating around looking for more targets to deal damage to. He's found a victim here. Glory down to no shields, trying to stay alive on Laundry. Cannot do so. The assist medal comes through. SLG on Caution. Another assist comes through. Wootum's doing the damage. His teammates are getting the kills. This is what you need to see. They have an 18-second lead, and Camouflage is going to be up in 5 seconds.
It was a quiet game 1 for Wootum on CTF Empyrean, and we highlighted it, and we said that don't be too confused about that. Don't be too worried about it, because he will come back into things, and he will find success, and he will peak at some point in this series, and that seems to be here on Oddball Streets. And now, suddenly they only need 18 seconds to win this first round to ITB, and they are getting the kills onto Quadrant, but there is a camouflage. SOG has a chance to disrupt things here.
They know he has it. They're trying to spot him out. He's managed to sleep through the cracks as the sneaky Frenchman. He gets the ball carrier down. Jimbo has to get close. Jimbo's throwing down the shroud screen to try and provide some cover for himself. Seeker's going to fall as well. Snipe Drones towards Cafe, just baiting that ball. SLG is there too. Jimbo's going to exchange fire. Jimbo's going to fall short. Snipe Drone slides forward. They have map positioning. They have the ball, but they have a lot of time to try and chase.
Very small thing there from Jimbo. He didn't dive onto the ball. He was well aware there were players in the area, and if he had just jumped on it, it would have given them too much map presence. Instead, he added to the damage of the rest of his team. And that goes back to the objective work that I was talking about. It's more than just holding the ball, it's your play around the ball as well. But Quadrant have still been able to wrestle it back, get that control, and now they have Tram. This is where we are going to learn how ITB break setups when it comes to ball. and if Quadrant can hold it strong, who's going to hold that ball? That's one of the biggest questions for me, as it is going to be an ITB push now. Here they come.
What's the buzzword going to be? Is it going to be clutch? Is it going to be ice? Or is it going to be desperation? We're about to find out. Chick's in tram. Chick's got ball. 3 seconds required. Nobody there to stop him. Round 1 goes to ITB.
Wow, we do have a series on our hands, and that was maybe what I would have hoped and expected from ITB, not just as a response for the previous game, but with how they have played ball in the past. As a team who seems to have a little bit more objective efficiency, I think that was on display there. They made those kills count, they made those rotations count, and they had setups that just got that little extra amount of time.
First person to die is going to be Chick. And that opens up the map on the arcade side. Sika exploits that expertly as well. Has a full rotation and is rewarded with a ball to scoop up as well. Chick, who was the first one to die, is the first one to spawn back up, but is now having to wait for his teammates to spawn up as well. Mighty's the last one to pop up, all 4 up now for ITB, but that has meant that SLG has been able to get an uncontested camouflage.
Camo plus Bulldog is a deadly combo as well, and he's just picking and choosing with his moment of when to pounce, and not only gets a double, but now gets the map presence over by the ball with more camouflage, and it's only Chick, his former teammate, as the last player to go up against it. Hold on a second, somehow, some way, unable to get that kill, and you could see the double take there as he didn't get the damage that he maybe expected.
SLG thought that was a guaranteed kill. Think again, says the ITB boys. Kills are going in their favor. 2 down, make it 3. SLG in the front base. He's going to fall as well. This is an opportunity then for ITB to get the ball, get themselves set up. It's going to be 2 on the pink side, 2 on the pink side, 1 on the arcade side. So they have a little bit of a setup here to break.
There's so much on the line for these players, by the way. I mean, I know you've mentioned it already, but Chick, formerly on Quadrant, Jimbo, his team with Snipe Drone, because Snipe Drone was previously on this roster when they were foe. You've got Zika, who of course teamed with Chick. You've got Glory, who used to be on foe. Everyone wants to prove a point, every single player, for a different reason, whether it's justifying your pickup, justifying a transfer onto the other team, or justifying dropping said player, as Wootum helps the rest of the squad get 3 dead again for Quadrant. They have Tram once more, and they're starting to put some real time on the board here.
Camouflage popped to the Mighty's chest. Surveying the land, surveying his options. What's the execution going to be? Wootum's been forced to drop the ball, but with good reason, as he's managed to get himself a kill. Glory's coming down bottom middle, but he's no interest in trying to hype and help Snipe Drone. Camouflage will now fall. Seeker's going to help SLG rotate this ball out. Wootum, try as he might to be an influence, could not get the damage that he needed. Glory has got the ball back towards back tower. SLG there too, and now Quadrant have a standoff.
It was a heist. Get that ball, get out, and get it over towards tower instead. Force ITB to try and break you. Big kill from Seeker. Again, stepping up when he needs to for the team. A lot of his kills have been very impactful for how the game is followed, and it might just be the same here, because now they have the extra player on the map as he pushes towards pink and will secure 2 more kills for the team, which of course means more seconds on the ball.
Seeker, he's Mr. Consistent. He very rarely puts a foot wrong. He very rarely makes the mistakes. He's never the one that seems to cost his team results. SLG though, over towards PD now. Locked in and caution. They're going to toss that ball out, recognizing that perhaps this push is not going to go they wanted to. Chick soars to PD, but not before getting himself a kill. Snipe Drone's going to try and back away here and get close to his team. Wootum's in trouble. Wootum falls, as does Jimbo. So they've managed to navigate that push pretty successfully.
Good shot from Snipe Drone. Killing spree is Snipe Drone starting to heat up as well. Maybe him recognizing that he might have to be the difference maker for Quadrant. Right now, I don't think Quadrant have been able to get that setup that they've desired so often with this oddball. ITB have done very well at keeping this scrappy, making sure there's a player to always have an angle on that ball carrier. As Jimbo now just being a nuisance for Glory as well. Again, it's being a thorn in the side, time and time again from ITB.
And it's about nullifying some of Quadrant's best players. Of course, Wes spoke about how he thinks Glory is the best player in Europe now ever since Legend has left. You look at Glory's stats, he's 13, 12, and 20. Not by any means a dire game, but if Quadrant are going to see success, typically he's the player leading the line in the slays.
Glory, typically very quick with his playstyle, will often be the leading player into an attack as well. He'll be leading the charge, but if he doesn't have that support, if he is just 1 second too fast, then he is going to end up with a lot more of those deaths. And Seeker has the camouflage, and again, he can be the big impact here for Quadrant. They still have the lead, and they've just been able to level the amount of kills, 79 on both sides. Quadrant were down for a short while. ITB starting to take that slaying advantage, but now we're seeing with Quadrant getting those kills, well, a lot more ball time is coming after him.
And that's what I want to talk about as well, Dan. You talk about timing and how important it can be. If you're off by a second or two, you can go from looking like a god to you've made a foolish play. And it's very important that you know exactly what timers you're on and your team. Glory just seems to not be tuned in as it stands right now. But Jimbo's got a bulldog him. Jimbo's got himself a kill, but not before a trade comes out on the Chick as well. So 2 go down unofficially. It was 3 dead for a moment for ITB, but they've still got the ball. They're tossing it and they're rotating it towards the fresh spawners.
The clock could definitely become a part of this game as well. Only 1 minute 40 left. 55 seconds at the moment for Quadrant. 39 for ITB, but with a few players going down, Quadrant have a chance to wrestle some more time back in their favor. Will they be able to tie this one up? Snipe Drone being aggressive, listening to those callouts, being the turret that he can so often be. He always knows when is the right time to push the Snipe Drone. You talk about those seconds, you talk about the differences of being too quick, being too slow. Snipe Drone is usually on the money and knows exactly when to engage into a fight.
All that experience on his side, Snipe Drone. There's very little he hasn't seen in a game of Halo, I can tell you that. Very little will surprise him. 3 go down, you know, Quadrant have got so many fans back home in Europe, here as well, but you know ITB is almost a guilty pleasure for a lot of Europeans as well. You've got almost squads of people supporting either one of these teams. The cheer squad at home, no doubt, are chewing the fingernails off themselves.
It's like watching your mum and dad have an argument. It doesn't matter who wins, it's not going well for you. Someone has to lose and someone's going to be sad. There's now 55 seconds on the clock for ITB. They are starting to catch up a little bit. Jimbo gets an important kill, but there has been deaths around him, and it's another camouflage for Seeker. These camos are going to start to get out of hand and could be the reason why Quadrant take a round here.
Seeker. So much importance on him here. Spots out the player. Thought he'd gone front base, but he stayed on the lip instead. Chick is forced to back away. You know he wants to get here. You know he wants to do damage to that ball carrier. He's being forced back. So much pressure from Quadrant. Players down to no shield. Snipe Drone's in big trouble as well. Double kill from Mighties, and that could just open the door now.
Quadrant are doing very well at getting ball time whilst they're taking fights, though. They are taking this one to ITB. They say, you want to play it scrappy? All right, we believe we are the better slaying team. We're just going to take you in a game of Slayer and try and get that ball time along the way, and it has worked out better for them rather than going for those perfect setups, trying to take those angles and trying to stop ITB off spawn, but somehow Mighty did snag the ball, but that's an amazing grenade to shut him down with 28 seconds left.
Quadrant almost like Tony Montana. You want to play rough? Okay, I play rough. Chick, he's got the hands on the ball, eating away at that lead. Now well within 10 seconds, make it 7. The issue is the game clock starting to play a part here, and a very big one as well. It's going to have an influence, no doubt about it, in the decision-making process of ITB. Because if they're not quickly getting to that ball, they're going to run out of time. They have got hands on, and perhaps now Quadrant are the ones who are in trouble. Perhaps the script is going to change here. Chick is going to take the lead for ITB.
Both teams cross 100 kills, but it's ITB who have the lead with 10 seconds remaining, and I believe they are just going to watch over this one. They are going to force a Quadrant push.
ITB draw a line in the sand. If you want it, come and get it. And a Quadrant do not have the answers. We're going to a game 5.
Wonderboy points towards his head and says it's all about that mental game, staying strong after 2 back-to-back losses. They send themselves into a game 5 and say, we are not done yet. We can still make something of ourselves in this European matchup. The European dispute on international soil that you called it has still not found its resolution.
It's a big game, and it's time for Big Brain. Game 5, we're going to yet another shootout here in Atlanta. And we wouldn't want it any other way. These 2 European heavyweights proving us here now that there's very little to separate them. There's a reason why it's 29 to 28 map count, and we're going to take one more to settle this difference.
I think it's evident that ITB, as long as they can stay within a certain amount of slays against Quadrant, they can play the objective game and they can outplay their opponent in an objective mode. Yes, it didn't work out for them in King of the Hill Solitude, which could come back to bite them in the backside, especially when you consider that Slayers have been more beneficial towards Quadrant in the history against ITB. Because Quadrant, an amazing Slayer team, you look at all 4 of those players individually, you can understand why they have success in those Slayer game types against ITB. But ITB have at least got themselves to that Game 5 now, and you know full well, Quadrant are shaking in their boots. Think of all the previous team changes that have happened, all that justification of Glory moving away from Na'Vi into this Quadrant roster. You've got the chance of Snipe Drone having to compete against his previous teammates when he was on foe as well. He got taken by Quadrant. ITB can right all those wrongs right now and say it doesn't matter how many players you steal from us, Quadrant, we can still find the win.
Welcome back to the LVT Halo watch party. I'm Tools, one of me is Eli. And well, we got some matches going on, and the big one, in my opinion, right? We saw that the Game 5 is going to happen between the international teams, but Sentinels FaZe for top 8. I mean, who would have thought that these 2 teams would be playing in this position right now?
This is really a nightmare situation for Sentinels. They just lost in the winner's side barely to another top team, and now they run into FaZe, have to play FaZe for top 8, which is just unbelievable. You never want to have to play a top 3 team in the league for just top 8. But can you imagine if they do pull the upset? You know, this would be a good time to do it, right? FaZe kick them while they're down. Have to imagine maybe after losing to Pure, they're not feeling it, but FaZe probably even more dangerous when they're in the lower bracket.
Could be a curse of the homesteads if you think about it, right? Arlington in year 2 with OpTic not making it to day 3. Now potentially FaZe in a similar situation. This Sentinels team, a very good roster. It's definitely not out of the question for this upset to happen, but FaZe, an obvious favorite when you think about it, just the pedigree that these guys have, the competitions that they've won. I mean, the reigning champs from just 1 tournament ago and 3 trophies on the world stage for 3 of these players on this roster. It's just the accolades that these guys have are incredible.
They were looking to be another potential dynasty multiple times in this game. I mean, obviously coming off they're the reigning world champions. They won the last event as well. Obviously had the hiccup in Arlington, but man, they did not expect to get swept by Pure. I don't think anybody predicted a sweep coming out of Pure. Pure looked phenomenal, and I think all of us knew they had a chance to win that, but in 3-0 fashion, incredible. FaZe, maybe just not themselves, or is it more just Pure playing lights out? It's hard to say.
Yeah, definitely hard to say. I think we'll get a lot of those answers in the winners semi-final that'll be coming up in a bit. But either way, we're seeing a lot of back and forth between these teams at the moment. Sentinels looking to get into their scoring position, giving them a double dilemma. B and C having a bit of time. It'll be the AC setup for now, be a bit of a bait for FaZe to drop into as Precision watches the cross, but Frosty lasering them from across the map. FaZe instantly find their access to A.
Not only that, but they've got presence on that gold side as well, so they can simultaneously cap A while protecting B. Have the potential to get into the Classic. Watch the cross setup. That's exactly what Renegade and Frosty look to be doing here. Renegade just going to watch the long haul side for Frosty while Frosty watches the cross. Now that they've identified Falcated's location, going to try to isolate him. But this is where Sentinels do very well. They're very disciplined when it comes to these pushes, and they very well could sneak behind enemy lines from FaZe.
So far, Renegade trying to do his best just to laser players down, but Sentinels find their break. 3 players going down. Royal 2 joins them for a temporary 4 down. They know the long haul spawns are in. This is where things can get dangerous. Sentinels scoring with that AC setup and now have pressure in towards B. FaZe, no space to move about, trying to get their way towards B, but Lethal will secure the trip cap.
Love the positioning from Boo Boo there as well. Predicted that FaZe, when spawning long haul, like to go gold. Gets the shots on to those players trying to rotate in just to give Lethal a little bit of extra protection while he captures B. Momentary trip cap in effect, but not going to last for long. FaZe spawning on that C side will cap it. Now it's just up to them to decide how they break into the second stronghold. Looks like A is going to be the choice.
Gamma certainly helping Frosty there, hitting perfect shots as he went up those stairs. The AC setup now transitions over to FaZe's hands, and well, it looks like Frosty might have a little bit more in mind, pushing up into the middle of this map. This camo about to run out and gets caught into the middle of B with that camo out. It's up to him to make a defensive stand in this offensive hill.
You could tell Frosty did not expect the camo eyes to come out from Sentinels there. Huge ability for Sin to just shut that play down. Frosty had other ideas in mind to flip the map into his favor. Sentinels shutting it down in a hurry. In the meantime, hold BC, but I think it will be Sentinels' objective to earn control of A to get that slightly more powerful AB setup.
Well, Precision being the last player alive for Sentinels. You can see him at A doing his best to just pull players back, but Renegade has another plan in mind. He'll be able to take him down, earns the A spawn, shrouds off the next two players, gets aggressive over top. Not quite able to get that kill, but lines it up for his duo to get the answer. Frosty with the double. And FaZe looking to take more and more presence on the map, but it's largely been due to Frosty's ability to win the one-on-ones this game.
That was a massive one-on-one. That means that B will get converted seemingly for free. Precision wins that. Sentinels is stopping the trip cap from being in effect. Now they have to play from behind. They've got to cap not one, but two strongholds to get back into scoring position and stop this charge from FaZe.
Trip cap in. 2 points for every second, and Sentinels, they haven't had any urgency on stepping in any of those hills. FaZe is scoring spades at a time, and finally Sentinels will slow it down, but they're certainly not stopping it at the moment. Frosty working hard to get this kill over on Lethal into B, but Lethal proving to be too hard of a kill, able to basically win that by himself. The teammate eventually comes in for the cleanup, but Sentinels went from a deadly trip cap that was in effect against them to potentially pushing to one of their own.
Booba Dooba with the camo. Name a more iconic duo. This guy just seems to always get the power up. In this case, Renegade not going to allow him to get much value out of it. It's actually 3 dead. Precision last player alive ends up trading out. So what looked like a good position for Sentinels to start scoring a lot of points, FaZe have already flipped it, and guess what? They only need about 45 more seconds to close this game out.
Yeah, we're in the end game now. FaZe just need one good stand, and this thing will be over. Sentinels have to find their break. Falcade versus Frosty. The heavy damage is in. The cross map from Royal 2 will prove to be too much. Sentinels starting to fall in spades. Just Boo Boo Doo remains for his roster, and he has to helplessly look on at B as he knows that his team is in dire straits.
And Royal 2 just in the perfect position to stop this rotation into B. They do flip B, but Royal 2 gets that kill immediately. Another member of FaZe already capping it back, and then Royal 2 gets the last couple slays. That's going to be it for game number 1.
Exclamation points at the end. The double kill as he slid into the action was just enough for FaZe. And honestly, fantastic work from them. And remember, we have many matches going on. We also have the Game 5 that's currently going on the main stage. Native Gaming and Complexity are playing over on the Charlie stream as well. But let's push into this Game 5 at the moment. Quadrant ITB to EU on an NA playing ground to determine who will get top 8 in the tournament. You have to feel for both the European teams meeting each other so early in the bracket, but boy, oh boy, do we love the storyline.
I mean, I'm a fan of the Europeans myself, and it hurts me to know that one of these teams will not continue in this tournament, but man, look at ITB right now. 4-kill lead, already forced the Game 5. Feel like on paper, most consider Quadrant to be the favorite, but these teams have gone back and forth for a while now, right? I mean, it was ITB that got top 6 at Arlington, Quadrant the team to get top 6 at London. And in their local tournaments, they're in Europe, I think they've gone back and forth just about all the time. So these teams know each other very well at this point. Now, a 6-kill lead for ITB. They are absolutely in the driver's seat to continue into the top 8.
SLG doing his best to play into this double kill. Unfortunately for him, Chick will get the better of the answer. Quadrant place high at their homestead at London. ITB with a top 16 performance there. Now trying to reverse the stakes. It feels like it's a yin-yang between these two teams. If one team does well, the other one's destined to have a short fall. ITB looking for their revenge. Wutum, the mouse and keyboard player that came into this roster after Snipe Drone had left it with Glory. You know, these teams switching so many players in between the two of them, you have to imagine that they just know so much about each other.
They have to, right? I mean, these guys have teamed with each other. They've played against each other more than anybody else in the world, I think, for each team. So we saw when Legend originally left, it was Glory that joins for the roster. Later, Chick switches sides. It's just gone back and forth. So much history between these two rosters, but now this lead has bloomed into a 7-kill lead, and it's Wutum that takes control of the Shock. You have to think Snipe Drone wanted to get a little bit more value before this gun trading hands.
Well,
that was the quickest quickscope I think I've seen in a while.
Wutum's trying to do his best crawling up on this map. Shocker, you don't normally see the shock rifle in mouse and keyboard's hands, but he certainly makes it effective whenever he has it. Killing spree for him as they're starting to take themselves a massive lead in this game.
It seems like they're playing with no fear. They're playing so aggressive right now, and off of those openings, just continuing to press the issue. At this point, they can play for trades till the end. I think that might be part of the game plan. Also, you're right, it is surprising when Wutum has the shock rifle. I mean, he told me he hates the gun. He would much rather Chick or Mighty's have it, or Jimbo. Jimbo's also a menace with the shock rifle, but you know, sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time, the only guy to pick it up, and he actually got some great value out of it as well.
Sika looking to do his best on this flank. Able to get that damage, and Quadrant's doing it a step at a time. It was just about a 10-kill lead, has dissipated to 6, and with ITB trapped in pipes, this is an opportunity for Quadrant to once again narrow the margin between these two. They open up with the first pick, and well, here comes the floodgates. Quadrant's gonna try to make their move now, getting damage down, but ITB largely stabilizing. Wow. Sika, the last alive. What they thought was gonna be a golden opportunity with one player down ends up being a poison pill that expands ITB's lead.
That was such a critical moment for Quadrant. ITB somehow comes out ahead. It was a 3-2 kills in ITB's favor when they were all trapped, like you said. Now all of a sudden Sika, the one getting collapsed on. SLG's going to clean up some of the damage, but every single time these kills trade out without Quadrant getting extra value, ITB's getting closer to knocking them out of the tournament.
Glory's trying to do his best getting behind these players. He's going to catch him with a stick. He brings it back to his teammate. Snipe Drone's desperately trying to get away, but the chase is in. Jimbo, he smells blood in the water, but Snipe Drone bites back. Nothing to do.
Oh my God. 6 kills, only 5 now. Quadrant, they've been in this position before, by the way. A Recharge Slayer Game 7 decided these two teams' fate at Blackpool. A recent tournament in Europe. It went down to 50-49 in favor of ITB at that time.
5 minutes remaining.
Chick with the shock rifle looking for his opportunity. This is the big moment for Quadrant in particular, because they know that every death from here on out is one step closer to them losing this series and going home early.
Oh. Land those shots, Chick, but they still have the lead. Another one, they're only 5 away. More damage coming out. Wutum getting a kill in the kill feed. Wutum, absolutely monstrous this game. It's been all over the map, and every trade gets them closer and closer to victory.
Just one wipe away. ITB can feel it, looking into the breach, trying to find these final players, but this is where the game can start to slow down. Quadrant knows that mistakes cannot happen anymore. In this critical moment, let's go into a listen with both these teams. Oh, he's found him in the back. Trying to get the shots in. Wutum Not going to be able to get that. 45-48.
Cypher's up soon. What, 2 C blood, they need to be battling. Try to grapple here. Come in. Damage. Look at grapple, nothing grapple. Too long, too long, come in. Come back.
Playing from glory.
I'm living. Give us glass. Yeah, couldn't get out there. Two going back for gold set. Let's go turban.
Eva's doing his best. Oh my god, this is so close.
This is just like the finals of Blackpool.
Top tower.
That has to feel so good.
Oh my god, the energy on that
Oh my
crowd right
god.
now. RIP headphone users.
That was absurd.
Dude, how does that even happen, man? Like, ITB, I think, just knows how to play against Quadrant better than anybody else. That means Quadrant falls in top 12 after they just got top 6 in London. How does ITB feel right now? That's got to be incredible.
They have to be on top of the world at the moment with the way that these guys have been playing. But we have other matches going on, so much going on today. We still have that Sentinels and FaZe matchup in Game 2 right now. Let's head on over. Camouflage in the hands of Renegade as he's trying to do his best to put his team up 2-0.
So far, Sentinels in the lead here. Remember, loser of this also out of the tournament. Quadrant, first to fall. One of these two Titans will also fall. Two teams that many consider, I mean, FaZe, obviously top 3, no matter what. Sentinels in that conversation is top 5, top 6 at the very least. But one of these teams will not continue on in this tournament. So far, Sentinels favorites to tie up the series.
Just a 4 kills differential. And Sentinels, one of the best Slayer teams, right? If they're going to get into this series, like this Game 2 Slayer is going to be pivotal for them. Oftentimes we see this team go to those Game 5 situations. They've had to depend a lot on their Slayers in their series.
FaZe is always so difficult, but I feel like this might be Sentinel's best Slayer map. I mean, we've seen them put a ton of different teams in the dirt. They know how to create those L-shaped setups, force spawns to whichever side of the map they wish, collapse on repeat until they hit that victory line. Look at the patience here. There's no overstepping here. The 6-minute mark's so crucial. We've got both Camo and Shock coming up. And right now, FaZe just patiently holding their position to secure at least the Camo, but Sentinel's in a position to not make it easy.
It's interesting how slow this game has been with this camouflage coming up. You would expect maybe for either of these teams to be trying to make a little bit more aggressive plays on the map, but really it's been a slow, methodical play. And well, Sentinels seems to be taking advantage of it. That's a 3-kill swing that goes their way.
And they get the camo. Boo is now in a position to contest this Shock.
Oh, they don't know he's here.
It looks like they should suspect that he's here, right? Like, where else would the camo player go? I'm surprised that they weren't looking a little bit harder for him in this moment. FaZe not really looking like their normal selves in some of these interactions.
It definitely feels like a big missed opportunity to find that camo early and to neutralize it, but instead it turns into a huge benefit for Sentinels. They not only got that camo, but quickly shift the shock rifle into their young superstars' hands, right? Precision is such an effective player in these Slayers. You give him a shock rifle, you better hope that you don't peek your head too long.
He is on the part of the map that FaZe should expect. This is very interesting to me. FaZe choosing to take basically a defensive stance over in Yard and Tram. Not for long, though. Frosty understanding they cannot just wait it out. The longer the time goes on, the better it plays into Sentinel's favor. So Frosty finds an opening through bottom middle. He gets shut down by Boo. They do push into Snipe successfully, though, and cut down Precision. So if that shock rifle can get into the hands of FaZe, that could be what they need to get back into this.
Just 10 more kills to go. They're in this end game. Lethal leading the charge for his team. Most kills, just about the least deaths. He's been having an incredible tournament stat-wise for his team. We'll see if he's able to continue this on. Camouflage coming up now. Looks like FaZe might have been able to get away with that camo and got 3 down at the same time. This is their moment to push back.
They've got to apply max pressure here to the next set of spawners. Looks like with Snakebite spawning on that snipe side, they know for sure that Sentinels is over here in Tram. That's exactly where they want them. Renegade does get a kill. And it looks like it's going to be Renegade. Sorry. Yeah, Renegade that has the camo. He's going to try to get some intel with it to look into yard.
He's going to make his play. 2 players in front of him. Just opts for the damage, knowing that Royal 2 is around the corner to find the cleanup. Renegade takes a different angle, and, well, they just don't expect him right away, but Lethal doing his best to find an improvisation, gets the kill, and, well, that's a massive one for Sentinels. Able to at least put that distance back on the board. FaZe down 5 in this crucial moment.
That's such a big trade from Lethal in that moment. If he goes down without dying, it would have been so many kills in a row for FaZe. On top of that, they could continue to press their advantage state, but just taking one opponent off the map gives so much more breathing room to Sentinels in that moment. They've taken that and ran with it back into a 6-kill lead. Only need 4 to close it out.
An incredible performance thus far from Boo Dubu. Yeah, he might be negative, but when you look at that assist column, 13 of them in a Slayer game.
Insane.
He's been involved in just about half the engagements needed for a win for his team.
Very rare stat line that you see, but not that rare when it comes to Boo Dubu. This guy is just positioning himself to output damage. Also feeds his teammates great information. Also, one of the skills I think he has is he stresses the information that needs to be responded to immediately and maybe shifts his tone to a more relaxed tone for things that aren't immediately needed attention for. Right now the game's slowing to a crawl. New camo has spawned. Looks like FaZe decent positioning to grab it, but Sentinels are shooting them back every time they inch towards it.
By taking heavy damage from Lethal. Lethal trying to get the information to his teammate, but Precision gets caught in the mid-clamber, and it's a death that Sentinels just have to feel gut-wrenched about. Not only does it let FaZe get within 3, but you lose your most valuable player's position. Lethal just keeps getting that info down, but it feels so hard to get that kill. Finally, Boo Dubu gets it. Precision finds 1 off his spawn and just 1 more kill. The stick, he tries to martyrdom Royal 2. The information's in. They know he's weak. The nades are going through. It's a shelling that's happening at Blue, but Royal 2 stays alive for now. The damage is coming in. Here comes Precision. He gets knocked out the window. Can they get the kill? Falcated finally ends it. Sentinels tie it up.
FaZe never make it easy, do they? They fought till the last second of that game. That's a huge tie-up for Sentinels, though. You can't go down 2-0 against FaZe. They're going to close it out at such a high frequency, but now they really feel like they're in it. They can absolutely do this. Curious to see the series layout. We're jumping into this a little bit late, so we didn't see the series layout, but I feel like if I'm on the side of Sentinels, I want to probably like a King of the Hill next, something like that, maybe a Strongholds to get back into this one.
King of the Hill. Yeah, I think that's what you want, right? You want something that's, yeah, you want something that's like you can like play a lot of that neutral game still. It's very focused areas of the map. Kind of has a little bit more of a Slayer feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here's our bracket so far. So Complexity Native still mid-series. And then do we know where? Oh, I guess we're still waiting for both the winner semis to happen on the other side.
Right. Okay, we're hearing that the FFA finals are starting soon as well. We should be able to get an observer in that so that we can commentate that for you guys as well. But here's the winners bracket. These matches still yet to play today, so Pure with that huge win over FaZe Clan 3-0. If you guys didn't see that, please go back and watch it at some point. Such an insane series out of Pure. Huge pop-off at the end as well. That's why we're seeing FaZe in this lower bracket and potentially getting their lowest placing that we've even seen in Halo Infinite.
This would be shocking if it happens, right? FaZe has just been a staple to Sunday. I mean, when's the last time that trio of players hasn't made it to Sunday? I don't think it's ever happened.
I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to go deep into the wiki, I feel like.
I think you'd have to be Halo Reach. Well, it's like I don't think they've never not made it to Friday as a trio.
To Sunday.
I mean, to Sunday, yeah. Like, I'm trying to remember in Infinite if they didn't have a top 4. Like they won Kansas City.
I think they got top
Orlando.
6 once.
They did get top 6 at Fort Worth, I think.
Yeah.
So Fort Worth was the last time.
But if they lose to Sentinels right now, that puts them in top 8.
That'd be their lowest placing of all time, for sure.
Yeah.
Absurd.
So Sentinels, with the capability to make history in the wrong way for FaZe, they've got almost certainly the toughest bracket, right? I mean, we see here Sentinels lost to SSG in the winner side, and then their very next match, or no, they did beat Team Lethal Fox in their first round 1, but now facing off against FaZe for top 6.
Yeah, just an incredible tournament that has happened this weekend. Is this like an OpTic signing that's happening next to us? What's going on over here?
I don't know. Looks like,
folks, we're on the stage, so we just saw a huge line of people get into something. Oh, I was just curious what it was.
Yeah, this is a cool setup. We're on the outskirts. We got all the crowd walking by. So we're also right next to the bar, so we get to see everybody refueling over here. Yeah, it looks like.
Oh, it's the trading card.
Oh,
guys.
Yeah, it is
it's
the
cards.
trading
cards.
Yeah. So somebody made little Halo player trading cards, similar to like baseball player cards.
Dude, there's a lot of people in that line. That's crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah. We're gonna have to go over there at some point.
Dude, well, you gotta get maybe the Roman camera up over there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I'd love to get some trading cards eventually, but a lot of good stuff going to happen here today. So we're waiting on the winner semifinals on the mainstream. We have FaZe versus Sentinels going on. We have Complexity and Native that's into a game 3, and then we're going to have the FFA Grand Finals coming up as well. So I'm really excited to see the FFA Grand Finals in particular. I feel like this is the opportunity for a lot of people to make their name in the HCS.
We just got done talking about Glory, who made his name in the FFA before he got picked up on teams like Quadrant. We saw Last Shot make his name in the FFA before getting picked up on teams like Pure. I mean, it is the breeding ground for the next wave of talent, right? And there's a lot of individually skilled players that just haven't had the opportunity to play on good 4v4 teams, and sometimes FFA is that springboard for a lot of players. So we might get to see some up-and-coming talent here shortly.
Yeah, I would love to see what player prevails, and maybe if they'll get like an opportunity into later this year. I mean, we still have Salt Lake City to go, but you know, season 4 seems to be well in the works. So I'm very excited to see what players, you know, kind of come out of the woodwork and make a name for themselves.
It's going to happen at every event. It's just a matter of time before these guys have their talent recognized by a top team and say, you know what, let's not continue to just pick up the next available free agent. Maybe let's take a chance on somebody new. That's what Pure did, and they just 3-0'd FaZe.
Working dividends for Pure right now. And it was interesting when we talked to them because they put a lot of effort into, or they put a lot of thought into the idea of, like, we need to give someone a chance rather than going and trying the same people out.
Right, yeah. Sometimes the same formula doesn't work. You know, you can't just find the next available player. And you also, I think it's somebody that's not been given a chance before might bring a different level of energy and perspective to a team that, you know, maybe a player that's a little bit jaded and on the outside, you know, that's been there for a while. Are they going to put in the same level of effort as that rookie player? It's not always the case, you know.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there for sure. FFA Finals, I got the word that it's just started. We're gonna make sure everything's situated over there. Once it is, we'll get ourselves into that FFA Grand Final. So if you're interested in what's going on in the amateur scene, we're gonna go and get that prepped for y'all right now. But we're gonna go and check out this Native and Complexity series until that is ready. And it looks like Native potentially ready to go up 2-1 against the Star of Complexity.
This will be massive for Native. coming all the way through the open bracket. We had APG up with us for a while yesterday. They're happy with their pool for good reason. They made it out, but tournament's not over yet. They've been on a string of top 12 placements, trying to break that curse. To just get into the top 8, I think, would be a massive swing for them, and this match is going to decide that.
Oh, here we go. One Lionel Hill will determine it all between these two teams, Native and Complexity, battling this thing out.
And the Hill moves to the dip side. And it looks like Native have the better positioning for now, but the push from Complexity is already in. Both these teams know which parts of the map are necessary to have success in this hill. And with 4 minutes on the clock, time definitely not a factor. It's just next hill wins. These teams might take a little bit more time, just really valuing that space on the map ahead of the hill time.
Well, Camo's going to go into the hands of Ryanu, but as Native Gaming goes 4 down, this could be it for Complexity. If they're well aware of these spawns, and Ryanu with this camouflage could capitalize early on it, it could be 20, 30 seconds before before Native Gaming even has a chance to contest.
I really like this disengagement from Ryanu. He knows that as soon as his location is known, the Native will send multiple members after him. He just completely disengages, gets closer to the hill so that he can be more impactful on this side of the map, gives that player a hat. I think that was Gilkey. Says, hold this. I'd love to see that.
Oh, APG just put Rain on skates, and he might just do it again. Breaking shot finally takes down APG, but not before APG got his licks in. And oh my, breaking shot somehow, some way stays alive and wins the spawns for Complexity.
Talked to Breaking Shot earlier. He said he's yelling at his opponents not to get in their head, but to hype himself up. So I feel like after a play like that, he's got to be feeling it, letting out a roar on the stage. And look at the patience. Both sides really not overstepping here. Native able to get some solid time here despite a lot of players of Complexity over here in blue. They immediately push it out. Can they kill Breaking Shot, though? They do, but not before Breaking Shot takes 2 of them down.
Dapping. Not going to be able to win that back spawn, and Complexity, they've been quick to route out these players from blue, getting these kills, and ready for the fight at bottom. Ryanu puts down Barcode. This could be it. Native Gaming has to stabilize in this position, but Ryanu has just been too much to handle.
Oh, man, this could come down to this moment. Ryan with such good survivability. We've got Camo coming up, but it might not matter. They only need a few more seconds to close this out.
Gilkey's the only one alive, and he just can't get there in time. Complexity go up 2-1, and a roar from Breaking Shot to be heard.
He's going to continue to roar. He said he can't just have that fake caffeine adrenaline, giving himself real adrenaline, pumping himself up by letting out those roars. Love to hear that. And here we go, back into Sentinels FaZe. Looks like FaZe have the early lead in round 1 of Oddball.
Into the back, Frosty finds a player unsuspecting, is able to get plenty of damage into them all. 3 down for Sentinels as FaZe are going to be able to get well positioned for this ball. Boo Boo, the last alive, is immediately found. Nades tracking him.
I think there was a sniper, 2 bandits, and a grenade that hit Boo Boo Doo Boo there. He said, maybe I took the wrong route, guys.
I haven't saw often when you're like, in that tunnel. You're like, let me check. I'm just going to shoulder check, see what's up. And it's like, oh, that was the wrong decision.
Yeah. Giving his teammates the intel, don't go bottom mid. And Lethal able to pick up the sniper somehow, though. He's got a top tower, and a great looking push here from Sentinels. FaZe going to have to play the engagement, win the fight before they could comfortably pick up the ball, but neither team really in position to grab it. The fight is going to continue.
Love this sniper. It's available now in the HCS store. Just came out on Tuesday, but boy, oh boy, this thing looks awesome.
Yeah, I feel like the darker colored version of it is much preferred to me over like the OpTic skin, personally.
I like the Complexity one. I rock the Sentinels one. Like the blue, it has like the blue tip in, but the triple is in. The ball still into FaZe, but we're going to come back to this when we can, because we're in the middle of the free-for-all grand finals. As we have Deputy Goober playing right here at 33 kills for the team.
Goober, a absolute staple in FFA. This man has given up 4v4. He said, I do not care about team games anymore. I'm just going to win as many FFAs as I can. I think he finished second place in both World Finals, both years 1 and 2. Hasn't closed one of those out, but would not be surprised. He's now in the lead. Ever since we switched to his screen, he's on a tear.
And Deputy Goober doing his best. Ezo right next to him at 34 kills. We have Furiously at 26.
Ezo certainly in that conversation for potential next up. I think he's just awaiting an opportunity on a top team. Incredibly talented young man. Furiously always in the mix as well. But those two really separating themselves. The third place player, only 31 kills, while Goober and Ezo have 30 and 35. Oh, the Glozzi's in third.
Glozzi's at third. Interesting. I've been seeing him walk around quite a bit in the venue. Always at these tournaments, and this would be a big win for him. He's getting the double. It could be 3 triple for Glozzi's. A huge strip that gets him within a few kills of first.
Shout out to David Zyper Sonic and the Creamers. That's the name of the Discord. Glozzi always in those 8s lobbies, man. He's a demon. I hate playing against this kid in those 8s. Such a good player. Love when he's on my team, though, and you can see why. This kid does not miss.
See the overshield up into the hands of a player, but look how fast that overshield gets melted.
Ivanize in this one as well. So many of the young, talented, next up players that we talk about, all these guys, I feel like right on that cusp, getting chances on even better teams.
So our players here, Furiously is going to be on 364 at the top. Kruvu's on 365. Deputy Goober's on 366. Avusi is at 363. Glozzi's on the long one. Ezo on 359. Ivanize at 361. And Johan at 367.
Stacked lobby this is. I heard I think Scoob Meister made it to the semifinals, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to Scoob. Probably was the last MNK player in the mix. This Deputy Goober is the sheriff in town. On a tear right now. 3.5 minutes left. The name of the game in FFA, by the way, just whoever gets the most kills in the span of 15 minutes. Non-stop mayhem. You have no incentive, really, to sit still. You should be trying to get into as many engagements as possible. Only a 6-second respawn time, so you're really not punished that much for quote-unquote over-challenging. You just got to take as many fights as possible and try to close out as many kills and get as many stolen kills as possible.
Your KD doesn't matter whatsoever, so it's like you just got to try to make the best optimal play at all points in time. It's these deaths, yeah, there's always going to be one player that's feeding everyone, but yeah, you just have to do what you got to do. So far we see man, it really feels like we're seeing Goober just run away with this. He was the champ at Arlington in year 2. He said his big goal was to win Worlds, the FFA at Worlds.
I mean, this guy's in that Regulators FFA Discord. These guys, I see them playing FFAs every day. I know Command Station's in there. She probably made it deep in this tournament as well. She's always at least in the top 16. But Goober, man, this guy shows up in my stream. I'll just be casually playing FFAs with viewers in my stream, and, you know, I'm having a good time. I'm feeling myself. I'm winning, you know, pretty much every game. And Goober's like, hey, can I join?
You're like, well,
and then
why do you
I'm
want
like,
to play?
all right, get in here. And then the man just drops 90 kills. I'll get like 65, and then he just leaves. I'm like, all right, bud, thanks for one-upping me. Have a good day.
All right, now 49 kills for Goober. He's about to hit that 50 mark. We got the cam on him. I mean, right now, I feel like it'd be pretty hard to lose with the kind of lead that he has. A 7-kill lead over second place. And second place going to be going to, right now, Ezo, the player that's closest behind him.
2 minutes left on the clock. Ezo going to try to close the gap. But, I mean, look, there's 3 different players with 42 or 43. And then Goober separating himself from the pack all the way at 49. He's been stagnant at 49 for a while, though. It's been about a minute without getting a slay.
I see Avusi's catching up as well over there at 363. He has 44 kills, tying himself up with Ezo. So we got a bit of a race for second. And both of them have been making ground. I mean, it's like we said, 49 for quite a bit for Goober. It's a comeback that could be happening. That heat wave, though, could help solve his problems.
Oh, tries to jump in the corner to avoid the nade damage, but he gets his first kill in quite some time. Here we have Johan. Some nice kills.
Oh, wow.
He's pretty far behind, though. He's not going to be the winner of this game. He's got a lot of ground to cover, not enough time to do so.
If anything, he's just trying to help Goober get that win.
Trying to save face, maybe. Trying to help.
Honestly, this feels like a race for second. I mean, we got 2 players tied right now. Oh, no, we also have that third. It's I believe that's a Glowzy's. Glowzy took the second place spot at 46 right now, and he has an overshield on.
Glowzy out of nowhere. Kind of challenge. He needs 5 kills in 30 seconds to get the win. I don't think it's possible. Looks like Goober should take this, but that fight for second place, that's a lot of difference in prize money between second and third.
I see almost everyone down off the count right now. Goober's going to take his victory lap looking for any final players. Right now, it would be Glowzy's in that second place position. Potentially, there's a player at 46 that can come off respawn, potentially find it.
This is going to come down to the last couple seconds here. Avicii gets a slay.
He's got to find another.
No. Glowzy's going to get it by 1 extra point. And Steven Goobs, the Goob Meister himself, also known as Porky J, by the way, played on Xset in Season 1 before he decided, you know what, I'd rather just play FFA and not sweat about 4v4.
Well, hey, congratulations to Goober.
Yeah.
He's done a fantastic job with the FFA. As you hear the crowd, that's the crowd getting behind him right there. Everyone just root for him in the FFA finals. We'll head back over to our series. I believe FaZe just ended up taking that game 3, so they're going to be up 2-1 in the series. But Native and Complexity still battling it out. Let's go over to Charlie.
So much action going on at the same time. Let's take a look at the stats. Deputy Goober. He really slowed down so much at the end of that game, by the way. I mean, he only got 3 kills in like the last 3 minutes, but he had built such a strong cushion that it didn't matter.
Yeah, like a 7-kill lead is a massive lead.
Yeah. But shout out to Glowzy. Huge comeback, and young man popping off in the ends. Get into second place.
Here we go, Native against Complexity. This is a big moment for Native. They have to try to push to game 5 here. Still in the first round of this oddball game, and it's a small lead for Native.
Okay. Trade here. Native looking good for round 1, but it's never over till it's over. Tapping. Needs to get some value out of this life. Finishes 1 kill. It's going to get grenaded out. Rhino topping he's got the most kills, least deaths, least oddball time though. I was a little bit shocked to see that. But Rhino, one of those players that just kind of fills the void that his team needs in the moment, and he's going to do whatever it takes to win.
Spots the camo player. Quickly he's sent out into the void. He tries his best to get that damage down with the assault rifle, but just not enough. APG with his second life given by that repulse is going to look for any sort of damage with camo in his hands.
Camo will expire. Pushing in here, 1v1 against Ryan Oob. APG is going to win that. It means Native will get at least a few more seconds. Ball gets tossed out. Lateral pass going to be grabbed by APG. He goes down though. Ball's left in red room. It's not the best spot to leave the ball if the rest of your team goes down here, so Complexity should be able to grab it.
Right, neutral time probably going to start playing a factor here soon as well. Just 45 seconds of time allowed for this ball to be sitting on the ground, not in someone's hands. Looks like Native going to be able to get their grab once again, just a few seconds away from securing this round 1. Before going down, Complexity is going to be able to get themselves set up and well positioned for a round 1 win.
This is last chance for Native to close out this round. Pretty critical that they do so, right? I mean, they do not want to go around down. They don't want to put themselves to have to win 2 in a row just to keep the series alive. The push is here. Tapping gets a kill in the kill feed. Barcode and Rhino trade out. Gilkey first breaking shot. APG is here as well though. 2v1 and Native gonna milk some time in the meantime.
Just a 2-second differential between these two. APG, they saw one pick in the feed. He said, this is my time, just 5 seconds to go. Complexity's running in, but it's the beatdown from APG. 99 seconds, and Gilkey will make it 100. Native Gaming take round 1. Their tournament hopes still alive.
So critical to win that one at the end there. Massive plays out of APG and Gilkey. So clutch in that back A area. Had they even died any sooner, I think that round goes to Complexity.
Into the play, lots of players towards that camo and ball. 3 grenade kills off the start. I don't feel like you usually see that many right on the game.
I don't think I see that many players go straight for the ball off the rip either. It's usually kind of a slow neutral dance to see who can get the upper hand before somebody goes for it, but both teams opting to go straight for the ball, and it kind of makes sense, right? You get that early ball time that could ultimately be the difference in the round.
Gilkey trying to do his best with the camouflage. Sentinels and FaZe have started their match. Pure Space Station have started theirs as well on the main stream. So we can see we have 3 games to jump around to in this one. Let's head over to the Sentinels and FaZe match as they're in a tough game 4 on Forbidden Flag.
This is one of those game types that FaZe struggled at Arlington, had some heartbreaking losses, notably to OpTic. I think they might have also dropped this to another team, but since then really put a lot of work into it, and I don't think they've lost it ever since. Looks like someone throws the flag off the map here, so that's going to get reset. But look at the pressure. Royal 2 just trying to clear his base, but Sentinel's pressure is too strong right now.
Anybody going to be tracking back? They think that someone's gotten through, or oh wait, no.
Well, that was in their
the
base.
Colors are swapped.
Right, yeah, it's always a little confusing seeing FaZe in blue.
FaZe in blue, Sentinels in red. Well, I guess Sentinels is red, so
right,
technically right for one of them.
We probably don't want to watch red versus red. That might get even more confusing.
My.
Ooh.
Lethal hits the first, not going to be able to land that second into the head, but the body shot damage. Slow Snakebite down, but just no follow-up answer for Sentinels right away. Overshield going to be coming up in about 5 seconds, and FaZe looks well positioned with 2 players going down. This could be a dangerous spot for Sentinels. Flag is out. Snakebite's got extra shields, and well, their positions are just too well known. Snakebite took a lot of damage going down for that pickup, though.
Massive kill, but also massive depletion of the overshield. Where did Precision come from? Assassination comes through. Renegade, though, in a great spot to continually apply pressure. He's going to actually go for a flag grab just to keep that flag alive. And now Royal 2 just can kind of perch up on this snipe street. This positioning, so important to apply pressure to the spawners of your opposition. And instead of going for the flag touch, he's just going to prioritize this position and wait for his teammates to come off spawn.
Creeping. Knowing there's a player just around the corner. They don't spot him right away, and this could mean the sniper of Sentinels could be moving to the hands of FaZe. 2 more players there to deal with it, but Renegade not done creeping in this back base. Looking to get behind these players. The Sentinels, sniper's up, but does Boo Boo know?
Boo Boo knows the sniper's up, but takes so much damage from Renegade. Wow, look at the teamwork from Sentinels. He does get the trade, so Lethal should be able to pick that sniper up. And if he's on point like we saw earlier, he could cause a lot of damage with it.
The backsmack from Precision will come through with Snakebite. Oh my. The answer was immediate. The old men of the HCS, snipers for both teams, Lethal and Snakebite. On either side, Lethal strike first, Royal 2 goes down.
Huge snipe there. That's going to free up Sentinels to move forward a little bit at the very least. Renegade going through the tunnel system. I don't think Sentinels is going to expect that at all. I think that's who is shooting Lethal here as well. I think he kept that sniper on the map. I don't know. Either way, the flag is going to get pulled because of Renegade's unpredictable play.
Snakebite puts extra shields in. Woo. Snipe shot down. And interestingly enough, Snakebite's been the sniper player for FaZe in this life. He's going to be able to find the opening pick. The extra shields are gone, but he's gotten to this flag, keeping it alive on its run. Surprising how hard it's been for both these teams to get this flag out and away.
Neither team have gotten it even close to the tunnel. Out of the opposition space, Royal 2 tries to hit the ghost jump. He gets killed anyways. Frosty, last bullet of Sniper is not going to connect. Neither does the sticky grenade, and just feels like Sentinels are really doing a little bit better in these team fights. They just have more numbers to guarantee that they're going to win the fight. The question is, can they get into FaZe's base and actually apply some offensive pressure?
Yeah, they have been bend, not break defense thus far, but possessions have not come in many opportunities for them on the offensive side. This is one of their few opportunities here and now. Precision looking over top with this futuristic commando to land down their hurt, but there's just no follow-up from Sentinels on these attacks.
This is definitely a very strong position, but not when 3 members of FaZe are barreling towards you. Boo wisely rotating off his spawn through the back of the base to try to prevent himself from getting pushed, or try to prevent FaZe from getting control of their snipe side of the map. Here we go. Royal 2 just kind of perched up, watching the only avenues in which Sentinels have to potentially stop his flag runner, guaranteeing that they take damage in their efforts.
To be had.
All right. Both teams playing such good defense here. Royal 2 gets killed on Precision. Looks like Snakebite trying to scurry away with a sniper. 2 dead for FaZe, 1 dead for Sentinels. Lethal comfortable to move forward with that numbers advantage, but also doesn't want anyone from FaZe to sneak through on the pillar side, so keeps checking this low side just in case. Just kind of patrolling the space until his teammates get into better positions.
Flag out. Once again, Lethal gonna be the only one on Sentinel's side that can try to put a stop to it, but he's spotted over by Frosty quickly. This flag has been put in this exact spot time and time again, but this time it might just be the flag that comes home.
Yeah, many members of Sentinels dying, coming off spawn in not so great a position. Get some damage on Royal 2, but does not appear that any member of Sentinels will be able to stop this. Royal 2, though, thinks there is, so he's not going to run it in right away. Yeah, and was communicated to him that members of Sentinels had broken through on that snipe bridge, and what a huge kill on Royal 2. He was not able to round the corner. It's going to allow Boo Boo to go in and grab the flag for himself.
Flag still in the back.
Huge shots.
They're getting this flag away. I'm surprised FaZe is allowing them to get so much space with this, but Sentinels have gotten the counter and overshields on their side as well. FaZe suddenly in danger of this attack from Sentinels turning into a counter cap.
Renegade gets caught off guard. Huge trade out of Precision. That's going to allow Lethal to move forward. But Royal 2 trying to protect Frosty with the flag. I think Frosty is walking the flag, so Lethal does not know exactly where it is. Okay, now that it's been dropped, he does know. Frosty trying to quickly rotate it to the snipe side to find some extra safety on that side. Gets the squad spawns for his teammates on that nest side as well. With Lethal blocking the back base spawns, it's most likely scenario. And they're still fighting just to protect the Sentinels flag.
Boo Boo Dubu gets the return, and well, who's back at home but Renegade to return the flag for FaZe. The flag standoff results in a net 0 advantage.
That's incredible. Both teams with a last goal line stand. We're right back to neutral, but guess what? New set of snipers has spawned, and both teams going to be fighting for it. if one team can get both, that would be a massive win condition, but neither team going to make it easy.
Eagles found his opportunity. 2 players over in this hut, and he is taking this fight against Renegade, trying to jiggle right, jiggle left. He's gotten good damage down. He's really held these 2 players back for as long as he could. Wow. Renegade, oh, I think he just got his clamber at the bottom of the map. He will stay alive, but dangerous position from him.
Either way, just Lethal forcing him to go low ground to survive is kind of massive, right? Because if Renegade stays up top, can quickly rotate to the top of their main ramp and apply even more pressure. Despite that, still able to get the flag pull. Royal 2 has a sniper, gets a headshot in the kill feed. Falcated distracted and gets cut down by 2 players. This flag might finally get through again. Snakebite here with overshield as well. Things not looking great for Sentinels in the moment.
Oh, great damage down from Snakebite. Falcated will be the last alive, and well, we've seen it time and time again. The flag route that has not been successful, and this time it just feels different. All the Sentinels see the respawn screen. The dual snipes of FaZe put him down. It'll be a 1-0 lead for Snakebite, barring the impossible.
Lethal makes it all the way to pillars, but it's just going to be to his inevitable death as he gets cut down. Another kill, more kills coming out. It's been all FaZe for the last minute.
The snipers have been unbelievable for them in this position. Sentinels just can't get up.
4 dead again. Precision getting the only kill on the side of Sentinels in the last 2 minutes, it feels like.
Now they're having to try to fight out towards their snipe side, but Snakebite has been a turret, finally taken down. But did he buy enough time for Frosty to make this a 2-0 lead? Precision's racing to the top of the map to try to find the stop. Him and Boo Boo Doo join forces, but FaZe might just force this thing in. If this flag goes in, it might just be game over for Sentinels. Not much time to work with to bring this thing back. Flag still down as Lethal is trying to get the counter to go their way. Sentinels will get the flag out, now a matter of bringing it back home.
FaZe playing so tricky in this situation. They know if they can just use the flag as bait, they could potentially stop it, but it's 2 dead for FaZe. They need to get another touch, though, in the next 3 dead. They need to get this flag on the move. They get the return, and this is very possible for them to tie this up now.
And Falcade's been playing this so patient for there only being 10 seconds left in the game, but he's found himself beside 2 players. He's trying desperately to get the kill, but someone's got to pull the flag. Who's there but Boo Boo Doo Boo? He's got it out. The pie chart's in. Falcated, it's up to him. He has to keep Sentinels' hopes and dreams alive. Players surround him in the dark FaZe.
Oh my God.
Trying to get the kills. He'll reactivate the time, still alive in this. Precision has the extra shields. He's getting into the front lines, but he has to go back for the flag. There's just no time left in this game. He will get the touch. They're trying to do the impossible. Precision plays the corners, jiggles his way back. He missed the flag. He missed the flag. Is anyone there to pull it back? Renegade gets 2. FaZe clutch up.
Boo Boo clutches up 2. No, but the pie chart expires. What an insane in-game sequence. Sentinels did not want to back down, but FaZe is too strong, and you can see it on their faces a bit, maybe feeling like it's a bit unfair. The only teams they lost to in this tournament were OpTic, FaZe, and SSG.
It really feels like the difference of that game potentially going to overtime and FaZe winning that series was a single press of a button, the action to pick up the flag. Yeah. It missed it at such a crucial moment. And, you know, everyone's been there. Yeah, you really can't blame them. Sometimes the flag's just a bit heavier. Your curb slide's a bit too fast.
Man.
Makes you wish you had that keyboard.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's the difference. That's the MNK, a little bit of advantage that doesn't really get talked about with MNK is the fact that it's a one-key pickup. Controller, you've got to hold the button down until you finish picking it up, and that ends up being the difference maker here.
Oh, on the other side of the feature stations, a Game 5 has started between Native Gaming and Complexity.
Unbelievable stuff here. So much action across the board. Don't want you guys to miss any of it. Congrats to FaZe once again for moving on. But here's that Game 5. Only a 2-kill lead right now for Complexity.
Shots down for Barcode, but This thing is just about tied up. Complexity has a small lead to work with. Ryan Noob having this shock rifle might be enough to push them over the edge. This match for top 8 in today's competition.
Native trying to break the top 12 curse. Complexity trying to prove that they made the right pick with the breaking shot. So much on the line for both of these squads. It's gone back and forth. I really think this one will be won by the shock rifle, and I can't think of anyone else I'd rather have than Gilkey to make the game-winning clutch plays with the shock rifle.
Gilkey, I think probably one of the most underrated snipers. You know, a lot of people like to throw around that term underrated, but really you don't hear much conversation about Gilkey with a sniper unless you're talking to the pro players. Like they know that you have to give the man respect.
Ryan Noob himself said that he basically said Gilkey would be a top 10 sniper. Now he's going up against him, and he says, man, when Gilkey has a sniper, it's annoying because I have to respect this guy with the sniper. And it's breaking shot though, finding a double. Gilkey not seeing a target, so maybe that's part of the game plan from Complexity. If they know he has the shock, just don't peek.
Two players. Look at Complexity making a push up through the top. Gilkey ready for it, but the damage isn't enough to transfer the kills until now. Beats him through the doorway, and 3 go down for Complexity. Trying to pick up the pieces as Ryan Noob, shock rifle in hand, but has to retreat to safety, but just can't get around the corner.
Delivers the last bullet of the shock to breaking shot though. Can he get value out of it? No, Camo player is gonna surprise him here. Tries to stick him, he does get the stick, so big kill on tapping Buttons, who had that camo. Native take a 1-kill lead.
Some players trying to mount their push into tower to A, but Native Gaming expecting some sort of play to happen. Look at Barcode all the way at Trippy corner. They're starting to mount their play over at that long haul. It's going to be a tough position. And Barcode, they never saw him. The damage from APG was immediately answered. Barcode got 2, and breaking shot, although he finds some sort of a control, they're still certainly not out for safety. Complexity gets killed on that cross, and then they opened up the A spawns and immediately find the stick.
Wow, that's a good trade to get if you're on the side of Native. It feels like Native, really though, team rolling with momentum right now. Complexity trying to stabilize. Don't have a lot of space to work with. Okay, now they do though. They've got 2 players long haul in glass and then 2 players in A as well. How does this push work? It's gonna start with a 1v1 win from Rain. Huge win on APG there.
The new combo comes in for the trade, just a 2-kill lead. Feel fragile in moments like this. Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming starting to see that lead diminish. 1 between them. Ryan Noob's gotten the shock rifle a couple times in this game now, and well, with the lead so fragile, he's gonna hand it off to another teammate as he looks to get back into the action with his bandit.
You even said on the broadcast earlier, he said, I don't want it.
He just dropped it and came back for it?
Yeah, because nobody came to pick it up. I think he said shock is down, red door, but teammates are unable to grab it. He said, all right, I'll do it myself.
I kind of like the idea of like dropping that shock rifle. If you know you're going to go take a challenge that's like not going to involve the snipe, you can like kind of hide it away from the other team if you go down. I don't know, but Ryan Noob always with his 800 IQ, whatever play he's
right,
gonna
yeah,
make.
he could be thinking a few chess moves ahead. He said, or Breaking Shot said that literally before their first series today, Ryan was literally playing chess on his phone. So
I like it.
Playing chess, both actual chess and Halo chess.
Yeah, you could probably get a couple games in between each set, you know, like game 3,
The
game
blitz
4,
games,
get, get a blitz game in.
There you go.
That's on a perfect flank. Barcode's going to try to at least get a little bit of damage into the camo, but nothing that's going to be efficient enough for some sort of trade. And Native, remember, they had a lead for so long in this game, although it was a small and fragile lead. Once they lost it, it seems as if everything else has been slipping away from them. What was a 2-kill lead for Native has suddenly transferred to Complexity leading by 5.
That's a big win from Barcode. I feel like the game gets a bit out of hand if he loses that fight. Somehow stays alive despite the flurry of grenades coming in. Knows these players unlikely to have any grenades left, so more comfortably pushing into the pipes. Now also has this position from Bat Ledge. Look at how he's managing multiple targets that are attacking him at the same time, just finding some sneaky route here to throw them off. And he has to stay alive and get value out of this life.
Barcode's found his entry point. Will get the kill. At this point, it's just about playing for no trades. You have to make sure that you can get that kill and get away.
Gotta keep your teammates alive at all costs if you're native. Play closer together, watch each other's backs. Can't have any surprises if they're trapped here in gold pipes. Guess what though? The Australian legend has the shock rifle. We've seen what he can do with it as well. Huss has the camo though on the other side.
Huss with camo, this could just be the game win, but even after they've gotten this camo, they haven't gotten a kill yet. They've been at 46 for so long here, but they're finally going to make their entryway. Native Gaming, they're all stuck in the pipes, and here comes Huss. He finds all four. They're squatted up. He's getting the damage down. The callouts are coming through, but no kill has come in.
Barcode lives.
How?
How did Barcode live? How did all of them live? I think that was Barcode, the one he was shooting in the back that was one shot. He hits the curb slide to get into A, stays alive with his shock rifle. Only has 2 shots left to work with, though. Was not able to connect on many shots before this. Pressure just a little bit too great, but now they're repositioned in elevator. I don't know if this is where you want to be. All of Complexity are here.
Oh, and they all go down. Native Gaming running and dying as a team. The pop-off from Complexity. Knowing that's a big win for them, and they let it be known on the other side.
Gotta feel for Native. It's 3 consecutive top 12 finishes now. Unable to break the curse here. It's going to have to be another tournament before they can find their top 8 they've been looking for. But on the other side, Complexity and Breaking Shot. How many times has Breaking Shot got top 8 before?
Breaking Shot? Man. I think he got one when he was playing like Proton, right? Didn't Proton have some crazy run at like Orlando year 1?
It would have been Charlotte, but I think they got top 12 out of Open.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever gotten top 8,
This might be his first top 8 in Halo Infinite.
Hey, shout out to Breaking Shot. It's a big accomplishment for him.
Massive. And a huge bounce back for these guys after what happened in London with the DQ. It's able to get right back into the top 8 and earn those ever so crucial points. Now they got to win another series, though, to guarantee themselves in pools, right? So they are still pretty far behind in points, I think. They had to qualify to get into pools this tournament.
Yeah.
So this is a big deal. It's a lot of points on the line.
It'll probably make their life much easier going into Salt Lake City. Obviously, they want to get one more win underneath their belt, guarantee their pool play spot with a top 6. But right now, Complexity looking like they're getting some big improvements.
Complexity looking good. Breaking Shot fitting in like a glove. Native put the pressure on him, though. Game 5. We saw Native win some Game 5s yesterday. But in the meantime, before we hop into some more 4v4 action, we got a special guest for you guys. You can sit right here.
Got the FFA champ coming to sit down on the couch with us.
Looking fresh in the space station hoodie as well. The man, Porky J, a.k.a. Goober.
Right, he's putting your government out there. That's crazy.
Porky J is his government name. Imagine. Yeah. There you go. Make sure you move the mic kind of close. That one's a little bit not. Yeah, there you go. That should be good. How you doing?
Good, good. Excited.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Congratulations on the FFA win. How many of these have you won now? I feel like you're always there.
I've only won twice, but I've made the grand finals at every one I've competed in. But
yeah, and second place at both worlds, right?
Yeah.
FFA Demon, man. I was telling Tools while we're watching it, I'm like, yeah, I'll often be, streaming and, playing FFA customs with my chat, and I'm feeling good, winning every game. And then you show up in chat and you're like, hey, can I play? And I can't say no to you. And then you'll just drop 90 kills in the next game, and I'll have like 65. And it's just like, Dude, how do you do it? Like, what's the secret to your FFA success? You're the most consistent FFA player that we've seen in the game. How do you do it?
Just got to get more kills than everyone else. That's how you do it.
That's pretty straightforward. I feel like your timing and routing has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I think I just play the most free-for-all out of everyone, but just put in the most work. So I just want to shout out to my friends in the regulators. They helped me practice. And shout out to Eli for getting me ready for the Complexity tournament.
Yeah. He was playing in my lobbies before the Complexity FFA tournament. That was the 1,000 kill Tour de Walsh.
Tour de Walsh.
Yeah.
What do you think of like Tour de Walshes? Are you a fan or?
I like Tour de Walsh. I'm 30 years old now, so my hands are getting up there. I don't know if I can continue to do it. Like,
it's
a lot.
It's a lot.
I literally had to ice my hands after that tournament was over. And
that was one where, if I recall correctly, Mikowan was like in the lead for most of it, and then you kind of came back in the last couple of heats to take the lead, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, and it's awesome to play with legends like yourself. Some of the greatest free-for-all players. Friggin', we got Mikowan. Just some of the best players all around.
I appreciate that, man. Always a pleasure.
In the game, right? We have some of the replays up on our screen over here, but you had this big lead, and then you got the 49 kills, and it felt like it was impossible for you to find a kill on the map for like a minute. Were you getting a little bit nervous about people coming back towards that final minute, or were you pretty confident in that lead that you built?
I was confident. I was just messing up on like simple fundamental Halo. Like I was just walking forward, forgetting to strafe on a few trades, but no, I just checked the scoreboard and realized like I have a minute left, 2 minutes left. I'm good. You got this.
It was there was also a heavy fight in for second place, but you found that early lead. What was it like? Well, at what moment were you like, okay, like I'm gonna find this lead? They're giving me this. Like, when did you start to feel confident that was gonna be your lobby?
Right at the beginning of the game. As soon as I got to 10 kills, I was like, this is mine. I just took a huge gap. I was feeling confident, talking to myself, and ran away with it.
I'm curious how you play the leaderboard game, because one thing that I look at when I play FFA is, like, especially if it's like a top 4 advanced type situation, and maybe I'm in 4th place, I'm keeping an eye on who's in 5th, and like maybe like through my death cam finding them, and then like maybe shoot them across the map, make their next fight a little bit harder before I do anything else, or maybe I like kind of isolate them. Do you do anything like that? Like maybe you're keeping track of who's in 2nd place and making their life specifically a little bit more difficult?
Yep. Before the game starts, I just try to remember everyone's gamer tag. It's HCS whatever, so I just try to remember who's who. And during the game, I don't start out targeting or following players, but as the game progresses, that's when I start noticing who's who. I'm trying not to go out of my way to hunt them, but I just keep in the back of my head.
Yeah.
In London, I just threw the tournament. I was winning, and I just hunted Ryanoob. And he ended up winning because I was too focused on that rather than my next life.
Interesting. Love to hear from that, because we actually didn't get to see any of that FFA at London. That was the first one in a while we didn't get to broadcast.
It's incredible how consistent you've been at getting FFAs, right? You've been grand finals in each FFA. It'll be the first FFA we ever broadcasted. You won it over in Arlington, I believe, and it's been cool to see you lead the charge. Who, like you said, you play with the regulators pretty often. Who are like your Mount Rushmore of Halo Infinite FFA at the moment?
At the moment, I would say Last Shot. He's pro now. Fleurishly's up there. Rhino just doesn't even play free for all. He just kicked my ass. But no, I just want to shout out to my friends Switch, Lego, and everyone else in the Discord. And speaking of Arlington, like the only time I ever won was because my friend Moosh was there, and I told him as a joke, "You have to come to this one. I haven't won in a while." He came here 2 for 2. So
Moosh is the key. I love Moosh. I didn't know he was here, bro.
Yeah, Moosh SF, right? There's a couple different Mooshes. Okay. That's awesome. In this particular lobby, was there anybody that stood out to you that surprised you? It was Glowzy that got 2nd place.
Yeah, it was my friend Glowzy, yeah.
Oh, you know Glowzy? Okay. Yeah, tell us about him, and like which one of these guys do you think was maybe the more difficult kill in the lobby for you?
Definitely Glowzy. Like, he was just pivoting me every time, making me look bad. No, I'm happy for him. He's been my friend. He's been a regulator for a while, so I'm glad to see him do that. And everyone's good. Fleurishly, like, this whole lobby was stacked.
It was insane, yeah. When they went through all the names, Johan's in here. Yeah, Glowzy, I've been playing with him in 4v4 8s. Our friend Zypersonic puts on money 8s, and he's always in the mix. And I just love having him on my team. He's a great teammate as well. It's very high energy, always small talking. Good kid, for sure.
All right, so we don't have pros in FFA, but if we did, who do you want in your FFA lobby? Like just like if you can win this, you get to prove that you are on the Hall of Fame.
If Pistola came back, Pistola, Straight Sick, Ryanoob, Mikowan, Last Shot, a few of those guys, just like the best overall players. Nated.
Soul Snipe seems pretty good.
Soul Snipe, Gunplexion as well.
Have you played against? Well, Gunplexion was in this one, but he didn't make the final. I don't think he maybe made semifinals. Have you played against him much in FFA?
He used to play it all the time. I know he's more focusing on fours, and he's improving really fast. Shout out to him. He was in the finals with me in Arlington. Didn't end up getting the win, but no, he was originally one of the best free-for-all players too before he switched over to fours.
Awesome, and I know you played fours on XSET Season 1, and then at some point, I think around that time, you just decided to just go all in on FFA. Can you talk a little bit about that decision? Is FFA just more rewarding for you? Did you feel like you were just tired of the politics in the 4v4 environment, or what's going on?
I think it's just because I got older. Like, the love for the game I had as a kid, it wasn't there, so I was hopping on, and it wasn't fair to my teammates at the time. I wasn't putting in the work required to play this game. So my original plan was to sit out for Anaheim, come back for Kansas. I originally ran with G2 after I got dropped from XSET. And yeah, it's just like, I'm never going to be the best unless I'm enjoying what I do. It's like, I have to be having fun.
Yeah, and you just always have fun playing FFA?
Sometimes. It's really frustrating. It's a lot of variance in it.
Right, yeah. It definitely feels like a slot machine at times because just small little things can make a big difference in your placement. And I think it's only a matter of time before you win Worlds. I assume you're going to go to Salt Lake City and Seattle?
Shout out to Space Station. Yeah, hopefully there's another qualifier for Worlds if I make the finals.
Space Station, sponsor this man.
Space Station.
SSG. If SSG wants to win a LAN and the FFA.
I think the G stands for Goober, right?
Yeah, that's Space Station's Goobers.
There you go.
It's in there somewhere, but I honestly, it's like I have to tip. Like, I think it's actually one of the biggest accomplishments that like no one's really talking about because it's not forward facing. It's like the FFA and like your ability to always be in those finals. Like, I always feel like it's important for people to like be recognized for their accomplishments, and like what you've done in the FFA space has just been incredible.
Yeah.
So I want to give you your props for that. Is there anything that we haven't talked about, or anything that's been happening recently that you want to talk about, or?
Not too much. I just want to say LVT's killing it. Before them, we had no coverage of this. Free for all is kind of like a dying scene, so just trying to keep it alive.
Oh, maybe, just maybe. We've been thinking about it. But what if we brought back the old Face It FFAs? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want those back, the weeklies?
Oh, yeah, I would love those back. It's like, aside from the Marine ones, I couldn't compete in those because I'm Canadian, so that was kind of a...
I remember that. There was all the free goober in the chat with the little emote with the dude in jail.
A few people thought I was on one of those Ringer or Smurf accounts that were making it pretty far, but no.
Yeah, I remember that. There was some Smurf that made it like to the grand finals.
I'm pretty sure it was Scariotic.
Could be. No, I thought they were an MNK player though.
One of them was an MNK player. Someone said maybe it was Baby J. I heard someone say Baby J. I have no clue. But
I asked Mailman if it was him because he's one of the better MNK players. He's like, no, it wasn't.
I was thinking him. Dog 7, really good free for all player.
Oh yeah, Dog 7.
Oh, it could have been Dog. Well, what is Dog Canadian?
He's not Canadian.
Yeah, he would have no reason to Smurf.
It's like maybe. I have no clue, but
who knows? He just left. I mean, that prize money, I'm sure, probably just never got paid. He just wanted to be there to throw a monkey wrench in the equation, right. I guess. But
people trying to bend the rules into their favor. But either way, I mean, it's like I feel like we like at LVT could be running FFAs just because it's like I want to give like you guys a reason to play before and like kind of highlight what's gonna happen, build up those storylines before. So maybe some FFA tournaments from LVT in the future.
If we did that, then you guys would make me decide if I want to play or cast.
We have to have you play.
I feel like I have to
I feel like Eli's always looking for his opportunity to play. He's like, I said at Salt Lake City, and hey, I know you don't like to play the fours, but if you want to play on a team that doesn't need any practice or anything from you, Team LVT, it'll be like the casters plus you.
We just have to make a fun squad and just
go.
Yeah,
just a fun squad.
And
we get a couple rounds.
You could even cast, in the meantime, screw it.
Oh, I might be one of the worst casters.
All right, folks. Well, you can see pure Space Station Gaming. It's going on right now. We're going to go over to the casters on Alpha, let them take this for a moment while we get up and stretch our legs. Goober, where can people find you?
On Twitter, Steven Goobs, Steven with a V. Other than that, just Discord and the regulators Discord.
Get involved, right? If you are interested in FFA and you want to go far in these tournaments, that's where the best players play.
Every few weeks before the tournament, let's get some lobbies going. So shout out to all my friends in there.
I get it. That being said, we'll be back soon. In the meantime, let's go head over to the main stage where we're going to watch Pure versus Space Station.
And not just the routing they're taking, but picking up those kills onto the respawners, or at least damaging them for long enough to stop them being in a position to get that flag carrier killed. Elsewhere, You're going to see the overshield coming up in a few moments as well. And this is the third time in a row, if I'm not mistaken, it's gone to the hands of Pure, and they're still trailing in this game.
Yeah, it is. By the way, earlier we saw Druck in the back of the base taking that 1v1 against Bound right before the overshield top, and it also led to Last Shot grabbing it. Druck is also once again front and center in that power-up battle, so a lot of credit definitely goes to him here. Once again, still with 11 kills on the board. We'll see if they can convert. They've got a lot of time to play with here, Mark.
Certainly do have time, but the grenades onto the overshield, and Eco being in that corner, the king of the corners he's been so far in this tournament, means the overshield amounts to nothing. It's a misplay coming in from Pure. That's 3 overshields and not really much to talk about with it.
Tough as well, because he had the, ooh, nice little drop here. Big coming in from the battle. He tries to win this battle. Does win the battle. Very easy from Bound. Nice mechanically from Bound. That heat wave, though, is tough. Right? As you saw, could have rounded that corner earlier, but instead, Eco staying alive in the gen, catches him off guard, and they shut down that push. Now Bound once again, and the entire SSG roster putting pressure on the base here from the Shroom side.
Absolutely love that little step jump. It just throws so many people off. You think you're kind of lining up your reticle for the fall, and then before you know it, they're jumping back up. And one person who's jumping back to his base with a flag in his hand is going to be Bound. We mentioned how his movement was good without the flag. Well, it's just as good with it. One player is dead for SSG, but he's got a couple of friends alongside him. He's forcing it home. Can't quite get it over the line. But there's a teammate there to convert. Stella will put it home, but there is a counter cap opportunity as SSG got 3-1.
They needed to put that in, by the way. That was closer than I think a lot of people might have realized. That one came down to the wire, almost didn't go. However, counter cap opportunity, as you say, coming in for Talik. All players are alive, though. We'll see if he can cross the bridge.
He should be able to force this one home. It looks like he's got a teammate just blocking those pink spawns. And how interesting is it to talk about the last 2 flags that have been put in on both sides? SSG with a pretty clean run, but then the kills they picked up off respawn, the counter cap has been taken advantage of immediately. So nobody is getting any kind of daylight when it comes to those final scores.
Wow, 1v2 momentarily there. Great shots from Talik. By the way, Eco, I think, snags the overshield and does it cleanly. Yes, he does. That's a big battle here. It's a 2v2 on the map. Eco actually last player alive. We'll see what they can do. They should be able to neutralize this. A stick comes in as well from Druck, which means the overshield is now gone. Eco will still hold forward and try to hold down mid-map.
Yeah, so much damage there from Druck, by the way. Drop slides off, misses the first sticky, but connects with the second, and a couple of extra bullets alongside it as well means that he really couldn't do much, right? He hasn't done anything wrong in that position. It's just a great play from Druck to recognize what he had to do to output maximum damage. Cherished now going to be challenging, but Eco teaches a lesson and turns back for 2.
Killing spree as well. That means there's 2 dead here. 3 minutes left on the clock, but right now momentum and certainly the advantage in the favor of Space Station Gaming. It was 3 dead as Eco pulls. He's going to run though into a gen spawner. It's a very nice job from Last Shot to make sure he gets the stop. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Space Station on the run, so we will stay here at 3-2. 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left, as you say. Plenty of time for multiple flag caps on either side. And look at the position of SSG right now. They're all trapped in the back of their base, and Pure smell blood. A couple of grenades still in the pocket here for Last Shot. One good frag grenade can do so much damage. And if they get these kills and they are able to get that flag moving, there's an opportunity to strike here for Pure.
Momentary 3v4. They need to even this up here. 3 dead. Last Shot is going to be your last player alive, so it probably won't be this push. He gets 2 dead. He gets into the back of the base, and he'll have to play this slowly.
SSG did such a good job there of just getting those kills and trading out inside of their base, forcing all the players from Pure to be respawning right across the map, where they could meet up again at the 50-yard line. Fantastic job from Space Station not to take a huge amount of damage and fall.
Feels like this overshield really could be the one, right? This could be the play that determines if it gets burned, that really might be it. We might stay at this scoreline. However, if we see one of the teams grabbing it, we could definitely see a flag on the board. And as you can clearly see, a flag on the board would mean 2 very different things depending on where it goes.
Well, Pure just got to be careful here not to fall into the trap of desperation, thinking we have to get a flag cap on our hands, right? We have to get one on the board. And that means people start overextending individually. It means that you forget about little things like the overshield because you're so hyper-focused on that one objective that you have. And this is a situation you can find yourself in. Desperate to tie the game up, you can find yourself down 4-2.
Look at Stellar playing this so well. Even that melee battle, making sure that he goes straight for the melee battle with the overshield. Burn the damage, but make sure you don't accidentally get double beatdown and lose the entire battle. Nice timing push coming in from Pure, but Stellar, of course, is wise to it. He stays alive.
Legend there to help out his teammate once again. By the way, Legend is 21-18 in this game with 10 assists, so he's been involved in 31 kills across the board, making 32 now. and just the 18 deaths. He really is outputting so much damage and being so efficient for his team. A little flank coming in here from Stella on all of the respawners. The info will be relayed as the flag is moving.
By the way, the call out on the Pure side is...
Hello. Oh!
Almost does it. Call out on the Pure side must have been Stellar is still in the back of our base because he was there forever. The man was not paying rent and putting up a lot of damage. Killing spree now.
Killing spree for Stella. Might be another one. Torlik does a good job just to snap onto the head to make sure that it can get out of hand. Legend picking up more kills. SSG starting to think, let's play the trade game. If we are trading our kills, there is no way for Pure to get inside of our base. 35 seconds left in this game. If SSG can hold on, it's a 3-0 series win for them. But there is time for one more push.
Big kill from Bound there. Do or die, 2 dead. 24 seconds left. As you say, there is time for just one push left from the side of Pure. This is their series hopes. However, the staggering of the kills is not good. It's 2 dead yet again. And now with 15 seconds left, this could be it.
Yeah, it's essentially 4 dead. It was 2 dead followed by a 2 dead. Nobody can get across the map in time. And Bound is just playing this corner, thinking if one more kill for my team, a couple of extra ones onto the ring finger will let them know that Space Station Gaming have closed the series out. A 3-0 sweep over a Pure who looked so good earlier today, and SSG look like they're here to reclaim their crown.
And SSG responds by saying, rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated. A beautiful performance from them after watching one of their biggest rivals get taken down 3-0. On the main stage, they stand strong. It's a 3-0 win for Space Station Gaming.
There's no bigger motivator, right, than probably sitting on that main stage looking up and seeing Roy in a Space Station hoodie, and an Instinct hoodie, of course, but as someone that you want to put a performance in for. Also looking out for the crowd of the most comfortable people in the venue. Those things are nuts, by the way.
The SSG onesie.
Yeah, they are nuts.
Get me in one of those ASAP.
But every single piece of the puzzle for SSG just came together in that series, and I've got to say, it's not just winning games, it's not just winning series. They look a class apart here in Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think a lot of SSG fans were hoping that this is exactly what we would see, right? Everyone's wondering, is SSG going to bounce back in the way that they need to following a 4th place in London? As we said, not just one of their lowest in a long time. For some of them, their career lowest placing in terms of the last few years, and certainly within Infinite as well. They're back, and they're here to play.
Yeah, still got some work to do, of course, but I think the biggest thing for them is just knowing that they've avoided that elimination bracket as well. And that sounds crazy. Obviously, they want to keep going to the winner's side, and it's all they're interested in. But knowing some of the caliber of teams that sat in that elimination bracket at the moment, you add Pure to that mix right now, it's like, you just don't want to go there. It's an ugly place to be.
No, not at all. Exactly. I was thinking the same exact thing. As we were in that Aqua CTF, and we saw that it was likely going to be an SSG win, I was thinking this elimination bracket is going to get nasty.
Well, SSG get the series win. It's a sweep in their favor. Blaze is down on the main stage with an interview. Jump over to Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Atlanta, make some noise for Space Station Gaming as they move on to the winners finals. And man, that guarantees you top 3 right there. Already a better placement than last event. How does it feel to take those boys down?
Feels good. We played them online. We know how good they are. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they've beat us before, but we know what to expect, and we just play our game. So.
There you go. And that's kind of what I was going to ask you next, too. You know, you guys got a chance to, you know, they took OpTic to Game 5. They took down FaZe. I didn't know if you was probably even planning on playing these guys on the main stage, you know? I was going to ask, what type of prep did y'all do beforehand, or you guys just had to really just stick to your guns and go see what happens?
We were specifically prepared for this round's game types and scrims. These are the game types we would focus on because we expected to play FaZe, so we were well prepared coming into this match.
Definitely was, definitely was. Now, talk to me about how proud you are of the boys for what you guys have done thus far. You know, you won Major 1. After that, it was some woes, but, you know, what you guys planning on doing to getting back to that grand finals and winning again?
Just the same thing we always do. I mean, we won Arlington, played terrible in London, but I think that was a fluke event, and we've been practicing really hard and focusing on certain things. And if we just play how we play, I think we're going to win.
Definitely does. And lastly to you, we got a bunch of Space Station Gaming fans out here in the crowd, and we know Salt Lake City is going to be the next event coming up. What do you want to tell them to make sure they give you guys the right amount of juice you need to get there?
Just come out, support us. We appreciate all of you. It really does help. It's OP, so thank you guys.
Definitely is OP, Space Station fans. That's going to do it for me and Stellar on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I love that bit of insight. What a great question from Blaze to ask Stella there, just about the preparation. It's the first time we've honestly really heard something like that coming out of the players, and Stella saying that he was prepared for those game types. He was prepared for that series layout, and rightfully so. And I think that kind of gets missed sometimes, is the prep that goes into some of these bigger games, because a lot of our top 3, top 4 teams are looking forward. You know, they are looking at some of these bigger games to make top 3, to ensure themselves that position in the winner's bracket. Really interesting stuff, and it certainly looked like Space Station were indeed prepared for that. Pure, God, they had a taste of their own medicine, Tony, didn't they?
That they did. I mean, it was tough. After seeing what they did with OpTic and taking them to a Game 5, after seeing what they did with FaZe in a 3-0, and to put themselves in this position, I thought Winners Bracket Finals was within their destiny. But like Space Station Gaming said, like Stellar said, they were prepared for this series. They were prepared for this moment. They knew what Pure were going to bring to the table, and they ended up winning.
They certainly did, and on set there was a level of adjustment that had to definitely be made on the side of Space Station. Yes, the preparation for those game types and modes, but it was the fact that they're playing Pure instead of the likes of FaZe. And looking at the way things shake out, the scrappy Pure that we saw against FaZe was no longer. Pure just couldn't get anything really going. The only time we really saw some answers back was definitely in that final map, where they were managing to get a couple of caps here and there, but Space Station shut them down so convincingly.
Yeah, I think you look at that final map and it feels close, the score kind of looks close as well, but then you have to remember that Pure had multiple overshields kind of advantage in that, and still Space Station were able to create enough opportunities to win that game. So I think it kind of goes to show, and you have to use the phrase dominance of the performance from SSG there. Map number 1 didn't look close whatsoever. Map number 2, they looked like they were in the control the whole time, and to come out of a series with a 3-0 sweep over a team that just did what we talked about so much to FaZe, that shows how good SSG are. I don't think it's a slight on Pure. I think it's just how good SSG are looking.
Certainly is indeed. It was just a different level, I think, from Space Station Gaming, and listening to what Stella said on the main stage, Brav, about London being kind of a fluke there. I believe it. I truly do. I really do believe him. I think it shocked a lot of us to see the way that they were playing and how they just couldn't get things flowing and working. And to see them kind of come back not only in full form, but the SSG we know and love, it makes a lot of sense. You're only human. You're going to have bad days. You're going to have bad tournaments. I do think right now, SSG might be edging into our favorites.
Honestly, I think a lot of us thought the same thing, that it was very likely a fluke. Also, we got to talk to Bound early on day 1, and he said the jet lag was terrible, right? Everything felt off, and we knew that was going to be a factor for these NA teams, right? Guess what? You're eventually going to have to go to Europe, and you're going to have to deal with the same jet lag that Europeans have been dealing with 2 decades, and then Mark has been dealing with for 2 decades as well, by the way. Here's your final stats. 3-0 for SSG.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't indeed, and I've got to say, these are not the same stats that we saw from Pure a series ago, and yeah, looking unfortunate, to be perfectly honest. I'm trying to find something kind of to get going here for them, but Space Station Gaming just take them by storm. Everyone is looking so good. I mean, Legend and Stella, that duo is insane. Mark, you're kind of puffing here.
That's what I'm saying. Look at the damage.
Look at Legend's damage compared to every other player in that lobby. That is like monstrous, absolutely monstrous. I mean, last shot, huge amount of damage. You're like, wow, that's an outlier. And then you're like, Legend. It's like, okay, that doesn't matter anymore, because look at those numbers from Legend. 1.41 across the board as well. We saw that he had a huge amount of assists in every game, and the objective was being run. He's a monster. Like, honestly, he is a monster, and he is taken over at the moment.
Yeah, I think the damage dealt is so big. I think especially when you're playing against a team like Pure, who really want to kind of pick up that scrappiness from you. They want to dictate the pace. Space Station shut that down every single time. It was really hard for Pure to get any type of control, and I truly do believe that is because the peppered damage from the likes of Legend and Stella was so significant that honestly, Pure just pushed back every single time.
I think the 2 things that really stood out to me with SSG is the way that they watched every single angle on the map, and very rarely did any one player was able to sneak out of a setup and be unaccounted for. That told me the trust that they had on every one of their teammates to be able to watch their angle, watch their lane, so that they can play their game. I thought SSG played absolutely fantastic, because the moment you lose track of one player on Pure, that's when they get you every single time, and SSG just didn't allow that to happen. Not ever.
You're completely right. The unorthodox play that we saw from them literally a series ago was not allowed. It was literally, the door was shut right in their faces, and 3-0 will definitely seal the deal with a lock there as well on Pure, but they will go down to the elimination bracket. We do have a man of the match though, which I do believe is Stella. He was on the main stage just moments ago with Blaze. And I think there were a lot of questions about this guy in London. You know, I saw some wild takes on Twitter. Wild takes about this guy and his sniping skills. Has Stella fallen off? Can he still snipe? I was thinking to myself, you guys, frustrate me so much. I won't use actually what I was thinking, but I was very frustrated reading it. No, I definitely
miss
won't.
me with those.
Yeah, it was, you know, very frustrating to see because this guy is just unbelievable, and everybody has one of those tournaments, and I think if the rest of your team aren't performing, neither will you. But the stats speak for themselves, and on set, tell the fans what he brings to the table.
I mean, firstly, usually when you open social media, you're open to wild takes because people can't be argued back against. So that's kind of why you see a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, you've seen, I don't have to explain it too much. You've just seen in those 3 games the perfect example of what Stellar does best. He is so good at timing his pushes off of damage, responding to callouts. And there's a lot of players you talk about communication, right? And it's always kind of a focus on, you know, what's this player saying? How does he communicate to his teammates? But some of the best communicators in Halo history aren't the big talkers, they're the great listeners. And I think that's what Stellar is. He's a great listener, and it's very rare if you're one shot that you're not going to be looking around going, where's Stellar? Oh, there he is, he's just killed me. So.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous point, by the way. Yeah, not big talker, great listener. And he certainly listens to those call-outs because he sniffs them out every single time. Stunning stuff from your man of the match in that. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, to see now where our teams end up after all of that carnage on the main stage. We've got our winners' final set for Space Station, but who will be joining them? We have Rebellion versus OpTic Gaming coming up next to find out who will be going forward in our winners' bracket and who will be falling short into the elim one. And let's take a quick look right now at our safety net to see who is lurking about, who has been making some moves, and who will potentially be going all the way back into that grand final position. Will it be somebody who will be falling short here in the winners finals? Will it be somebody who's making a journey from round 1 or 2? You know, Rob, it's a lot of questions right now and a lot of competition there.
Yeah, also let's not forget Rebellion versus OpTic on the bottom side of that winners bracket. Also, OpTic's going to be realizing what Rebellion did to what Rebellion did to Space Station in London. They're going to have that in mind, but as you said, the elimination bracket, we call it a safety net. It's feeling like a not so safe net as well.
Feels like it has a few holes in it, that's for sure. That you need to make sure you're stepping over and definitely avoiding one of the likes of FaZe Clan, who have sent Sentinels home, folks, by the way. That happened off screen, that was in the back. FaZe Clan 3-1 Sentinels. And, you know, when it comes to this kind of matchup, there is a lot of drama history there. It's always a big one for both of these teams, and for that one to be happening kind of in the back, it feels kind of strange to see that, Tony. But 3-1, you know, a fight our FaZe again. I think they've woken up and gone, hold on a second, this is our event. We need to make sure that we make it to Sunday, and a 3-1 against Sen is no easy thing to do, so that's definitely on track for them.
Yeah, it's really not. I remember Wes brought up on the desk earlier, like, yo, Sentinels just keep getting these crazy matchups early within tournaments. You know, they just keep running into the powerhouse, the SSGs, the OpTics, and now even the FaZe is so early. And in a loser's bracket, round number 2, you're fighting for your tournament life. And I guess they say what they say, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And FaZe were the best in that matchup, 3-1.
They certainly were indeed. Well, folks, that's going to do it from us at the desk for now. We're going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we have plenty more action coming your way. What an experience that was to see Space Station back in final form. They had a slip-up in London. It was a little bit of a blip, but they are back, and they're ready to go into that grand finals position. Who is going to be in their way? We'll have to find out after the break.
team scoring.
An important series. Like for IGB, this is for top 6, right?
Yeah, top 6. They've got top 6 once before in Arlington. All that stands between them and matching that result would be Complexity. But Complexity looking strong. Complexity coming off a win against Native. And ITB coming off a win against Quadrant. Somewhat of a bittersweet win. I'm sure they're very happy about it to defeat their European rivals. But also, you know, a little upset to see their European rivals fall earlier in the tournament.
See, already this this game, honestly, it always feels like it comes down to like whoever gets that big first trip cap in. And, well, it's been a battle of the 2 caps thus far, but Huss is going to be able to get some great space here, working to get forward, the shock rifle in his hands, the grapple to get further ahead, able to get the kill, and A now in the possession of Complexity as he'll move forward, as he has bigger sights on his mind, looking to potentially start to drive in the trip cap.
Love the efficiency there from Huss. The option to finish the kill on Jimbo with the Bandit. No reason to try to get flashy with the shock rifle if your teammate says they're already weak. Good play is not going to be rewarded for long, though, as 3 go dead for Complexity. ITB are looking to set up a trip cap. Complexity likely to spawn at C, cap that, and then figure out how to play from there.
Trip cap will be short-lived, but ITB thinking themselves the lead 4 down for ITB. Complexity going to try to make quick work of that. Ryan Noob hitting an efficient slide, not wasting any time to try to work into this 2 cap.
Maximum speed, momentum. Here we go. I guess we can't use that line anymore. Anyways.
Copyright strike.
Wait, here we go. Complexity.
Oh,
it's been just. What? Has it been back and forth 4 deads on repeat? I feel like ITB goes 4 dead.
It's been interesting. Like, what causes that to happen in a game where we're seeing like just clean team wipes? It's not like one team bullying the other. It's a lot of back and forth. Maybe the team that gets that initial wipe feeling a little bit too aggressive afterwards,
or just not ready enough for the speed that the spawners come out. I don't know. And it's not in like big team fights, it's just individual fights happening on different sides of the map. Z Mighty's now gonna get the shock rifle, hits the body. Woodham's gonna clean that up. And when Woodham was on our podcast, we asked him who he considers his duo. He said Z Mighty, so makes sense that these two are working together so well today.
Nice to Woodham from Finland, Mighty's from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Just a team that's from 4 different countries. You got Jimbo representing the UK and Chick, the French phenom himself. So I always like the how it is like a true European squad. We have a couple of times where it'll be a full French squad or a full English squad. This one truly represents the entire region.
I love their listen-ins too, because they're actually mostly speaking English, I think.
Well, I mean, as it should, it's the default language, right?
Okay. As the American would say, of course. But yeah, I mean, you got to imagine there was some hurdles, some language barriers at some point. But the thing is, once you've been playing Halo for this long, like all these guys have, you know, they've learned English. Plus, I mean, let's be honest, Europeans are just better at learning multiple languages than we are here in the States. Most of them already knew English anyways.
Yeah, I'm trilingual.
Yeah, right.
Halo.
You can't get to platinum in the ranking system, but you're telling me you could learn 3 languages? I don't know if I believe that.
I know English, I know Halo, and I know how to get to...
You know trash talk.
I know trash talk, yeah, exactly, those 3.
But
this has been a big run from ITB.
Massive.
I mean, this was a back and forth game until it just wasn't. And it wasn't like a big trip cap came into effect to give them this lead. They've just been completely out-rotating Complexity. They've done a great job at keeping them outside these hills, and, well, they've gotten rewarded with a 150-point lead because of it.
It was back and forth for a while, but not any longer. ITB running away with it. Complexity do get control of A momentarily, and Huss with some great shots had the camo. Looks like that has almost expired. But for now, they look content to hold A and C. I think the goal would be to ultimately cap B, but for now, Complexity not feeling any urgency to do so.
Breaking Shot's going to find 2 players. ITB trying to work their way out of gold. And he got too aggressive, saw the kill in his eyes, and unfortunately gets cross-mapped from the other side. This will lead to an ITB scoring situation. Once again, A, B in their control. Complexity fighting out a white tower and C. Breaking Shot making his first move to get into the action.
This is kind of what they need. Hus needs to stay alive here. But still, ITB been scoring this whole time. Hus does find an assassination and a beatdown, but doesn't matter. Mighty's, after taking the beatdown, plays with no fear, finds a double kill of his own, and should be able to flip C here. And with Complexity spawning in gold, this is going to be kind of difficult. How do they choose to play this? They're just going straight through the center of the map, maybe electing to fight for C first so they could have a better chance for this next camo as well.
His best, a couple kills from Mighty's as he preemptively hits the jiggle on the stairwell, but Complexity just running out of time and resources to make this thing happen. Just a few more ticks, 10 ticks, and this game is over. The fight's gonna happen at C. Z-Mighty's ready for it, gets a couple shots in, but you can see his teammates just rotate over to B and get the kills at C. They're just winning everything.
Oh no, this does not look good for Complexity. They don't even get to flip A. This one's over all from this play from Z-Mighty's. They had a chance to make it interesting, but Z-Mighty's just playing one step ahead.
Complexity giving out the fist bumps, but knowing that they have a lot of work ahead of them into this next game.
ITB's playing on fire. I mean, coming off that adrenaline Game 5 victory over Quadrant, gotta feel like they're just playing with a bit more energy. I mean, Complexity, you know, they won a nice Game 5 against Native as well, but I don't know, there's just something different about beating your rivals in Quadrant that I think maybe are giving them a bit more energy into the series.
Hey, look, you can see us. If my hand goes up, do you think I can see it on stream? There. Oh, wait, no, put yours up. Put yours up.
Oh,
there
it is. You can see, for perspective, now the stream knows where we are. We're so stupid. We're delusional, man.
We're breaking the fourth wall, man. Look at Wudo, man. So he's not a side setup guy. He goes flat with his keyboard.
Yeah. It looks like they have moved him. So when I was watching them warm up, they had him on the far right, but he was having some issues with the table positioning, because these are like banquet tables. So maybe they decided he's going to have more flat space in the center of the table. So they did move around. I also see Haynes' beautiful beard in the audience behind in the ITB camera.
Oh, yeah.
You can see him, right?
It's funny because it's like larger. Sometimes the side stations just become like all the pros.
Yeah, right.
Because it's like they just go watch what they find interesting,
Yep.
and it's like, oh, this is gonna be the interesting match of the night. I mean, this is really a big one for the Americans, though. Complexity really been trying to find their bounce back, especially with this new roster. Beating the Europeans would be a big accomplishment for them, I think.
You know who else is probably very interested in the result of the series? That ascending baseline European roster, because
they desperately want this win.
Yeah, for ITB, because that's, I mean, as long as one European team makes top 6, that means there would be 2 more that get placed into pools based on the qualifiers and points later on. So if ITB lose this, then ascending baseline have a lot lower chance of qualifying for pools for the next tournament.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a problem for ITB or Quadrant if they don't get top 6.
They should be the top 2.
Yeah, but there has been times where ITB has lost against that ascending baseline roster in some opens, so it would definitely be a relief for them to guarantee their spot into Salt Lake City with this win.
Right. Yeah, handful of other good European teams that, you know, might fight ascending baseline for that spot if ITB win this, but that ascending baseline pretty solidified in their 3rd place positioning in that region.
Yeah, it's like, look how bright our lights are.
We got some bright lights, man. I'm white as hell, and these lights don't help my efforts to not look white as hell. Going outside?
More
no.
melanin?
I would never do that.
Touching grass?
No, I'll probably, once I get to Charlotte, I'll probably be going outside a little bit more. It's a nice place for disc golf. You know I love disc golf. So.
All right, chat. How white is Eli
Can we dim the lights a little bit? Like,
No.
I feel like I'm just a sheet of paper. Like, are you guys not blind? I'm literally as white as the couch. Like, this is a problem.
How white? On a scale of, what's like 2 white things?
1 to paper. On a scale from 1 to paper.
1 to paper. Paper to mayo.
They're like equally white.
Eli's so white that he answers the phone. Howdy, folks.
No, not that.
Eli, the friendly ghost. I like that. That can be. We're gonna 1v1.
It's my next Smurf.
If I win, I get to make your next Smurf name. If you win, you make my next Smurf name.
Do you even have any Smurfs? I feel like you don't.
I have a second account that I play on occasionally.
To play with like lower ranked friends, or?
Yeah, but I don't try to intentionally rank it low or anything. I just don't play a lot on it.
Right. Yeah.
I do have an account that I've made for mouse and keyboard, but I just never play on it.
Yeah, you told Scoob, I think, that you were like a silver or gold player on MK. Is that like, are you being honest, or?
I don't have enough games on it to play ranked yet, so I need to play more. But I think
I ranked in plat.
I think
on
I could
MK.
get plat, and I think I could get plat just simply off game knowledge. Like
that's pretty much what I was so carried by, just game knowledge when I played MK, and I got placed in plat. I think like plat 5 or something.
But I'm like truly terrible at mouse. And keyboard.
I'm pretty bad at it myself. I mean, like in comparison to how I am at controller.
If I do controller mouse, I can do okay. Like it's like mouse aiming isn't hard. Like people overblow how hard it is to aim with the mouse. It's the mouse and keyboard movement for me.
That's what messes me up as well.
I didn't grow up playing mouse and keyboard at all, so like I learned recently that your middle finger is supposed to go on W.
Yeah, W and A.
Yeah, I always put my ring finger on W.
Oh yeah, you're definitely doing it wrong.
Pinky on A.
No, you need your pinky for like shift and
shift.
control.
I mean, I still do it. I just shift my hand over.
Yeah, it's just inefficient though.
No, I understand.
You know what you
need?
need?
It just feels so weird.
You should try the Azeron. Shout out to Cardboard. He's got
you talking about the Razor thing?
The cyborg thing. It's like a little. It looks like a futuristic glove, or like a haptic glove that you put your hand in. It's got a control stick on it, and it's like ergonomically designed so that like it's got different buttons for each of your fingers. But it's like your hand is in a. It's kind of like your hands are in a similar position to your mouse position. So you just like. You use the thumbstick, but you're still aiming with the mouse. It's pretty cool. You need to look it up.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah, Azeron.
Is that legal at a HCS guy?
Yeah, Cardboard played on it in the open bracket on Xboxes as well.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have some games ready to go. Let's get back into Complexity and ITB. We're into Game 2 Slayer. And it looks like Complexity with a small lead to start this game. Chick with a shock rifle, though, could easily take control of this game.
Yeah, Chick known for some of the sickest sniper clips. Thinking back to his overkill on G1 back in Kansas City. One of the most disgusting clips ever hit in tournament play. And let's see if he can find any of that success. No, he will not. Shock rifle down, 3 dead for ITB. Do they know that shock rifle's there, though? I'm not sure.
Jimbo looking for his best opportunity. Not quite able to get those shots in to get the kill, but pushing these players back on Complexity. He knows that someone's waiting around here, around the corner. He finally finds him, and the teammate help is there, but unfortunately for Woodham, Huss able to get that trade out in time. Complexity trying to bounce back off the spawn, but ITB starting to gain some much-needed momentum.
Jimbo playing this pillar so well while his team is on the way. Just buying so much time for his team. Jimbo, so much experience in situations like this. Did he just stick Woodham? Oh, okay. I thought he just stuck his teammate across the map for a second, but Woodham narrowly avoids it. Tie game already.
Great shots down range, getting that double kill. Chick able to get that camo away. Ooh. He gets his triple in turn, and well, this could be the where the game starts to turn. ITB have Complexity split upon this map. If they can find these collapses fast enough, well, they could have taken that lead, but instead ITB go 3 down. Chick loses his camouflage in the back of enemy lines.
That could have gone so much better for ITB. It actually ended up being 3. I saw the split as well. Huss the only player that got the split spawn. And Complexity just played really well out of the situation, maybe reading that ITB would go for that collapse and just baiting one of the doorways. And a great way to play defense in situations like this.
Well, a sniper coming up. ITB are well positioned for it, but Complexity comes in to find the attack. Shock rifle on its pad. The kill is starting to go in ITB's favor, and it's Chick with another triple kill.
Back to back, essentially, for this guy. He's got 9 kills, 6 of them come in the form of 2 triple kills. He's a guy that you like to see popping off in Slayers on your team.
You know, that's something I do, is I'll get an overkill. I'm like, let's go, and then I pull up the scoreboard, and it's like 6 kills, and we're like 7 minutes into the game. I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I've been there before as well. Jimbo has the new shock rifle, the one that came up at the 9-minute mark. Has at least 1 kill with it so far, and Chick continuing to slay out. This man is 10 and 3 already, plus 7 from him alone. His team's only up by 4, so Chick really stepping up when his team needs it, and he's continuing to slay out. They also get the back smack. Jimbo has now repositioned into the cafe side of the map with this shock rifle, and he looks to continue to put down gunfire.
Check every corner. The players are just trapped at the bottom. They're just stuck.
There's 3 of them down there.
Jimbo eventually finds him with the shock rifle. Mighty's waiting for them to come up top. He's going to get the damage. Jimbo knows that he can push down now. He'll find another with a shock, and it's a complete collapse. Nothing Complexity could do.
And they're kind of staggered, too. The first 2 have been on spawn for a while. They've got to wait for Huss to come off. Ryan gets pancaked before the last spawner even spawns. It's going to be another squad wipe. This is getting out of control. 13-point lead out of nowhere for ITB.
If they're fast enough at loop, they can maybe force a split over at the nest, and we do see 2 players spawn over at the nest. They'll have access to at least a loop exit. Breaking shot trying to get them some space over on the hotel side, but it might be just too little too late. Complexity have to play just about perfect, at least to get this comeback started. But good starts from them. A 10-kill deficit. They start to go on a bit of a run. Rain has the shock rifle, and you have the spawn trap necessary to start this comeback.
Look at Jimbo immediately pushes out Hotel and wins the 1v1 at Blue. That is so massive. If he doesn't win that fight, it's almost certainly going to be bad news, disaster, collapse coming in from Complexity, but earning that side of the map just makes the situation that much easier for his teammates to continue to trade out.
This 10-kill deficit just will not budge. Complexity desperately need to get this into single digits, and well, Wutam's not going to help that. He's going to find 2 players that had no idea that he was coming. It'll end up being just 1 kill, but damage done. On the other side, Mighty's playing Ring Around the Rosie. Unfortunately, Jimbo had a pocket full of posies. Nothing that Complexity could do.
This has to be one of the fastest paced Solitude Slayers we've seen. How often is a team this close to winning at the 6-minute mark? Z-Mighty's, wow, look at that. Jimbo hits a headshot on Ryanoob and then instantly drops the gun for Z-Mighty's because he has the camo, and he's immediately about to win the game with it.
They get up high. It's just about what style it's going to happen.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I think it's just a nade in the back. Complexity down 0-2 in the series against ITB. Everything is working against them at the moment.
ITB, as soon as they got momentum, just ran with it. These guys are playing unbelievable right now. This is our main match that we're keeping an eye on, by the way, guys. OpTic versus Shopify, winners semi-finals. Does Shopify put it all together and find themselves in the winners bracket finals? Right now, Cycle trying to stay alive with that shock rifle. When he gets taken down, it's going to trade hands to Dead Zone. OpTic so far in the lead, but Shopify not out of this by any stretch of the imagination.
This is a big moment for Shopify Rebellion. They haven't been able to get past the giants of OpTic Gaming and FaZe in these tournaments. If they can do it here and now, they can secure themselves a second top 3 in back-to-back tournaments, and well, we'll have to see what they learned from previous tournaments.
SSG winning the other side of the winners bracket, so winner of this will face them in the winners finals. OpTic historically the favorite, but Shopify on the rise. Definitely not out of the question for them to get the W here, but it's going to be difficult. OpTic really firing on all cylinders this weekend. Lucid with the camo. Just kind of patrolling the center of the map. A lot of time been burned off the clock already. Just 2 minutes left in regulation. The score 2-1. OpTic not really in a hurry to finish this hill. They already have a significant lead on it, but they're going to cap it at their leisure.
Yeah, we hit 2 minutes left in neutral time in this game. OpTic Gaming went 3 down, and this is where Shopify Rebellion need to make up the difference. You have to find a strong hold here. Cycle is going to make his first play over to top A. Caught out by that nade. Gives Lucid the knowledge needed to know that he can get that kill, and OpTic Gaming are quick on the attack. Shopify Rebellion having to back into C, and, well, this is a dangerous hill. If OpTic gets this, a 2-hill lead with less than 2 minutes left, it'll be a tough thing for Shopify Rebellion to overcome.
Shopify, in my opinion, kind of squandered that first chance, but not squandering this one. They get 3 dead. They've already got feet in the hill. Cycle going to hit the shot with the shock rifle, and he's trying to rotate through and catch the next spawner. That's going to be Formal. Plasma Grenade perfectly positioned to just deny access to top white. That's a big pickup kill onto Formal.
And now suddenly it feels almost like a certainty that Shopify Rebellion is going to capture this hill. I think now they're thinking about hitting the rotation to what comes next. As they do tie it up 2 apiece, they have control of C, and Cycle is almost baiting the players inside of A. He's very aware that it's open. He's checking nothing into the elevator. And unfortunately, no reward for him as he was trying to bait the spawns at A.
Yeah, and he recognized as soon as his teammates die in the long haul side, it's very likely OpTic take that space for themselves. Very critical real estate during the seaside hill. He gets taken down, and Trippy is tower control. This is a great spot to be during this hill as well. The meta has shifted to where teams are very okay with spawning the opposition into gold. If you get control of both the C-plat and at A, you force them into gold and give them very little escape options.
Right, and they just have no access to that hill right away either. Like, you can maybe throw a lucky nade in, but no bandit fire to shoot your players out of the hill. But everything always comes down to this control. You have to control the back C spawns. Back C spawns in Shopify Rebellion. Working on tracking down that last player. Formal was doing his best, but 3 players tracking him down. There's not much you can do to stay alive.
Mental using the shroud screen for cover, just to get a little bit of extra time and to win that fight. And so far, it's been Shopify controlling that C side. OpTic, I think, going to want to try to break their way over there. If they can eliminate that player on the silo, they could potentially break in.
Solstice trying to follow up on the damage that Cycle put down. And, oh, no, he gets pushed backwards off the clamber. And fortunately enough, he stays alive. Shopify Rebellion have found their control of the map once again. The spawns at gold for OpTic Gaming, but you have to take care of the straggler. Trippy gets his trade. Was that enough for OpTic Gaming? Shopify Rebellion still strongly set up, but not getting any hill time notably.
So interesting, right? Shopify have, in our theory that we have established for this game type, have had the better positioning for this hill throughout, but they're not winning this hill. They haven't been able to find comfortable moments to actually step foot into it. Here we go. Now, Shopify able to get control of both C and A, plus Cycle in the hill with the camo. Gonna dodge a grenade and get out for now, but this should be a good chance for Shopify to close this hill if it's not for a heroic effort from Trippy, who does take him down.
Dead Zone's working on this back C spawn, trying to track down the weak players. Let's see, look at him prioritizing his life. Somehow, some way, Dead Zone still alive. OpTic Gaming just moments away from securing this hill. Dead Zone trying to do his best work. Able to find the assist on the first, and now not able to stay alive. Cycle and the rest of Shopify Rebellion are in the hill. They will get the secure. Up 1 hill, just 18 seconds of neutral time for OpTic Gaming to tie this game.
Such a clutch kill, or double kill from Cycle, right? Like, where did he even come from? OpTic had no idea. He somehow gets 1 kill and then beats down Dead Zone, who was in best position to ultimately get in that hill. Massive play out of Cycle. Suppress getting a double kill now off spawn. All they have to do is keep him out, and they will win. Game 1. That is huge momentum for this series.
Love seeing the fist bumps from all those players, getting themselves well and ready for the next for their next game. And that was just a clean win from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They played a better end game than OpTic.
They played so patiently. They had control of the silo literally the entire time during that last hill. And yeah, they didn't get time the entire time, but they knew, I mean, when it's tied, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to cap it, as long as you do ultimately cap it. So they prioritize the correct spawns and placement on the map, make OpTic spawn in disadvantageous locations across the rest of the map, and then they just gatekeep the hill, get in the hill when it makes sense, and ultimately do cap it. Great stuff.
Well, it's been great effort. Oh, look, I never even saw someone put a sticker on our LVT thing. When's
so
that
many
happen?
stickers.
There are so many stickers. That's what we should start doing. We should take all the stickers that people keep giving us and like start clamping them in.
There we go.
Hey, you know, that's why they pay us the big bucks.
That's right. I was going to put them all on my PC. Anybody, if you guys are in the venue, you can give me a sticker. It'll go on my PC when I get home.
Well, Complexity versus ITB's Game 3 has started. We'll transition over to that game for now, but best be known, we will be following up with the OpTic and Shopify Rebellion series. Though this is a big one for ITB. If they can win this oddball, they've secured themselves a top 6 finish.
They'd really like to win this right here, right now. Don't give players like Breaking Shot a chance to heat up. So you know a victory here would fire them up and potentially ignite the reverse sweep. Z-Mighty's not going to have any magic with the sniper. Neither did Wootum. Wootum coming off spawn, immediately crossing through top center to apply some pressure over here. Maybe didn't expect these players here, but how does he get that much damage before being taken down? That felt like a situation he could have got 2v1'd and died much quicker than that.
Jimbo staying down at this bottom tower, trying to catch these players from Complexity by surprise. He's got 2 of them, but just bit off a bit more than he could chew in that situation. His teammates trying to pick up the pieces, but there's just nothing they can do. Huss plays his life brilliantly and is already on the counterattack, and he might be the player that favors the assault rifle more than anyone else in the HCS.
I see him pick it up, especially on this map, more than anybody, and he's so tricky with the ghost jumps around top tower, just really juking his opponents around cover. So mixy, and Rhino was singing his praises about this guy's movement. I mean, if you ever have a chance to play against Huss, it is so frustrating. He just makes himself such a difficult kill in every situation.
Is there a strategy to this constant punching from Mighty's?
No, this is ADHD. That's what this is. It's just needing constant stimulation. I've never understood it, to be honest. Maybe a bit of like, hey, don't come over here, I'll punch you in the face, you know, like just trying to be intimidating.
He's got his killing spree while getting all this ball time for his team. Complexity haven't been able to put a bullet of damage onto him. They will get a close enough spawn towards tower at the camo side, but ITB working on this long-range flank. Mighty's at any time can drop this ball and try to help into this engagement. Complexity need to win these next fights, and even though if they do, oh, whoa, the player stepped in front of the ball in time. It doesn't get played. Instead, Complexity has a big opportunity to get some time.
This is big. Complexity needs
Mighty's
to
played that so well.
Yeah, Mighty's just being as difficult a kill as possible. Wootum, by the way, huge blink to safety with that QT. He ultimately does get cut down, but overall, the damage was done well enough that it's pretty difficult for Complexity to have a comfortable setup until now. They're not comfortable enough.
Yeah, check out this camouflage, going to throw a wrench in everyone's plans. He's going to be able to find quick flanks, and although this ball gets played, it's 4 down for Complexity, and not going to take ITB any big amount of time to get to this ball and instantly rotate it away.
Really like to see what Ryanoob does off of his first spawn situations. I feel like he's one of the smartest players in the game. He spawned near the screen, immediately hits out the cut side just to get a little bit of maybe intel and pressure on this side. Problem is he gets cut down so quickly from ITB that the rest of his team can't push up afterwards. So gonna have to try again off the next spawn. ITB have a comfortable lead for now.
Chick will take the high ground. It was this map and this weapon where he got probably the best overkill in the history of the HCS.
Oh.
Effective with the sniper. Has got one into the shoulder, and the problem right now for ITB is there's just no immediate follow-up on this damage that Chick's putting down.
There we go. It's looking like a good opportunity perhaps for Complexity, but they've got to handle Chick. Chick gonna just find a headshot wherever he can. So he's got some intel. Call out coming in from his teammate about these players in A. Very patient play here. I feel like a lot of players in this situation would have gotten impatient and just moved forward and gone for some kind of YOLO play, but Chick understanding how important it is that he holds on to the sniper. Doesn't hold on to it though, and now in the hands of Breaking Shot, Complexity look to find some openings here.
Jai able to find his kill. Still plenty of sniper to work with. Just not quite able to stay strong in that tunnel because of how low his health got.
God.
And ITB, they had just hunted him down.
The pressure was insane. I mean, they gave him no options to play the video game there. Rain trying to find another opening, and he gets cut down as well. It just feels like at this point, Complexity kind of dying one by one in these situations that they need to stay alive.
He's able to get away with this camouflage. And you have to feel that they're able to find the next couple kills and get that control. They could have potentially taken away this game right here and right now, but instead, Complexity found an instant answer. They're going to have their setup, and, well, this could be the moment where they take the lead in this first round.
Mighty's is having an insane game, by the way. 12, make it 13 and 6 with literally all of their ball time. 61 seconds. I mean, Woodham has 5. Can't ignore that, but massive game right now out of Z Mighty's. He's slowing down, though, because Complexity have started to heat up, and that's kind of unsustainable throughout the entire game, right? You need somebody else to step up and start slaying, so maybe Mighty's doesn't have as much pressure on his shoulders.
Rain able to get those shots, but not able to get the finish. I was trying to follow up for him, but too many players from ITV there and ready to take on the fight. Mighty's looking for the triple, just shut down in time. As a double, I have to be enough. Sniper up for grabs. Wutam trying to keep them away from it, but there's just nothing you can do. There's no teammates around him to help facilitate the push.
Woodham trying to push through on this lane, sees that it's free, goes right into the action, looking to create enough damage that his team can follow up on it. Gets 2 players very weak. Breaking Shot, though, going to be able to shut down the rest of the push, and this looks very good for Complexity to win this round. Wow, huge play ball, though, at the last second from Jimbo. That was almost certainly going to lead to at least 15 more seconds from Complexity, but Jimbo, the heads-up leadership awareness to throw it off the map.
Complexity was quick to get back on this ball. ITB, it might have been a simple relief for just a second. They have to win on these engagements, and unfortunately for them, Rain and Huss find the first 2 kills right away. The ball was played early on, so back to the neutral zone, but ITB just can't keep their numbers up on the map. It's just becoming too easy for Complexity to find this first round. Fantastic effort from them. Remember, they were down 20 seconds when ITB was at around that 60-second mark. They were able to go on a 50 to sub-10 run on their side.
I mean, it was 60 to 30 at one point as well, so playing from behind basically the whole round, Complexity find a path to victory. I was a little bit worried at the end there. Breaking Shot was pushing forward to apply pressure. He got sniped by his teammate, but ultimately Ball Guy had enough time, and Breaking Shot already hitting the no-scope with the first sniper rifle. He gets taken down. That should go into the hands of ITB, but Rain's here to contest that sniper rifle.
Rain trying to get his shots to land on those back players. ITB take a lot of damage, but they don't go down, and maybe a bit greedy with it. They pick up this ball and bring it back early. Complexity still have plenty of numbers to try to fight in through, but ITB trusting that they would get the kills. Put him 2 down. Jimbo gets his double, and, well, this will mean ball time once again for ITB. A strong start in our second round.
That whole play was massive from all the members of ITB. They not only got 3 dead, but in a way that kept each other alive. Jimbo with the last second snipe to keep Woodham alive, then Woodham still alive to keep his next teammate alive. It's a cascading butterfly effect. You keep one teammate alive, they might just save your life a few seconds later. Such a critical part of this game, but Complexity do play well off of the break situation. Not really in a comfortable spot holding it in A. I expect Ryan to try to take this to green if he sees an opening.
Finds the backside, able to get the kill, but not any more players and Complexity to follow up with. Chick is just looking desperately for someone, but his teammates just keep doing the work from across the map. Every time he gets to any fight, they just have the kill already. Well, Chick's like, I want to shoot my gun. There's just nothing to shoot at. My teammates are too damn good.
I want some kills too, guys. I'm here. Don't forget about me.
No, come on. I want some kills. Oh, wait, that's more Italian than French. Sorry.
Yeah, you need to practice the French.
I got the French accent's
He said,
hard one.
oui, oui.
Oh, oui.
We're gonna get. We're gonna get grilled by the comments from the French.
We can't, guys. This cannot leave this chat. We cannot. I cannot look the Frenchmen in the eyes if they hear about this.
Oh man, dude, it is nothing but ITB popping up in that kill feed for the last couple minutes. They have taken over this round so far. They are soaring in that kill department.
There hasn't been any pressure either. I mean, look how far back Chick's able to play with this ball without anyone getting close to him. Camo's up, and his nades will be successful. They might lose the camo here, but I like this rotation from Chick. Look at how fast he is getting to top mid. He throws that ball into an open position, and, well, they'll go for a reapproach. Complexity's going to get this ball, but ITB should be pretty quick on their counterattack.
Love the rotation from Chick, just taking a sneaky route, but one that gets him right back in the mix basically as quickly as possible. Deals a lot of damage before being taken down. That's going to be enough damage that his teammates follow up on it. Multiple go down for Complexity once again, and this has been all ITB in round 2.
This is an important round for them, right? You want to get the series done as fast as possible. Don't let Complexity get any of that momentum back to potentially work on that reverse sweep. If you can dominate this round, it feels like you'll have that big momentum boost going into the next. And Mighty's just got one of the nastiest kills on Ryan Noob.
Here we go. Rain has the snipe. We saw how much work this man has done in prior seasons with this weapon, but wow, he just gets shut down immediately. I feel like teams are just getting way better at prioritizing taking down that power weapon player as quickly as possible. People are having such a harder time getting any semblance of value out of him. It's almost like you have to play extremely passive with the sniper these days. You cannot really play forward. You're going to get cut down very quickly.
Oh my, Huss. Almost had Mighty's just obliterate him out while he was one shot, but able to recover. And ITB have just been so efficient at their ball time. I mean, Complexity, it's not like they're getting completely outslayed. Like, they've had opportunities and moments, but they've never gotten the slays. It seems like close enough to the ball to parlay it into any true action.
Right there. See Huss get some good damage, but forced to play the ball immediately as multiple members of ITB push in. Not only that, but they're also in solid position to just go ahead and go for the next ball. So a lot of play balls that look like a heroic effort, but does it really amount to much if the other team just gets the slays and is immediately bottom center to pick up the new one?
That's one of the cleanest rounds you'll see from a team as of now, unless Complexity makes some miracle comeback in the second round. I don't think Wu-Chum's going to allow them to do so. He's like, say, hey, come push me. I'll double beat you down. Chick's not going to let him get there, and smiles all around. Breaking shot throwing out the fist bumps. They'll go to round 3.
Woodham and Z-Mighty's leading the charge in the slay department as we have a quick look at the players here. Ultimate focus coming in from Breaking Shot. He needs to bring it all right here, right? If ITB win this round, Complexity are out of the tournament. Complexity must win in order to keep their hopes alive.
Dangerous combination. Mouse and keyboard, sniper rifle, and young talent.
Yeah, I mean, this kid, have you watched him play Splitgate? I don't know if you ever played Splitgate, but...
I played a lot of Splitgate. I like
Did you?
Splitgate.
Oh my God, did you see that?
That's a headshot. I thought it was a body. No, that's just a head.
Oh!
Oh my!
Oh, I feel like
Dude,
he had time
if he would have swapped over and hit it...
He had the timing, I think, but it's also kind of selfless to just go for the bandit shots, right? Because if
I was
you
going
miss,
to say, because he knew he was going to die as soon as he shoots the bandit.
If you miss the snipe, then that player is still full shields for your next teammate. So just guaranteeing some damage is actually probably the better play there.
For sure the better play, not the more hype play, though.
Right,
That's
yeah,
all
not
we
the
really care
montage
about.
clip. Yeah, who cares about intelligence when you can just look cool on Twitter, right, guys?
Jimbo doing his best with the camo sniper at the moment.
Oh.
Throws him back into the spike grenade, but no kill to be found, though. Jimbo's taking that fight all the way at screens. The ball's being held by Chick at back tower.
There's 3 members of ITB back here, by the way, which is crazy. They all get taken down, but not before they play the ball. Jimbo immediately gets a kill at Mud, which is massive. It's going to make Complexity sweat a little harder with this ball rotation with 1 less player to protect. They're in solid positions. We got Breaking Shot bottom center. We got Rain at the nest. He's able to cut down Chig before Breaking Shot dies. That keeps Breaking Shot alive. Ball's going to rotate. Ryanoob doing Ryanoob things with that oddball. And he's doing what he talked about. Remember when we had Ryanoob up here and he was giving props to Eco for the way he played the ball a bit more forward so that he could drop the ball and fight? Ryanoob doing exactly that. And only able to get them 11 seconds, though. It looked like a good play.
I feel like that's the downside of it, right? Because if you're more active with that oddball, you're naturally going to drop it more.
Right.
And you know, I think it's more effective as a team play to get damage down and to be more active on the map, but not everything always has its drawback. There's nothing that's perfect.
You need a balance for it. You can't overdo it. But certain situations, it's certainly the play. I think Ryanoob did specifically mention when your team is at maybe a numbers disadvantage or it's even, that's when you want to make sure you're a part of the fight, because you know, if you just sit there and hold the oddball, it's almost guaranteed that your team loses.
Jimbo's taking his reapproach, camouflage in hand. The ball will get picked up by ITB, and a common theme that seems to be happening this game is just how quick ITB is to transfer a kill into objective play.
That's been the story of these guys all day long. It's such a cool arc for these guys, right? They got top 6. In London, they show up and finish top 16. Very disappointing after that top 6. But it was by a tiebreaker, right? It was they were maybe 1 game win away from making it into the bracket and getting further along, but now proving that maybe they're not a one-hit wonder, that they do belong in the top 6. These guys are here to play.
Just under 30 seconds of oddball time needed for them to get the job done. So far, it's been a performance of the duo Woodham and Mighties. That's been too strong for Complexity, and Complexity goes 4 down once again. ITB can feel it in the air. A secure spot in the top 6 is just moments away for them.
See, Mighties would have liked to win that fight a little bit faster to maybe have an impact on the rest of the play. Doesn't matter, though. Just winning the fight outright going to make a big difference, and you're exactly right. ITB can smell the victory. They just need to hold on to it for a few more seconds.
Oh, they can see it. Complexity, it's desperation needed, and the nades were perfect. It stops the ball for ITB, but just for now, Complexity has to finish the fight. Huss able to get the 2 in, and never say never. It's not done yet. Woodham gets the 2, but Chick trying to follow up onto this damage. Complexity stuck next to this ball, and with 3 going down, Chick will take his reward, a place in the top 6.
Wow, they find a way to make it to Sunday once again. Will he pick up the keyboard?
Is he gonna pick up the keyboard?
Is he gonna? Oh, dude, Breaking Shot.
Tough loss.
The anguish. No. That's disappointing.
It's not like Complexity didn't play well throughout the series. I think the scoreline a bit deceiving, seeing the 3-0, but
right.
ITB, they just looked better.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity certainly had a chance to win all of those games, but ITB just looking a bit icier in the moments that mattered most. Complexity will not secure themselves a spot in pool play. They will earn themselves a top 8 points as well as top 8 prize money. Those points going to be highly influential in their seeding and chance to qualify into pools the hard way. But that's a tough one to take.
Suppress and the rest of Shopify Rebellion just a few flag captures away from knocking OpTic down. OpTic, not unfamiliar to this situation in this tournament, found themselves down 0-2 against Pure on this map, and in fact gave up 3 flags to just their 1 before they went on a 3-flag run to eventually win that game 4-3. And to eventually win the series.
Was a very impressive reverse sweep that we saw, and maybe one that Pure learned from in order to sweep FaZe today. Pure did, though, lose to SSG, and now one of these two teams will be SSG's competitor in the winners bracket finals. This is a guarantee yourself top 3 situation. Shopify have done it before, and that's a huge overshield. 3 dead, and Soul Snipe has a clear avenue to push it.
OpTic thought they had it secured. Soul Snipe, just in the nick of time, was able to get there. Extra shields on, ready for the fight. Soul Snipe gonna have a real opportunity here to be in the base of OpTic and to potentially get this first flag out, but there's 3 players to go through first.
Yeah, I don't think he read the spawns as well as he thought. They thought they might have forced a util spawn. Goes to check it, inadvertently blocks it, and then has to backtrack into the base. OpTic played great defense.
Suppress will have to be the next player up for Shopify Rebellion. Their attack was largely inefficient this time around, as they weren't able to capitalize on their space. Now, OpTic Gaming have their chance on the counter attack, and oh boy, you can just start to see the kill feed light up in their favor.
Nice use of that thrust back from Trippy to kill Cycle, but he gets taken down. This has gone back and forth. Neither team really in a strong position at all yet. Shopify looked good to get a flag pull recently, but OpTic playing so well off their spawn to just shut it down. And interestingly, both teams really fighting for the bottom center of the map. Not as many players on the top side as you're used to seeing. Now, though, they are going to try to overtake this utility side.
Cycle will be the player that I feel as if needs to elevate for Shopify Rebellion in this series, right? If he can have another big game and be that superstar that they expect out of him, I feel like they can beat any team in the world. Right now, having a decent game, yeah, he's positive so far, but I want to see him start to reach those high slaying capacities that we know he's due for.
I mean, he's always going to output insane damage, it feels like, but this game in particular, maybe not coming online just yet. If he can get into that flow state that we've seen from him before, he can start slaying and assisting and just making life incredibly difficult for OpTic in general. By the way, look at this play from Lucid. Recognizes that the situation would be awkward to continue running the flag with pressure coming in from behind. Leaves the flag on the ground to try to help his team slay out. Doesn't look like it's going to pay off, but I like the thought process.
Soul Snipe trying to do his best to stay alive. Not going to be in the cards for this time around. OpTic have done a fairly good job of fighting out of their base. Shopify Rebellion have had a few opportunities to maybe get a flag pull out. OpTic has battled back and has been able to gain this mid-map control once again. Now looking to storm into the base of Shopify Rebellion. The first pick is in, and here comes the rest. OpTic Gaming swarming into the base of Shopify Rebellion, getting kill after kill. Just one remains.
It looked like a good push, but Shopify really able to neutralize the push pretty efficiently. Flag does get out, but not with many surviving members of OpTic. They're having to come off spawn and win another fight if they're going to advance that flag any further. They might just decide it's a dead flag and fight for map control for now. Nope. Flag does get touched. That's a massive touch for Lucid, and all of a sudden they could come back.
Suppress trying to do his best. Find this player that drops down below. The overshield coming up in just a few seconds. These kills can determine so much. Soul Snipe will be the first player in, but also the first player down. Lucid, big kill from him. Wow, one shot slides out for the overshield. Mental was ready for it. Cuts him down, but the rest of OpTic there to clean it up. Extra shields for Dead Zone as he pushes into the base.
Here we go. How much can he do with this? Dodging some grenades, good patience, but Soul Snipe still alive in the back of the base? Yes, he was. He was just waiting for the pull. Only gets a few shots on him, though, which means this flag should go all the way home.
First flag in for OpTic Gaming. Those overshields starting to pay their dividends, and the crowd roars, knowing that the favorites are one step closer to making this reverse sweep a possibility. Shopify Rebellion start to come down 3 at a time. The base not clear once again. It's going to be OpTic storming in.
OpTic have gotten so good at this game type. I feel like it's from their patience in these engagements. They're going to get a ton of damage. That's another 3 dead, but is anybody in position to pull it? If Trippy can win this fight against Soul Snipe, could have potentially pulled it. He's forced to back down, though, which is going to delay the actual pull, meaning the spawners of Shopify could potentially apply pressure, but no, even the spawners going down very quickly. They do kill Formal, who had that heat wave, but 3 go down, make it 4. Cycle first spawner now. What can he do with it?
Nothing. Oh, Trippy, he misses that flag, but with Shopify Rebellion being down as a whole unit, there's not much they can do about it. He can be as inefficient as he wants. It's just impossible for Shopify to be 4 up at the same time.
Love to see it. All of a sudden, OpTic up 2-0, riding that momentum. This is exactly what they needed, down 2-0 in the series. They're not going to go down that easy. OpTic want to reclaim their spot in that top 3 and continue their run. Top 3 performances. Shopify 3 dead once again. It's been all OpTic controlling this map, just outslaying Shopify by a hefty margin.
Overshield down once again. This time, Shopify Rebellion will have their opportunity with the Overshield, and Cycle will earn 3 to start their rampage into the base. They have to capitalize on this situation. You need to start your comeback now, and Shopify Rebellion are getting kill after kill. Cycle leads it for his teammate, says, hey, I got some extra shields. I'm getting back into this fight.
Love this positioning right here. It does force the spawns over to the P side. On top of that, he has great vantage point to shoot his opposition to try to get to P2, and that cover fire is going to lead to a flag cap. Now only down by 1. Shopify right back in this.
Important for Shopify's Rebellion to stabilize here. Understand that you still have plenty of time to work with. Another overshield still to come in this game. You can make this happen. Soul Snipe able to find his kill, but this mid-map control is going to be so important in this game.
Right now, OpTic look better poised to take it, but look at the push from Shopify to just push straight through the courtyard. I don't know if I agree with that. They get shut down by the next wave of spawners from OpTic. Both teams still fighting for this mid-map control with just 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes now on the clock. Shopify want to get control of it soon so they can start getting into their own spawn trap.
Dead zone. Just able to get that shot to land. Heat wave effective at that range. See the fight starting to happen over on the P side. Not much to come from it from either side as of yet, but here we go. OpTic with a couple kills. Formal is already in the base, ready to pull. He's got it into the util before anyone from Shopify Rebellion even spawns. He's looking for, who is he looking for? There's 3 down.
He's just using the flag as bait, and he wants to have eyes on this overshield. Maybe saying, I'll watch overshield for a second. If they get the overshield, then he can comfortably go back and run the flag, but for now, has to focus more on the overshield. He knows this is one of the win conditions for Shopify and wants to deny it, but he gets taken down.
Cycle, oh wow, Cycle might just guarantee it. He was able to keep it alive for his team. Soulside puts it on his body. The flag back home for both sides. 1 minute, 30 seconds in this game. A couple extra shots available for Soul Snipe to the body, and well, Shopify Rebellion has their last chance here. He gets into the base, able to find the first kill, but the second follows it up. 4 down, Shopify Rebellion, flag out for OpTic. This could be the dagger.
This all started with Formal's play, right? But both flags out right now.
I believe it's just
no, just Shopify's. Okay, but they just have not been able to progress it as much as it felt like they could have.
Yeah, second time in a row that's happened, and it looks like the return's in. 4 down. Soulsnipe's already in the base. He has a player blocking out the util. Everything is set up for them to have success. Cycle looking for that high ground, expecting the overextension from P side. 2 players got through for OpTic. It's up to Cycle to spot them first. Form will take shots right away. He can't get forward. Trippy taking damage, and look at that. 3 players feeling the bandit shots of Cycle. Is that enough for Shopify Rebellion to get this flag forward? Soulsnipe working with Mental. The double is in. Formal pulls the flag on the other side, but Rebellion have the momentum coming into their base.
Formal's the last player alive, and he gets the flag return. Formal with the massive plays. Wow. Cycle and the rest of Shopify played target selection so effectively in that moment, but Formal, last player alive, gets the flag with 1 second to spare.
Now Shopify Rebellion are just desperately trying to get forward on the map. Cycle does find a pick. Cycle gets 2. Cycle pulls the flag. It's not done yet. 1 player, 1 shot. It's just Lucid left on the map. Mental takes over the responsibility of the flag run. He gets it over to the util side. They're getting shots, but there's nothing they can do. Shopify Rebellion are just meters away. Can they get this back home? It's on the stand. 1 last fight.
They have to, they can't just go in. There's multiple members down on their team. They get a couple slays. This might be the opening.
This is it!
Oh my God. They forced the overtime in the iciest play. Can we talk about the routing from Mental? So smart to run it through the util. Just recognized it was too risky to try to go through that court side.
Not done yet. Shopify Rebellion have earned themselves a second chance. A shot at redemption in this game. They win 1 flag. Goes in, they get themselves a top 3 finish. 4 down, Shopify Rebellion, OpTic answer fast. This flag is rapidly going back to their side. This could be the fastest overtime in HCS, and it is.
That was what, 15, 20 seconds?
That was hyper efficient.
That was insane. I didn't even see what happened.
Grabbed the flag, ran right down the middle. Teammate was in the top of the base. They just threw it up. Said, hey, catch it.
God. OpTic have life in this series with an insane opening break in overtime. That feels like that's like a play call that they've talked about. Like, hey, if we go to overtime, let's do X, Y, and Z, secure the OS.
Yeah, they probably have like a start just for overtime compared to their regular time.
Right.
Everyone kind of knows each other's starts, and that's like kind of the coach's job to be like, okay, like this is what they like to do. We're gonna try to counter it, and then you start to play your mind games. Let's counter their counter, because if you can get a clean 4 down like they did, like it's GG.
Right. Yeah. Oftentimes these coaches are, getting some intel on the other team's opening strats, keeping track of what they've done in the past, what's had success. And sometimes you can just catch people off guard with a good opening strat. That's exactly what we saw here. It's got to hurt a little bit for Shopify. They tried so hard to close out the series right then and there, but it's a scary sight when OpTic have another chance to continue forward.
OpTic is just one of the most resilient teams you could ever watch.
Absolutely.
Very rare that we see them go down in a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think FaZe really the only team that we've seen sweep them. Has SSG swept them? Maybe once.
I'm trying to think. No, I mean, Arlington was so hard fought, right? Let's see. What else has... No, I can't remember a time where Space Station got like a clean sweep. At least not to win a tournament.
You know who did clean sweep OpTic before, though? Quadrant. But that was in pools, I think.
That was also a different OpTic as well.
And a different Quadrant with Legends.
Yeah, very, very different, right?
But it's worth noting regardless. But yeah.
That was a crazy, that was like, Quadrant was OpTic's kryptonite straight up.
For a while, yeah.
Yeah, they just understood. I think they got lucky on game types maybe for a little bit. There was always that Strongholds game in there, and then
yeah, they
just matched up so well against that OpTic squad at the time.
It felt like they probably studied OpTic maybe more than other teams as well.
And they were like the GOATs at the time.
Yeah. So, shout out to OpTic, keeping themselves alive. Not ever once to go down that easy. Feel like Formal made so many massive plays this game, especially in the last couple minutes. That return was insane. He made that pull that, like, before the overshield fight happened to just kind of, like, alleviate pressure. Shopify ultimately did get that OS, but Formal just constantly being behind them made Shopify second-guess so many of their plays.
Then we moved to Oddball and Streets for our next map, I believe.
The kind of place to OpTic so favor, I think. Well,
their colors are so similar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got Chartreuse. I don't know. I've heard that color name before. I think one of these might be Chartreuse. And that's the only funny shade of green that I know. So sorry, chat. I can't say what the other shade of green is.
You don't know, like neon or racing.
Doesn't that Rebellion color look more like the Quadrant color to you?
Yeah, it's like safety green.
Yeah.
Maybe a highlighter green.
Yeah, it does look like a highlighter.
Does it look like it looks like a highlighter, but not a green highlighter. It looks more like a yellowish.
Yeah,
green.
it's almost like if you put like a yellow and a green highlighter and you like wrote on top of each other.
You want to get on the mic, Louis? I did. Louis Vuitton, the man, the legend, just.
He's just decorating.
Okay. So there's a 2v2 tournament happening right now on the stage below, over in the concourse. We're trying to see if maybe the finals are gonna happen tonight. If they do, we'll have some action for you guys later on.
What was that stat, by the way? Was it? I think that was Cycles KD versus Formals. Cycles 1.55, Formal 1.33.
The Cycle is absurd.
Yeah, his KD is just insane every single tournament. Look at this too, bro. Is he taking any damage,
bro?
Okay.
Oh, he's so bad. Oh my God!
That's
no! Don't! Oh my God!
What is he doing?
What is he doing?
No one should ever get away with that. That is insane. Against Formal too in the second kill.
He is literally Shotzi incarnate.
That was just stupid. No one should get away with that in any parallel universe known to mankind.
That's a huge momentum boost for Shopify. I mean, they've gotten the ball time because of it. Ooh. They're starting to hit some nasty shots, and OpTic Gaming feeling largely inefficient at getting to this ball.
Yeah, at first glance, I thought maybe this game type plays to OpTic's favor, but then I remembered, dude, Shopify are just so good at these small maps where it's just nothing but fast-paced gunfire, blending spawns. Stalker rifles on this map as well. We've seen what all members of Shopify can do with it. There's not a weak player on this lineup with the Stalker. Bulldog in Mental's hands as well. If Mental can control the sandbox throughout this game, I think Shopify could potentially run away with it.
He needs to stay alive here. He's doing the best possible work. Oh, he's able to dodge both the nades. Can he get around the corner?
Crazy survivability on these guys right now.
He gets the damage down. Like, hopefully a teammate gets the call out.
Yeah, nade goes down, but the player will, Trippy, will stay alive at least momentarily.
Oh, did keep him weak enough. Trippy, though, just absolute one shot, able to get away from Camo. And that could be the difference between OpTic Gaming getting any real time here and them getting this massive run.
All players in this lobby making themselves incredibly
How is
difficult kills.
spotting Trippy like that? That is absurd behavior.
I mean, I feel like most of spotting the camo is predicting the route and knowing like the general area to look first.
Like if you're looking for camo, you see camo.
Well, like you gotta predict the route first.
Dude, he saw him from driveway going through bottom C to like back carbine. He just saw him for a second and popped him with the shot. And then wrapped the corner and shot him immediately after not like losing eyes like line.
But at the same time, if your ball guy is backseat, don't you expect the camo guy to move towards the ball? So you're going to be a little bit more
keep myself unpredictable,
conscientious of it. Yeah, I mean, now because players are so good at it, I feel like you do have to be a bit more unpredictable. Like maybe Trippy is supposed to go commando there. I don't know.
Either way, it's put a damper on OpTic's opportunity to get this ball. Shopify Rebellion find the break, and well, they're back to holding this ball. The B push is what's going to come from OpTic Gaming, but players going down before they can even start to coordinate this push is making this hard for OpTic. They just can't get 4 players up at the same time. Cycle has been an absolute monster to deal with.
This guy, he just doesn't die, man.
He's like a mixture of Shotzi and like Pistola.
Yeah.
It's so absurd because he's so effective at using geometry to stay alive.
So elusive, man. I played against this guy in matchmaking, and I'm pretty sure he went like 15-2. We just could not kill the guy. He'd be one shot, like, he took like the most damage in the lobby, too. How do you take the most damage in the lobby and have 2 deaths?
It's called winning pivs.
This guy's insane.
Wouldn't know about it. You know, only a special few get
I mean, he rarely had to win a single 1v1 because he always, like, picked the right fights where he had help.
Well, they get to 80 seconds before OpTic is even in this game, and this has been all Shopify Rebellion.
They look so focused and poised right now. Mental, 46 seconds of oddball time. Cycle with 26, and we've seen what he's been doing in the Slays department as well. Lucid had the ball, but look at this. Suppress somehow gets all the way behind enemy lines. OpTic not comfortable here. Formal with a very important kill and stays alive. This could be a good-looking push for OpTic where they could potentially get some good time.
Almost trying much needed space on the
Look
map,
at that
and he
awareness.
went. Ooh, talk about it.
He knew that player was going to spawn PD. You saw how much action was occurring on the rest of the map, but he stopped and he said, there will be a spawner in PD in the next couple seconds. I'm going to go kill him. So smart.
Prevents him from getting up the map and gives just a lot more safety to their ball carrier. Trippy hasn't seen anyone in the last 20 seconds.
I mean, how cozy, is Trippy he's just chilling. He's watching his teammates get kills, but now they fumble. Looks like ball will likely get thrown out. Trippy not gonna, oh no, he gets cut down before he can play the ball.
That's bad.
This should be a good setup for Shopify, and they only need 20 seconds.
Yeah, they've already gotten to that ball. This is where it gets dangerous. OpTic's gonna be fast, but this ball carrier could potentially just rotate far out. No, red gun's in the hands. They're gonna try to take the challenge. It's gonna move the red gun to Formals. Not much ammo left to work with, but OpTic Gaming have their setup back.
Need to make up some ground here. Great repulse there. Keeps that grenade from killing him. New camo's coming up in 4 seconds.
Cycle's waiting. Is he able to get in without anyone seeing him?
No, I think Formal's gonna expect it. Yep.
They caught him right away. Oh, Cycle's not even gonna be able to get any damage down.
It's a little tricky, makes himself a difficult kill, but all of a sudden OpTic are looking pretty good for this round.
I'd say, yeah, I don't want to see what's guaranteed at this point. Soulsnipe's gonna have a chance over at B driveway, but Lucid's gonna be able to catch anyone over on the purple side before they can even get into the fight. The trap in the back is in. Soulsnipe did get the kill, but Lucid's still here. He's taking a final stand. He's able to find the first. The nades getting damaged down. Double kill for Lucid. The round secured for OpTic Gaming.
Lucid played that so beautifully. Found a small timing window, and he's letting them know about it. A little bit of mental warfare being applied. And OpTic have had a lot to say about the bandit meta, right? They say, oh yeah, these teams like Shopify, they're good because of the current meta.
I think the difference in that round was Cycle's performance. He started that round 7-3, ends at 9-10.
Right, yeah.
Just a 2-7 run from him in the second half of that round. Just something that we're just not used to seeing.
I think it was more so just the plays that OpTic started to make. I mean, saw Lucid with that perfect positioning. Found the timing window to find himself ATM to just completely cut off one entire entry point. And then pushes in to finish the rest of the team off with perfect efficiency with his grenades. Look at that. Shotgun gets dropped off for Formal with the camo. Formal content to just bait players into this side. I think Shopify too smart to just push right into it. Formal recognizing that, going to take a different position. Probably expected the 2 shots of that shotgun to finish that kill. It has to turn around, misses some timing there, but the rest of OpTic are here to clean up.
Oh, should be able to find the second in the window as well. He's not done quite yet either. Gets the assist on the third. OpTic Gaming have a strong setup and a quick push from Shopify down that B drive. Trippy well aware of it. Going to throw out that ball early and use this Bulldog to find his advantage.
Got another shot in the tank as well. Huge damage output. Both those kills.
4 down.
Going to be finished. And
4 down, 4 up, by the way.
Yeah, not losing a single player. That's going to be a lot of space earned for OpTic before Shopify can even come off spawn.
No empty gaps for Shopify to take advantage of. Trippy finds damage on the first and is instantly trying to find some sort of route behind the second, but as he does so, 2 of his teammates go down. The ball gets rotated towards Trippy, but everyone on OpTic has fallen.
I don't even know what Shopify did there, but whatever it was effective. And OpTic are continually spawning into their death. More alive for Shopify.
Oh my God!
Suppress doing unthinkable things right now.
An absurd kill from him. I can't believe your panda got up that fast.
Yeah, I think someone said he plays on pretty low sensitivity as well. So, but I feel like he's been really working on his movement game. It was already good, but I feel like he's kind of leveling up his movement game every day. Now Shopify look good in this hold for now, but what does OpTic have to say? How do they push into the setup?
Not sure if he's going to make his movement. Gets the ball carrier down to one shot, but there's a player hiding from behind. Cycle gets him, and that's the start. A 3 to go down. Dead zone lasts alive.
You said Cycle needed to step up. He finds that double kill at a critical moment in the game. They will take the lead for now in this round. Soul Snipe's positioning is known. Do not want the other team to know when your benches. He's going to get taken down. Cycle, though, has 3 shots left to work with in this Bulldog, and if he can shut down 1 or 2 aggressors, would be massive. But no, OpTic's just going to take the ball and run away.
Cycle has a hard decision to make. Do I go help my teammate to the right or deal with the ones to the left? He decides, hey, I hear Trippy coming. I'm going to try to take care of it. Unfortunately for him, his teammate went down towards the ball. He's going to try to route his way back to get into this action, but it's all by himself. He has to try to make the most of a bad situation. Gets a kill for his team, and that ball going to be down in neutral zone for now.
OpTic have done such a good job of playing keep away in situations where Shopify could find some oddball time. They've just been, no, I'm just going to throw it, another 20 feet away, and then my next teammate will be there to stop you from grabbing it. And those kind of plays can add up quite a bit over time.
Well, I mean, it's just, if you think about the last round, it was like a 5 seconds, 5-10 seconds in favor of Shopify Rebellion. They would have had the round before OpTic could make the comeback.
Right. Camo doesn't get procs. It's going to lay down there. Both teams know about it. Still not safe enough to grab. See both.
It's funny to see both of them take the same route.
It's funny, yeah, just watching the Camo, seeing they're playing a little ring around the rosy with one another there.
Shopify Rebellion in a strong position here. If they can find these opening kills, it feels like a ton of ball time that's available to them. The Camo Soul Snipe gets them the shots down, the shots to land against Formal, and he's trying his best to get his shields back. He'll get some extra value. 3 down for OpTic. Shopify Rebellion getting swaths of time.
Soul Snipe was unhappy with his performance at the last event, especially on Sunday, looking to right the wrongs and be that player that he needs to be for his team. I feel like if he's playing his best, this team can absolutely get it done. They're about to get this round done. Only need 5 more seconds.
He's just trying to milk it here, right? He's trying to do his best. Gets the kill, but the trade is out. OpTic Gaming still have a chance in this round. Suppress is going to try. Oh, wow. That feels like maybe a bit too desperate in the situation to get towards that ball. Shopify Rebellion just seconds away, but OpTic Gaming have done this before. You have to still play this as if it's a mid-game.
Got to be patient for your opening. Yeah, Cycle trying to press the issue again as well. And Cycle said
they're all pushing in one at a time.
They've had good success in the past making plays like that. By the way, I don't think this ball's been touched for a while. It could reset on its own unless OpTic grabs it. Yes, Lucid does grab it.
This feels like the start of a run for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, I think Shopify, though, should be able to right the ship. They got Coach Bestman behind him saying, stop staggering, play patient.
Suppress got there.
Yeah, they got 2 kills. Suppress going to grab it. He's going to close the round. Good patience.
This has to be such a nerve-wracking round 3 for them.
Yeah, they would really like to end this now. They do not want to give OpTic a chance to win in a Game 5. OpTic going to play that Slayer so methodically. Do not want to give them the chance at all. Just close it right here, right now, if you're Shopify Rebellion. It's opening looking pretty good. 3 dead. Mental only player to die so far on the side of Shopify.
It should be early time for Rebellion, and they're going to have the setup that they want. We've seen largely the setup over here at back C as well. None of those A side or PD side oddball holds at all this game, I don't think.
A little surprising to me. I've kind of felt that the A side is pretty strong, but maybe these teams just feeling a bit more comfortable. Maybe it is a bit easier to spawn kill the opposition in places like PD if they extend out to Cafe with a C side hold. So maybe
I think easier to hold, but when you do lose your hold at A, it feels more dangerous, you know?
Well, what I like about it is you can chuck the ball straight to mid-map, and you'll often spawn bottom C with a clear line of sight on the ball right away, right? So you can sometimes continue the play into the next spawn as well, whereas, you know, you play it out to C, there's not really any spawns that can immediately see bottom mid from the A side.
Suppress. He's able to work his way back to B. OpTic Gaming tried to do a quick rotation to B, but Shopify Rebellion was way ahead of them. We're able to get those 3 kills, and Well, they've been able to get their ball time back. The shotgun of Suppress will find himself another cycle, earning himself the ball time, and it's going to be Trippy that will be the first one to meet him.
So many kills trading out. 3 were dead momentarily for OpTic. But Lucid, whenever Lucid's the last man on the map, you cannot let the man get away with it. 29 kills does he have now.
Right in the middle, man. Foremost scary when you take him in the one-on-one, but Suppress doesn't care. Cycle comes in from the help from the backside, and now Suppress has another 2 to deal with. Trippy is the only one alive. The nade deals with his Shopify Rebellion, get him 4 down. The ball resets. A bit of a reprieve from OpTic Gaming, but not much. The ball is in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. The camouflage is there. The spawns are at PD. The trek is to Mordor. There's nothing OpTic can do.
Love this spot from Mental. He gets enough damage, that kill gets cleaned up, but you saw how much vision he could earn from that tricky spot. It's another 4 dead for OpTic. Shopify could do it. They could close this out. OpTic has to figure out a way to break the setup.
Mental. Shotgun in hand. Gets the kill.
My God.
Oh my, double. It's just, they keep going down in spades. Trippy's last alive, but they know his position. It's gonna be so hard to stay alive. Oh, Suppress is working on the next. You're so lucky that that red gun didn't have another bullet ready to fire.
The weapons, the sandbox has been in favor of Shopify. OpTic don't have an answer. They're weak in front of the base. They're being hunted down by Mental. Trippy, last player to stop this run. And he can't do it. That should be it. Does OpTic have anything left?
There's OpTic have to desperately push forward. Let's listen in to the final moments for Shopify Rebellion. They've done it.
Wow, no reaction from Cycle.
Wow, so surprised.
From Soul
This
Sniper,
kid is
OpTic
so calm, cool, and collected. Shopify find themselves in the winners finals 2 tournaments in a row. They get a chance at redemption. They got, let's be honest, they got mollywopped on Sunday at London. They did not win a single game. It just did not come together, but they have another chance.
Another chance, and that might be one of the best rounds of oddball I've seen from a team, period. The amount of times that it was 3, 4 down for OpTic, they couldn't do anything to get back in that game.
I mean, Shopify had everything. They had the camo, they had the stalker, they had the shotgun, they had the positioning. The oddball was in a spot that they couldn't possibly nade it or shoot it at all, and Mental just popping off, controlling that entire shotgun side lane. So impressive. And here we go. Is this also live right now?
Yeah, this is live going on behind us. Pure versus ITB, and Pure just took themselves a 1-hill lead in this game, looking to make it a win right here as ITB going 3 down in a very precarious spot.
And this is for top 4. Both these teams have secured top 6. Winner of this will move on and continue tomorrow. This would be both of these teams' first top 4 finish.
Yeah. Be an insane performance. And then is this, wait, what happened to FaZe? Who did FaZe play?
They beat Sentinels.
Oh, FaZe will have to play against OpTic.
For top 4?
For, what? Yeah, for top 4.
Wow, that is true, yeah.
FaZe to OpTic, wow.
So Pure ITB on one side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 4 top 4. So either FaZe or OpTic will fall in top 6. That's happening tonight, right?
Yes, that's going to happen tonight.
Unbelievable. This is getting insane.
Dude, Last Shot's having a hell of a game. 25 kills, 13 assists, 16 assists. He has the most kills, the most assists, and least deaths for his team in this game.
Popping off.
3 players down for ITB. This almost feels like a layup for Pure at the moment. Yeah, it's a tough moment right here because ITB's so close to winning on this hill, right? Like getting this hill and getting to the next rotation. but there's so little neutral time left. It's like it's a hard decision, but they're gonna decide to go for the neutral time.
Oh!
And Druk, well,
that was so clean.
That's
Sticks
so
him
sick.
and then
he's
portals
back. Look at this flank now.
Right back.
Oh,
that was so sick. There's only 10 seconds left. Jimbo has to get this kill, but the QT plays. No, Chick with the clutch.
Is there anyone close enough? It's just Jimbo and another. Jimbo goes down. Mighty's is in, but Mighty's has to find the kill.
I like the way he's playing this, though. He's paused the timer. It's being contested. Last shot, though, in the right spot to clean him up. Tolic's here. It's still being contested.
He's trying to
Three
do his
members
best.
appear here, though.
This is absurd.
This is a 3v3.
Tolic wins this fight.
It's not over yet. Mighty's is here. Jimbo's here.
He just pushes them out the
Moto's
hill.
here.
They step out. Just 5 more seconds to go.
Oh,
they've done it.
That's going to be it.
You can hear the screaming of Cherished from down below. They get up. They're letting them know.
Wow. What an insane end game there. It seemed like both teams were spawning close, kept contesting the hill, but Pure just always had one extra player there to just keep the disadvantage on the side of ITB. But if you're ITB, you can't be too upset about it. Played it super close. You had a good chance. You can always win the rest of the series, but Pure taking some early momentum.
This tournament has been an insane tournament. When you think about all the things that have happened, FaZe having one of the earliest drops that we've seen, losing to Pure, now having to have one of the hardest runs in the elimination bracket. They've taken on Sentinels. They'll be going up against OpTic next. Shopify, Rebellion have gotten back-to-back top 3 finishes. But the biggest thing to keep in mind is one of the teams in the big 3 will not be here tomorrow. They will finish top 6 at minimum, either FaZe or OpTic. And then you look, that doesn't even guarantee them top 3 for tomorrow. This has been a tournament of upsets.
It's been unreal. I mean, Pure 3-0ing FaZe has sent ripples through the venue. Now we see OpTic falling to Shopify, who, by the way, I think OpTic were kind of Shopify's kryptonite in the past. This is the first time Shopify's beat OpTic in tournament?
I believe so.
Because didn't they beat SSG?
And they beat them pretty convincingly. Like, you could have made an argument that was going to be a 3-0. It was a very close flag game. It was OpTic's flag game through and through, but Shopify had a chance to 3-0.
SSG, the only member of the big 3 to not falter so far this season.
And they look very good as well. Joining us on the couch soon, by the way, we're going to have Soul Snipe Best Man.
Let's go.
Join us. So
Why,
I'm
they have
very
the
excited for that. But those guys come over. They'll watch this series with us. Maybe we'll get them to react to some of the stuff happening on our screen. But
yeah,
want to give them their big congrats and how well they've played.
Man, look at that. There's a little celebration right after the series. Soul Snipe popping off, has some choice words to say. Honestly, Lucid's reaction, though, is kind of like, he's not all too phased by it. Like, it seems like he's just already thinking ahead to how he can come back, and that's a sign of true professional. Yeah, suppressed and cycle once again. 1.24 and 1.22. These guys so insanely consistent when it comes to slaying out.
Look at Suppress's damage.
The damage, 31,000.
31K.
That's just stupid, man.
That's almost 10K more than Soul Snipe had.
Well, it is 10K more than Mental had.
Oh, Mental had 21K. Oh my God, he had 10K more?
Mental had all the ball time in that Streets game. So that's part of it. And I think, I mean, a 3-round oddball. Was it a 3-round or was it 2?
It was a 3-round.
It was 3. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of damage. Like, a majority of that damage came from the Streets game.
Right.
And Mental, you know.
He also passed 100 kills, by the way.
That's just crazy.
Which is tough to do.
100 kills in 4 games? Yeah.
Yeah.
Against OpTic?
I usually you need a 5th game to get to that point, but
I mean, he's been the main slayer of HCS for a while now, right? He's topped the kills chart at several lands now, and it looks like he's going to add another one.
Yeah. Dude, this is insane. Obviously, FaZe OpTic going to be happening over on that main stage. They're getting themselves set up over there. FaZe going to have to... I don't know how to think about how that's going to go. Like, I feel like you have to give the edge to OpTic, but
FaZe 3-0'd OpTic, what, twice at the last tournament, though?
Right, it's just like with what's happened so far in this
Or maybe not twice. Maybe just once, but they looked pretty dominant at the last tournament. But yeah, OpTic have been playing more. I mean, the FaZe just beat Sentinels for top 6, and that was kind of a while ago. And what have they been doing ever since? They've been just sitting around warming up? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a tough solution, but we got the champs over here, bro. Ooh.
Let's
hey,
go.
Hey boys, what's up?
Where's Nick
Can I
at?
get you right here? Hey, Nick's coming, right? All right.
Okay.
Mike, you got your microphone right there next to you, to your right. But joining us on the couch, Mr. Soul Snipe, after a pretty clean win against OpTic Gaming. Look at that. Professional through and through.
He's done this before, huh? Look at that.
All right, hello?
Hey, man, what's up?
What's going on?
Big wins, big wins. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That's actually the first time I've beaten OpTic on LAN.
Yeah.
That's what we were just talking about.
Some heartbreaking losses, too.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm glad to see it. So, hey, if you don't mind, we're going to be watching the Pure ITV match while we talk.
Excellent.
Get to see your Pure voice. Now, the storybook ending would have been Pure wins on the other side. I think they kind of messed it up for you.
And I played my boys.
Yeah, that's what we talked about with them, because we interviewed them after they 3-0'd FaZe.
Yeah.
Were you watching that?
Oh, yeah. No, I only saw the last game because I was playing Quadrant.
Okay.
But I was able to see the last game where Talik hit that snipe.
The no-scope double and then stands up and runs across the stage.
I literally almost threw up. Oh, he ran across the stage?
Yeah, he started immediately trash-talking FaZe,
He was
instantly.
trash-talking FaZe.
I love that. I love that guy.
Like, right behind him, like, holding their chair, too. Like, dude, it was pop-off gave me goosebumps,
It was a very interesting pop-off, because he's sitting there just like he gets real low. He's crouching and just moving his hands. He's like, Frosty, like, what the?
Wow.
Yeah,
it was all, you need to go back and watch that later.
That's cray-cray.
One of the better pop-offs. But you guys look really, really fucking good.
Yeah.
What's been the process for you guys?
Honestly, like, this is our third event together. We got fourth at Arlington, where we lost the Heartbreaker Game 5 to FaZe. We got third at London, where we played a phenomenal on Saturday, came to Sunday. And I personally fell really short because I literally wasn't able to sleep Saturday night because London is just London. And I couldn't sleep. I could barely sleep the whole event, and it like all caught up to me on Sunday. Felt like I had no reaction time. And pretty much like from these two events, we're just like learning like the smallest things we need to do to win, and like how to play against like OpTic because we got 3-0'd by them. So we watched that series back, made adjustments, and yeah, we just make adjustments every event. And hopefully by Worlds we're just like perfect.
Something I noticed maybe about you tell me if I'm wrong, is that you need to be comfortable to like really be at your best. I know you were saying at LVT Orlando, it was like hard to be comfortable in that setup. Maybe you couldn't get used to the PCs.
Yeah.
The temperature was weird, and then London, obviously your sleep schedule's completely blasted by flying across the whole world. Yeah. So here it feels like you're finally comfortable and you're kind of like playing your game, and it feels like you're just locked in, and that's what I like to see from you. Is there a reason that you're feeling a bit more comfortable in this event?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's Atlanta, so I mean, it's close to home for everybody.
Right.
And Atlanta is the first event I went pro, 2018, and Halo 5 with commonly and straight sick and drug. So
good memories. I
mean, it's kind of just like I always have good feelings at Atlanta, and like I said, it's just, I mean, I'm just comfortable like playing like when everything is just like I have no excuses. Not like I had any at London. There's no excuses for that event, but like I just knew that this is my chance to redeem myself. And
awesome.
I didn't even play that good, honestly, against OpTic. I mean, I was like doing my part and like bringing the passion and the comms, but like my three teammates literally dropped nukes every map. So
press drop 31K damage.
Jesus, yeah, that kid's a god.
Mental had, for reference, Mental had 21K.
Oh my god, no, Donnie is literally insane, dude.
Yeah, it was 2 ballistic missiles a cycle, and
did you guys see what happened game 1 with me?
No, what happened?
We were winning the first hill like 80% to nothing, and I'm in the B hill running out to red stairs to get this kill, and my controller disconnects like Sparty in Halo 5 Worlds.
In game 7, going for sniper, look, yeah.
Literally, my controller disconnects, and I'm like tweaking, like my controller's not working. And like Donnie's like, dude, just plug it back in. And I was trying to get the refs to end it, and I just listened to Donnie. He said, relax, just plug it back in. We're shitting on them. Pardon my language.
I mean, that's facts, though. Like,
Yeah.
you don't want to end it right there just because your controller disconnects for a few seconds if you're, like, winning. And then on top of that, I don't know if that's grounds for them to actually do it. So instead of, like, cause a ruckus, just try to fix it quickly.
Yeah.
Get locked back in. So that's good on Donnie to kind of have that awareness. Because it's nerve-wracking, man. You're on the main stage and something like that
and
happens.
we're playing really good. Like, we're, like, destroying them off start.
Yeah.
So, like, it was, like, upsetting. But, yeah, no, I told Donnie after that game, I was like, good job locking me back in right there. Like, that could have been bad. And we lost the first hill. So we had every excuse to lose that map. Like, we had every reason. Like, we lost the first hill because I'm sitting there screaming, like, my controller's not working, and all my teammates are looking at me. We go 4 dead.
Yeah.
They get the hill. And then we just regained, and we won map 1.
That's sick. Love to hear that. Obviously, London, big disappointment. Something you guys have probably thought about ever since you guys made it to that Sunday. What's going to be different about this Sunday? You guys going to take more breaks? You guys going to be locked? If anything, okay, let me just say this. From my perspective, the nail in the coffin for you guys was that game 1 that you played against FaZe on Sunday where there was a reset.
Yeah.
And you guys were rolling before the reset. Like, winning every time it switched to POV, you guys were perfect 5-shotting everyone that you ran into. Every member of your team was just destroying them. And then there's some kind of, like, audio bug or whatever, and then it resets. So
yeah, or whatever, exactly.
For me, it's like if you guys can just stay locked in through some potentially expected technical difficulties, then you guys can just keep playing the way you've been playing today.
That's definitely like what we're gonna work on going into tomorrow. Like just
last shot's clutching.
Composure and all those things. Yeah, I've been watching this. ITB was up like 9, I think, and now Pure is up maybe 2 in a second here.
Yeah, I was watching the end of this game. We just got a coach, best man, on the mic with us as well.
You probably need to move that closer to your
We're
mouth.
coming in to Pure versus ITB game 2.
42-42.
It's tough. I mean, bro.
How was map 1? Was it close?
I don't.
It was.
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah.
What was the map?
It was
Fire King.
Yeah, it was a 3-2 win, but they like had to keep him out of the hill basically.
ITB only needed like 5 seconds probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was actually a super hype ending.
I mean, this is crazy right here.
Yeah, this is probably one of Pure's best slayers.
Yeah, no, it is their best slayer. I didn't like that. Joey, I would have probably doubled back and helped my teammate.
Woodham is
I would have doubled back just to get the heat wave. I would have signed up, but that's mine, bro.
This is actually an insanely pivotal match game because if Pure wins this, the series is over with.
Yeah, it'd be so tough to come back down to.
Woodham is like unexpectedly good at this game type. Like it doesn't like for an MNK player to pop off on Aqua just doesn't seem like it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But he's so good at this.
Well, this is the game.
Yeah, Aqua's kind of become like a finessey map with the bandits, though.
Yeah.
So like, so like he's really hard to kill.
Oh, they killed Cherished. Oh my God, I think.
Oh, 1-kill game.
Nah, I think those players that split got 2 massive kills though. I think that's gonna be enough for them. Yeah, they got the tie.
Oh, this guy needs to live front base.
47 all.
Oh, they get the first pick.
Oh, Tog's going in.
They know.
Oh no!
They've got help.
Oh God!
Woodham.
They can Loki just get Obi.
18 and 14 right now.
Mighty's in a perfect
1 kill.
position. This is perfect for them. Not for Pure.
Well, I don't think Pure's gonna go for Overshield.
Yeah.
They don't really have an
they're
option.
Gonna send it.
No, they're flooding. They're flooding B.
They just need 2 though.
He has a God flank. I feel like Pure's gonna win this. Oh.
Jimbo got
Wow.
Wow, that's huge.
ITB tie it up. Okay. Well,
game 3, or not the game 3, game 4, oddball, round 3. Might be the best round of oddball I think I've seen from any team, period. What happened? I mean, I think I saw them go 3-4 down like 3 times in a row.
We were just getting our kills.
Yeah.
Like Donnie and Psycho specifically were just like getting picks that they shouldn't be getting.
Yeah, the OpTic was kind of scamming.
They were scamming. They were actually running in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I was not. I was really surprised with how they were playing that.
Yeah.
Usually they're more methodical out of the big 3. They play a lot more slow, but they were just kind of playing like how SSG does, but it wasn't working.
Yeah, they were literally running in the middle of the map and like.
I mean, Billy shut down the entire shoddy lane for the last minute of that game. He had camo shoddy, and he sat in that perch above laundry to just get perfect intel. Like he could see exactly which way they were coming, so he fed you guys intel and then got like a double kill, then rotated to purple, got another kill without taking any damage somehow. And then, yeah, they started scamming. They're just running through bottom middle.
Yeah.
And
And our ball guy did a really good job of dropping ball and getting the shots in on the guys. Whereas like usually we would like try to hold ball when we're getting damage, and like that would kind of like throws the timing off. I don't remember who it was. Whoever it was, Ivy.
Wasn't me.
I think it was Cycle.
Most likely it was Mental, because Mental had like I think like
I could have sworn it was Billy.
Billy and Preston both had a lot of time.
Yeah. I think it was Cycle because Billy was killing everything on the map.
Yeah, it was a little dicey. We kind of choked round 1, but Streets ball in general is probably our best game type.
Yeah.
We don't lose it ever.
The thing that's been really impressive about me is you guys had a lot of opportunities to get checked in that series, right? We talked about the controller in Game 1. Yeah. That Game 3 was so close for you guys.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't go your way. Game 4, you guys start with an oddball round that should have gone towards you. And now it feels like you guys are in the process of the evolution of becoming Halo players that come to these tournaments and becoming Halo players that play on Sunday, right? It's like you guys are clutch. You guys have that ice now. It's getting better. Is it literally just experience under the belt, or what's been the process?
For sure.
I think it's experience.
Yeah, getting these last 2 events under us, London, we had a heartbreaker on Sunday, and so it was pretty much just like kind of go back to the drawing board against OpTic and FaZe. Like we became really prepared for SSG leading up to London, but we didn't really do our due diligence with the other teams.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because like even that Streets ball, like you saw the way we were playing it, we weren't really hitting out spawns like we normally do. We were kind of just playing tight and just letting OpTic come to our space, which is kind of like the opposite of how we play. So we kind of changed up our game plan a lot, and it really worked out against OpTic.
Just naturally too.
Yeah.
We didn't even like talk about it really.
It makes sense to. I mean, you guys have to have this game. In my opinion, the skill gap is like how you adjust your pace throughout a single game or between game types. It's just all about like how fast you want to play, when do you want to slow it down to a crawl, and you guys have gotten better and better at that. And now this is really interesting to me because OpTic is about to play FaZe for top 4, and these two were, I mean, the ones that knocked you out in the last tournament.
Oh yes.
SSG hasn't really been your kryptonite. So like you guys have played really close against SSG. I mean, dating back to the online, you guys went to war with them. But it must feel good to know that at least one of these 2 teams is not going to be there tomorrow.
Oh, it feels great.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's what happens when a team upsets somebody. Somebody's always going to get
shout out here, man.
Yeah, someone's going to
the boys always have your back.
Someone gets the shit end of the bracket. It's just like Sentinels. They play FaZe for top 6. It's like, all right, we lost to FaZe and SSG, so like, what can we do? But that's when pool play comes into factor as well. They could have, if they would have won our pool, they could have been in our position.
Yeah.
FaZe is gonna have like a demon bracket. If they get through from the loser side, I think they went from losing to Pure, but then Sentinels to OpTic to then Pure again,
potentially,
probably, or ITV.
Yeah, potentially Pure. I was going to say that. If FaZe wins this, they would play Pure tomorrow morning, huh? If Pure wins.
Yeah.
No, they played it.
That'll be a hell of a grudge match.
No, it'll be
tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's for top 4.
Hey, if they play tomorrow morning, we get you on the couch, you and Donnie on the couch, watch with us.
No, it'd be for top 3.
FaZe versus Pure would be for top 3.
Yeah,
oh yeah.
I'm sure he's going to need to be locked in and warming up.
Watch a game 1
in the morning.
Yeah.
I might be getting some shut eye.
This team loves sleep.
You're a
I'll
late
tell you
sleeper.
that.
Oh, I'm late. I'm definitely. I mean,
New Smurf Soul Sleep.
I mean, take advantage of it tomorrow.
It sounds like it's important.
And Sleeple, like Cycle. I've never seen a kid sleep more in my life.
Facts.
I mean, we slept a lot when we were teenagers too. Let's be real.
Yeah, true.
Donnie,
it's hard to sleep a lot now. I don't know why.
Donnie's like a grown-ass man with his sleep schedule, bro. He's sleeping at 11, waking up at 7 a.m. every day. Like
that's
good.
That's hustle, bro.
That's good. That's what you want in a teammate. You don't want him to be on that Royal 2 Gremlin schedule.
That Royal 2 schedule is disgusting.
I'm kind of shocked that ITB lost the Hill game because they're actually a really good King of the Hill team.
It was super close.
Yeah, either they're barely losing it or they're beating it. Like they beat us a lot on Hill when we played them.
Looks like Game 3 has started. Let's get the Game 3 up.
I think Pure's gonna smoke them this game.
I mean, Aqua Slayer, really good game type for Pure, and they lost it, so anything can happen. Yeah. But yeah, this is a Halo 5 map. These are all 3 Halo 5 kids. 2 Halo 5 kids.
This map is, I mean, honestly, it just comes down to who gets control, right? I mean, it's just
yeah, it feels like everyone kind of understands you have to play super fast and aggressive and win pivs. I do think that it plays to Pure's favor for sure, but I do think it's definitely not out of the question that ITB just gets early control and runs away with it as well.
Oh,
yeah.
bro.
You're right.
He had higher sense.
I just have this weird feeling Pure's gonna like win like 250 to like 70. I think they're gonna get a triple cap and it's gonna be like
70 flat or like 72, 73?
Like 70, like 3, I don't know.
I mean
73, okay. 250, 73. Like who has the most kills?
Gonna
go Truck?
Hunter.
I'll go Tolic.
Okay, what's the number?
I got Druk.
I don't know, like 21.
21 kills. Okay, so it's 250 to 73.
Oh, wait, how is he
kills
gonna
is
get
solid.
21 kills? Yeah,
That's a lot of
16.
kills.
Hey, we got a trip cap here.
Oh shit. All right, I
We'll
meant
be coming up as
ITB
well.
250 to 73.
I mean, trip caps don't last very long on this map, I feel like. Always going to spawn next to something.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about the offensive side, like getting control and hitting out the spawns is super crucial. But on the flip side, when you're spawning up, it's super important for your first guy to, like, his life matters so much because a lot of people just want to cap right away.
Yeah, but you should play for, like, if you spawn bunker, you should probably just go to tower.
Exactly.
And one of the later spawners should cap it.
Yeah. Or even go E1 to E2.
Yep.
I see a lot of teams make that mistake where this first guy spawns up and they hit the VR spawn, the box, and then they just get flown at from Whitehall thrust.
I noticed OpTic are really good about that. Like, they'll spawn up on, like, live fire, maybe by screens, and they're in a trip cap. They go through A, but they don't cap A. They go straight to B.
Yeah.
And then, like, the last couple spawners will cap A.
Your prediction's already ruined, Mikey. So good job.
Yeah.
That's black magic right there.
It could be, like, he could have saw it the other way in the semi's eye, So the inverse possible.
Oh my god. Wutum just got aim there.
What's you guys' impression of this ITB roster?
Dude, I don't know, bro.
They're kind of a wild card, right?
Yeah, they're good,
They're
and then
good.
sometimes mid.
I think they just really blew it last event,
Yeah.
losing to Native in pool play. Because, I mean, they took us to Game 5. They easily could have won that series.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they got 3-0'd by the SWAT team.
Oh, yeah,
SWAT. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's...
I think if they just won a single game in that series, they win the tiebreaker, and they're in top 12.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's kind of a scam.
It's kind of fluky with the tiebreaker, but, I mean, they're proving they're not a one-hit wonder. Come back and get top 6 here.
No, they're just inconsistent, I think.
Yeah.
Like, when they're good, though, they're real good.
Thank God curse the EU teams. It's
Yeah.
like only one of them do well in an event.
And they were able to get better practice before this event. Because before London, they're probably just playing Quadrant and whatever the open European team is.
They got here pretty early. They scrimmed OpTic. Did they scrim you guys before the tournament?
Yeah, but it was like 4 maps.
Yeah, it was like 4 maps because the servers weren't working.
Oh, okay.
I saw everyone on like Reddit and Twitter freaking out that all the Europeans were just beating everyone like by
Well, they were beating the crap out of OpTic. They beat both European teams beat OpTic back-to-back days.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. Like, boot camping is great for practice, but if you're not like level-headed with your outcome in the scrims,
I think you have such a huge advantage.
Yeah, like when you're all next to each other, if you're in Texas, if you're in like
ping.
like it's kind of it skews one way. Like in Shopify, with my team historically, we've had a lot of boot camps, so we know the feeling.
It's almost like a false positive if you pop off.
Yeah. It's just like you have to be like, all right, we just 10-0'd OpTic, but let's get back down to reality a little bit. Like, we're all next to each other.
You guys taking us to Toronto next time? Like we'll crash with you guys. Boot camp. Would be fun.
I mean, I think we might be boot camping before Salt Lake City, so
That's a good kill.
might be in Toronto.
That's crazy. The nade out the pad.
I feel like it's pretty hard to get that remote det on Tower 1 for some reason. People don't usually run right over them.
Dude, what skin is this?
The Bandit?
No, I mean not the model, the skin. It's
ugly one?
I don't like it, yeah.
I like the gold, bro. Y'all are haters.
I didn't like that challenge right there out of Chick. Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, another 4 dead. This is where Pierre can absolutely just steamroll.
Yeah, this
Look, they're forcing the carbine spawn. He's staring at it, though.
Yeah, it could influence a
Isn't
little
that
bit.
going to move it?
I mean, Druck is kind of influencing, too, being over there. Yeah, there's
They spawned bunker.
Surprised he's not like jumping up.
Do you think he's looking at it to block it, or he's looking at it to shoot somebody that spawns there?
I wonder if
not
Last
sure
Shot
what he's
knows
doing.
something, bro. It's like, because no one's standing there, so it's like you have to like at least be aware that they potentially get through. I'm surprised they didn't split.
I'm thinking the comms were like, hey, we might split him here, so maybe that's what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Someone probably
As long as he blocks Nest, he's still kind of doing his job and keeping an eye on the carbine spawn.
Yeah, server shot is huge, though, and this, like, the game's tied, right? Yeah.
Oh my, this is such. Oh, that is.
Oh, wow, he gets it.
great position.
Oh, he died.
Last Shot has been unlocked this tournament, by the way. I feel like he's finally kind of playing as good as we know he could in tournament.
Yeah, he's actually really good, dude.
It's crazy how good he is.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like, they had to fill the void that you and Donnie left, like when you guys went to Shopify. But what do you think about them giving like chances to like relatively unproven players? I mean, Wyatt had no pro experience before this event, and then Cherished only had top 12.
I mean, I respect that out of them, dude. Like, I'm happy for Druck and Hunter that they were able to find like a. Wow, that's loud. able to find like a third player that they have max confidence in. And I still talk to these guys all the time, and they have insane confidence in last shot, as they should. And then like when they picked up Joey or Cherished at first, I was a little like thrown off by it. Because
I was
like,
confused by it too.
No offense, but like his career just isn't as like
I'm surprised
solidified.
It's worked as well as
yeah,
it has.
and it's working, and they like 3-0'd FaZe, and I mean he's a big factor.
It's
of it.
obvious that it was the right choice now, but at the time it did feel kind of confusing.
It
I
did.
agree.
It was all vibes. Like it's like I think it's honestly like he is the perfect fit vibe-wise for the team because like you guys always say like anyone in the top 16 placing can all shoot. Like it's like that's not necessarily the problem. You just gotta find the right fit, personality and like play-wise, and he's been perfect.
Yeah,
he's a good fit.
I think this team needed some more damage output on the map, and I think Joey does a good job of that. Even if he's not slaying and getting a lot of kills, he is more of like a in-your-face getting damage, whereas like Collect, their past teammates, more of like he gets kills, but he's not really doing a lot of damage on the map.
It's like a highlight kill.
He's also like scurrying away and staying alive a lot, and just being a
That's
really
what
difficult
Cherished
kill.
does not care about his deaths, bro. Like he'll ape you until
super intense too.
Yeah.
Wait, this is a crazy situation.
It's
here.
actually a really good. It's actually a really good game.
They didn't get Nest. I don't know how.
I feel like B is so important in
How-
this
how
because
is
it's so
Pure
hard to cap.
scoring? What?
I don't know.
This
They were
is
literally
absurd.
just 4 dead. Wow.
Yeah, it's
this
over.
feels like a scam.
It's
bro.
probably over.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're B. I don't know why they're B right now, or why that guy was B. That's.
Well, I think they like realize that they've.
Yeah, but it's
messed
way
up.
too late.
Yeah, it's way too late. I
Yeah,
mean, it's just
especially with
sometimes you're
OV.
like, it's just a death where you just like after you're like that was boneheaded. Like you just know.
It's gonna be hard to come back from this.
What's map 4?
Not sure.
Maybe production will let us know in our ears in a second.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Gotta get to something now. There's a whole lot of nothing going on.
Oh.
2v2 on the map.
Okay.
That's actually a huge skill.
Yeah.
Do you think more often than not, if you're spawning bunker and your team only has A, it's better to go B than C?
No.
Nah, I think it's situational.
I prefer getting C.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting the world know.
And opening the A spawns.
We only play interference in the finals, so.
I bet.
Grand finals.
This might not be a game type for super long. I don't know.
Yeah, it might
I
be,
feel like it's actually getting better over time.
it might be too late to take it out, but for this season, I don't know. We have 4 weeks till the next event.
I think they got to take it out, dude.
Think so? I don't know. This tournament, we've seen a lot more back and forth on it. Like even this game had a lot more back and forth. It's just the trip caps are pretty brutal. I'm interested on Tuesday because they said they updated the spawns for a lot of the maps.
Okay.
And if they get rid of the nest spawn trap on this map, I think it kind of gets fixed. I think it's just the fact that you can, like when you mess up your spawn trap at bunker, the fact that you can have a backup at nest makes it, I think, a little bit rough. In my opinion.
I'm curious to see what the spawns be like on the other maps as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they're
less
taking
center spawns.
this more
On, like,
centralized
recharge,
spawn.
bottom mid spawns
Yeah,
out.
like dude, I'm so disoriented when I spawn bottom mid on recharge. I'm like, why did I spawn here?
Yeah, no, that's a weird one.
It's a god spawn, Loki.
Yeah, you can catch people off guard sometimes. Sometimes you just have no potential output in the next fight.
So recharge oddball gonna be the next game type for these guys.
I could see it going either way.
I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, don't worry. So you can get up if you need to. You guys are also anytime that you guys want to leave.
I'll
feel free to leave.
I'll do this game.
Recharge game.
Yeah.
How have you adjusted to the new coaching rules? You got a little stopwatch you got?
Yeah, I got a stopwatch. I got a notepad.
Nice.
Kind of just write stuff down on my
Going
phone.
back to old school days of coaching where we just write.
I'll give you 20 tomorrow. Whenever you notice that you're on screen and your notepad, just do like sub to LVT.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I
Sub
can
to
do
LVT,
that.
just flash it to the screen.
Yeah, I was holding it in the beginning of our matches in pool play, and then I just kind of went to like a refresher thing, just kind of would go over, put it in my bag and look at it. But maybe tomorrow I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, it's a special page. Just get a Sharpie, just like a big old sub to LVT.
Yeah, just I'll slide the PayPal.
Yeah.
If you get a lot of subs.
If you get it, bro, I'm ready for it.
I'll make sure I can make it to SLC, dude. I mean,
oh, that's true.
Might make the difference.
That is true.
We'll see.
Yeah, I put my early prediction for this year was you guys winning an event. I believe.
I said that early too.
This is he's just jumping on the train.
Yeah.
I've been hyped since day one.
I said it on the
podcast. Hey,
podcast,
bro,
he
you
knows.
know me day one, bro, right?
Yeah.
Day one.
Yeah.
The fuck? I
No,
teamed with this guy.
Yeah, how'd that go, right? Am I right?
20 years ago?
Yeah, 20 years ago, dude. You're saying day one.
No,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I think beating OpTic kind of helps solidify us.
The belief should be there
Yeah,
even stronger now.
We beat SSG, and then I still hear things
I
about...
kind of want FaZe to come through the lower side, so you guys have to, like,
Beat
literally
everyone?
beat everyone, and it'll be, like, hype.
Could feel a lot better.
Yeah.
To get the dub that way,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think I'd rather play OpTic, but...
Yeah.
FaZe is still, like, we haven't played him yet, so they're still a
you
really
want
good
the
team.
known quantity,
Yeah.
but what were you saying? Sorry, I didn't mean to-
No, yeah, I think just beating OpTic was huge for our confidence. You know, we still had a lot of people saying that we didn't really belong in the top team conversation, even though we took down one of them. You know, and I guess it's understandable with our showing on Sunday at London. Not taking a map is kind of bad.
Yeah.
So it was nice to get our get back right now, and you know, kind of solidify our top 3 for this event.
I think, like, what's up?
What I told him before you got here, this is good, like obviously what I think you're already thinking of for tomorrow is like the reason I thought you guys lost so bad Sunday was because that FaZe reset in game 1.
Yeah.
And they just kind of got checked out because they were literally steamrolling FaZe before the reset, and then FaZe just
40 minutes of milking.
Yeah, and yeah, it was like it was a long time.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but you know, as professionals, we have to learn to regain.
You got to be prepared for the unexpected as
Yeah.
well, right? Like if some technical difficulties come up again, which is almost guaranteed with this game at times. I mean, it is what it is. Like just staying locked in and not letting it affect you in any way, shape, or form. And I think if you as the coach can keep them locked in, and you know it's on them as well, but
Yeah.
you could be a big part of it to just be like, you know, this has happened before. Just stick to the game plan.
For sure.
Like just come out hot. you
Yeah,
know?
actually, game 1 versus I don't know if Mikey mentioned it, but game 1 versus OpTic, we're 85% hill cap, and his controller stopped working.
Yeah, he told us about
and
that.
we
And
lost the first hill.
He said that Donnie locked him in, which I
Yeah.
love to hear. That Donnie steps up and says, "Just plug it back in. Just shut up. We're destroying them." Like,
I think Mikey kind of panicked when it happened. All he had to do was just plug it in and plug it back in. And he was just like, "Oh, my controller's not working." It's like froze. So it was kind of funny to see that. It's like, just unplug it. I didn't like, oh, it works.
yeah, it is like a high stress situation, so people are gonna act, you know, more apt to panic. But it's good that he locked it back in, and the regain was crazy. I mean, you guys ended up winning that game, and then win the next.
Yeah, that was a huge map pool for us. Every game type was good for us. Even Aqua Flag, I thought we had the advantage on, which is kind of, you know, it's
Oh, that shot just stole it. Sorry.
From Drux.
From his own teammate.
Yeah, Drux probably like, what the hell, man? He just baited me down here.
You line up your grapple shot, you're like, it's like, I'm committed at this point. Like, I did all this work to line it up. I'm getting it. It's been perfect for them thus far.
ITB, got to find some magic. This was the game type, though, that they had that crazy come from behind victory against Cloud9 when they got top 6 at Arlington.
What?
Dude, last shot does not miss. It's like he's actually a robot.
It's like actually unbelievable. So he hasn't like missed a shot in. I don't think he missed a shot in that entire life, and he shot 4 different players.
He's a scary guy to run into. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think when they're rolling, he's like 95% perfect player. But
Right.
when they're getting a little rolled, I think he's still learning how to adjust to the game.
Soul Green.
When I watch their streams, you know, when they're beating the top teams, he looks like impeccable. But when they're like kind of getting 11-0'd by SSG or whatever,
yeah,
he can be a little lost. And I think that's like where his gameplay is going to elevate, is how he can adjust to those
Yeah.
the top 3, the top 4 teams.
That's like a whole different bar, right? When you're playing against them. I will say, oh my God, how fast can you shoot that thing?
Is that a macro?
I will say last shot plays on Starlink internet, and if it's raining, he lags more. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a hard situation to be in, playing from home under those conditions at times. So scrims, got to take him with a grain of salt.
Yeah, it's all practice.
Yeah. But the more he is in that situation where they're getting crushed, the better he gets at playing out of it, for
Yeah.
sure.
And low-key, like, the worst connection you have, like, sometimes kind of better.
Like Rock Lee, right?
Like Soviet back in H2.
Yeah, I mean, this game, especially in the new network model, like your Spartan becomes harder to hit when you're lagging.
Yeah.
So you're like choppy and with your movement, which nobody that plays on high ping that's listening to this right now wants to agree with. But it can have mildly beneficial effects for sure.
Well, the big thing with the network update for me is the SK strafes are back. So it's always fun to see a guy just fucking go 5 feet to the left in the middle of a gunfight.
Yeah.
The game does hold up on land, though.
That's great.
You still have your, like... I'm pretty sure I saw Preston get it blank on land.
You get blank beatdowns
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was a thing in Halo 5.
I mean, you got Bloodshots in Halo 3. I mean, you're always going to...
Yeah, even on land.
Yeah, there's no perfect Halo.
Bloodshots in Halo 2 and Halo 3.
Well, I feel like Halo Infinite, do you know if they prefer the old network?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It seems like everyone kind of prefers the old as of now.
On land, in particular.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't heard too much about that yet.
Okay, he went
They're
for
gonna
it.
try to get that spot banned, bro. Like it's. I don't think.
I think it
HCS
should be
gonna like
banned.
it.
To be honest, it's not. It's cheesy as hell. Not a fan of that.
Just feels like Pierre's the better team right now. They're hitting that spots really well.
Have you watched Woodham play much?
I haven't. I watched. I didn't really watch them this event because they weren't on our side of the bracket. But before London, yeah, I was watching a lot of their film.
He's so good. I feel like he's just getting better and better every tournament too.
Yeah.
His floor is already so high though.
Yeah. He's kind of like Last Shot in a way when it comes to like how good he is, how good he can be.
His damage output's insane because he can flick from target to target.
Yeah, I mean
cross map especially.
And right clicking is better than
right sticking.
LTing.
Or LTing.
Look at this thing.
Have you converted to LT?
No.
You're still at R right stick?
Yeah, it's
so hard to break the habit, man.
It's too weird. I don't even use paddles.
And then these new generation, they hold the zoom on left trigger as well, which just blows my mind. That feels so wrong in Halo.
That's how I play on it now. It's because I was playing Apex a lot before this game came out, and the control scheme is literally the exact same.
Wait, comeback of the century, low-key?
2 seconds.
Camo's holding ball. It's usually not a great start for the comeback of a century, you know?
I mean, he has like 5 seconds of camo left.
He said hold X, hold X, hold X before he dropped that right there for sure, right? Unless that was Woodham.
Camo got him the shock rifle at least.
Oh, he's going to pick here.
This is low-key doable. No,
that's kind of trolling.
He had to live that.
They're right close to coming back, but unfortunately they're just not going to have enough time.
Dude.
That would have been sick.
I mean, that's a nice little momentum boost going into the next round, though.
Yeah, for sure.
At the very least.
You have
like, hey, if we just kind of held the ball the rest of the round, maybe we could have done that. But 2 seconds up to that moment.
We're keeping an eye on both these series for anyone at home that's been curious. OpTic FaZe did start. Right now, OpTic 3-0.
Pretty fast. Yeah, up 3-0, 3 minutes left on live fire hell. So really fast hell caps.
We'll keep it right here for now just because we like these boys on Pure and ITB, and this is a close series.
Yeah, can't lie, I was not expecting this matchup.
Yeah, this is for top 4. Like, one of these teams will guarantee their best placing. Obviously, Druck and Talik have been top 3 before, but a lot of best placings ever for among this lobby here.
I feel like the bracket of this event has just been weird in general, like compared to any other one that we've seen. I guess that's what happens when you have like a big upset in round 1, but
yeah.
Yeah, and I think like us kind of solidifying
a big 4 instead of a big 3 makes things so mixy.
Yeah, because like Sentinels was there last year kind of, and like now they're like on the outside looking in, like top 6.
Yeah,
they could easily be top 14.
That's a tough bracket for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Yeah, they only lost to what? You guys?
SSG
and FaZe.
Take a top 8. Yeah, it's a little dark. That means they have to qualify for SLC as well through points. Not they won't get it through.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna be.
They're basically lost.
No, it's top 8, isn't it?
I think it's top 6.
I think it's top 8 this event.
Is it
did they
SLC?
change it?
I'm pretty sure.
Top 8. Does that mean we have 2? Oh wait, no, Quadrant got top 12. Never mind. Okay.
Top 8 is solidified top 8 for Salt Lake City, and then it goes by points, and then there's a qualifier. I could be wrong now.
I have no idea.
I don't know why. Why would they change
you're
the
probably
format?
better informed than I am.
Why would they change the format now, though?
Maybe they're like,
It's
I
been
think
top
there's
6 the
more
rest of the season.
international teams that are coming to SLC, right? Because they're gonna have like some sort of point
LCQ,
playoff.
yeah.
Because there's a last chance qualifier like playoff.
Okay,
at
so it
SLC.
is a little bit different.
It's different. I know it's different, but I was pretty sure it was top 8. Or maybe it's top 6 placing and then 7-8 goes by points. So Sentinels will be 7th seed no matter what.
Yeah, potentially.
Right? Who else got top 8? Complexity?
Complexity.
So they'll have, but they won't have a lot of points. So
that Complexity, I think, is like 12th in points.
yeah. So we'll see. I'll look at the. I've read the handbook so many times. I don't know why I don't remember this for sure.
Yeah, were you the one that tattled on the coaches to get the phones taken away?
Hell no! I want my phone. I argued against it.
My theory was you get a clipboard, you get a bunch of those kitchen timers, and you put the clipboard sideways. You go 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
4 different timers.
I might be onto something.
I think that's what Trey has.
I mean, I've watched so much Halo that I just know the times.
You just like stopped.
Yeah. The only thing that kind of sucks is equipment, shoddy, and red gun.
Yeah.
Is a little bit harder when you only
can't
have
keep
a
track
stopwatch.
of
yeah.
when
So
the other team.
So I just have to mentally keep note when the minute spawn.
Yeah, that's where like what I was talking about, like having that 3rd timer, 4th timer there. It's like you can like use that solely for.
You
Like,
kind of have to
weapon
guess
tracking.
sometimes too, like because if you think nobody was near a shock rifle that got dropped, you got to guess when it despawned and then start the 60 seconds after that.
Do you want any adjustments on that? Like how the red racking's working? Like a minute's like pretty long for some of this stuff.
I think it's pretty bad right now, honestly. I kind of like the old way better.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting. I don't mind the red rack. I just think a minute after.
It was
each
60
thing
seconds
is
after
tough.
pickup before, right?
Repulse, I think it would be better if. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority there.
Well, I think a minute's like fine for like shock rifle and stuff, but like I don't feel like the BR needs to be like out for a minute after it's picked up. Like I'd be down for 15 seconds after it's done.
For more like BRs and more weapons.
Yeah, just like more of the like utility weapons in the shock in the sandbox to be used.
So you want thrust and repulse to spawn 60 seconds after pickup like it was before?
Yeah. I like that better.
I don't think those need to be red racked necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Shroud even, I think seeing more Shroud plays.
So if Pure wins this 10 seconds, we should swap streams.
Yeah.
Because FaZe is coming back a little bit. It looks like it's over.
They'll do it right away.
Yeah, it's over.
Wow, Pure,
Yeah,
top
they-
4.
Maybe, yeah, there you go. They just
Truck
can't
gets
see
the
it.
trade, that's it.
Yeah, ITB needed that first map for sure.
Damn, was last shot
He
just
said,
talk shit?
he said, I played like shit and I still beat you.
Is that what he said? I played like shit?
That's a new one.
That's a weird way to talk crap to the other team. I'm not gonna
Self-deprecating
lie.
shit talk.
I like
It's
it.
like, hey, I'm not even.
I am a
good.
horrible coach, and I outcoached you, Lunchbox.
All right, let's head over to FaZe versus OpTic. Oh, look at the hugs.
I used
after.
one timer,
I like it.
and I did not study your strats, and I beat you.
You just suck that bad.
Oh, wow. OpTic. Okay, so
Oh my God.
FaZe was down 0-3.
Yeah,
in
with
this,
3
by the
minutes
way.
left. Oh wait, that's huge. No.
I got Walshy yelling.
Oh, dude. OpTic might get
That's
checked.
crazy. FaZe with the potential reverse sweep. We've seen a few of these in Hill this tournament already. Team starting up 3-0 and losing.
I mean, it's so very possible in this game type to just be up 3-0 with 3 minutes, and like, all right, what do? Do we play time for 3 minutes? No, you can't.
Yeah, I think it happens on this map specifically more than others.
Because of the weapons, QT.
Yeah.
QT is really crucial.
And
in this
because the
map.
last hill ends here at tower, like because it goes from B to tower, like it's already the same positions you kind of want for both. Similar positions. Renegade 26 and 16, by the way. I feel like he's been willing them back into this.
Like this, yeah, that's.
Wow. I think that's it. The FaZe, I mean, they just got to hold off, what, one more round
need-
of spawners?
Yeah, and they got sniped though. But like that's what I mean about OpTic. They just look a little off this tournament. Even in scrims, they've looked a little bit off too.
I think they're kind of checked. State of the game's kind of mid, but you got to stay locked in.
Yeah, it's like kind of tough to get checked on that, to be honest.
When you're a professional.
Yeah.
I mean, it does suck that like
We're
a lot of people's scrims got chalked because of the servers and stuff like that.
That would make me mad.
We're way
actually.
too overpaid to be getting checked. in
Yeah,
scrims.
that's facts.
Or just with the state of Halo.
OpTic's like making this happen. You got camo. Now, what do you do with this camo? I feel like you try to get up the sandbags and like make a quick flank.
I kind of like what he's doing here. He needs to get a teammate with him. Yeah. Get info, get a teammate, and get a pick.
Oh, this is going to work out because FaZe is making their play towards Nest. He just didn't see all of that, though. I think they just got through without him knowing.
Getting a single kill is massive here, though, honestly.
Well, the problem is
how did John backsmack somebody?
GG, maybe?
Oh, no.
Oh, he lives. It's a big live.
I don't think it's going to matter. I don't think FaZe has enough time.
Yeah, like it wasn't flashy, but that game of play was perfect.
Wow, they ice up.
Wow.
That's a big momentum thing for OpTic. Like, okay, the wall started closing in, but we still iced up. That's big.
Man, those boys got a guy. You heard him right away. That was huge. Like that probably keeps them locked for sure.
What did Mikey say he was doing? He's gonna go watch in the stands.
I think he was watching Druck's team.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I'm gonna head out now.
Yeah, no worries.
Let you guys take over end of night.
Yeah,
I gotta
great
go.
to have
I
you,
gotta
man.
go eat. Yeah, thanks for inviting me on.
Get some good
Good
sleep,
luck
man.
tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe I can join you guys tomorrow. See how the day goes.
Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be all just vibing.
Hopefully, I'm just playing.
We're
the whole
gonna
time.
be vibing.
Yeah. Hopefully, just playing the whole.
Yeah,
time.
we'll be
Well,
watching
in the morning,
the
right?
entire time.
Yeah.
Usually they all sleep in. I guess you gotta go to the hotel.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So, all right. Thanks, guys, for having me. Appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sounds
All
good, man.
Cool. Hey. So, you gonna come on, Louis? He said no. Louis doesn't want to come on.
he's busy taking pictures.
He's gonna get us live. We're gonna be live. It's gonna be Inception for a second.
Yeah. All right. I hope they can learn from the mistakes they made last tournament on Sunday. And we'll see what Shopify can do tomorrow. It's not often you get a second chance the way that Shopify has, right? I guess they've earned their second chance to right the wrongs of their Sunday performance. Dude, this game, we were talking to Nick the whole time, so I wasn't like, and we were also watching the other series, but dude, these replays have been insane. Lucid's playing like a god, Renegade's playing like a god. Like, we're seeing, I feel like, the best versions of both of their best players.
Yeah, this has been. This has just been a fun tournament day. This is like one of the best Saturdays we've ever had, to be honest.
Are you seeing this? Like, Renegade and Lucid are both not missing.
I'm honestly surprised they lost this game with how dominant, like
how much momentum they had.
It's like gotta be such a relief. I mean, look at OpTic. They look relieved. Formal in particular, like he's like, woof.
Yeah.
But I mean, FaZe probably still gets to get a little momentum from that. It's like it's kind of a best case scenario for both teams. It's like you know,
Right.
momentum.
I mean, I guess best case scenario for OpTic would be the 4-0
Well, I mean,
closer, but yeah. It's not going to happen against FaZe.
best case scenario after you go down 0-3. I mean, after you let it go to 3-3.
Right, yeah.
It's all about perspective.
All right, so we got Aqua, Slayer to Atlanta. Both teams 4-2. And
average margin of victory? Does that mean, like, what does that mean? Oh, in Slayer on an Aqua. Okay.
Yeah, so on average, OpTic's wins were slightly more dominant.
I'd say, so, like, what's the qualification for a blowout on Slayer?
Between teams like this, like 50-42.
The better term is, like, a close game. So, like, I've always been like, okay, how can we tell how close the Slayer is? Is it, like, after, if it's more than 4 kills, is it not a close game?
Yeah, kind of. That's pretty close to the line, I would say.
Because I feel like that's good stats for you to make decisions on what Slayer map should stay. It's like if the average difference is like more than 4, like X% of the time, like it should like not be in rotation.
Right, like I'm pretty sure Solitude would probably end up more than 4, more than other maps. I don't know. Depends who's playing it too, though.
Right.
I think it's crazy that on some maps it can be like 50-24 between two top teams. Like Sentinels beat Shopify 50-24 on Solitude Slayer before, which is like Sentinels and Shopify are right there next to each other. It should never be that insane, right?
I mean, I feel like you can always have an outlier. So
Yeah.
it just depends on how
That was definitely an outlier.
common those outliers are.
Right. Skew the average. Well, let's stop talking about statistical terms. Let's get into OpTic versus FaZe here. So far, neither team with a significant edge. What do you think about controlling this like bottom mid lanes on this map?
It's been interesting to see how height doesn't really play much of a. Hey, it plays a factor, but like you can still do so much on the map from low. What's really curious to me is how slow this game is. By the way, this is wild to see this
at 6 to 5. Yeah, and Frosty's location completely unknown right now. By the way, okay, now it's done.
Yeah, I feel like I was kind of faded to jump up there. I would have maybe been trying to finesse myself.
I think he should have probably continued to stay unknown. But maybe he thought he had the only sightline available for like an important part of the map that FaZe needed intel for.
That's a big live. He just like does not stop moving. I feel like it's little mistakes like that can hurt, like getting traded out right there.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an overheat. I mean, I know he's feeling himself and he's.
Like if you would have just taken a half step back instead of like closing that distance, you would have just gotten a free kill.
Yeah. Or baited them out for his teammates to get the kill.
Frosty working to do his best over at car 1. Not gonna be able to get that damage. Still, even as this game has sped up, it's still a molasses pace between these two teams. Even when we're seeing the 3-4 downs, we're not seeing fast collapses and quick movements that we're used to on this map.
I mean, these are the top 2 seeds currently. When these guys play a Slayer, it's wow. By the way, Trippy's movement just completely threw off Renegade. You don't see that very often, but between these two teams, they play these Slayers in a very methodical fashion, and it's I don't know. It's really so different than when like someone in the top 3. Or one of the teams in the top 3 plays against someone, a team in the top 8 or top 12. The pace is so much faster, but these teams have so much respect for each other. They just slow it down to this like chess game of playing for positioning, looking for timings. It's very interesting. They're rarely going to go 4 dead on either side here.
Joining us on the couch is Mr. Wonderboy. He's going to take a microphone here with
Hello.
us. Hello.
Good day, mate.
You all right?
Doing all right.
Bloody hell. What a day.
Yeah, what a day indeed. I mean, first off, I know you just lost, so feelings probably not super high. But at the same time, congratulations to make it back to top 6. You guys kind of proved that you weren't a one-hit wonder after, you know, a disappointing finish in London. I've been saying the whole time that the finish in London is kind of fluky in a way because you guys lost a tiebreaker. You took Shopify to game 5. If you just win a single game against SWAT, like I'm pretty sure you would have won the tiebreaker.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, like it was
You
very
guys have
marginal.
the worst tiebreaker left for sure.
Yeah, I think we've lost that one like
what is happening
or
here?
5 three-way ties or something like that.
Oh my God, lose it. Apparently it's like it's a perfect play.
The bait.
Dude, he's like baiting his team. He's like so hard.
Let me write that one down real quick.
This game has been so slow. We were just talking about how when like the top 3 teams face off against each other, the pace of play, and Slayer specifically, is so much slower.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's just like it's a chess game. They're just trying to play for different parts of the map. They play in a way that almost guarantees that they can't go 4 down, and gives the other team an opportunity to like steamroll that like blindy spawn manipulation type strategy.
It's definitely something we noticed when we played Shopify, is they have such an emphasis on tempo.
Yeah.
So like knowing when to play fast and when trades are good, and knowing when it's time to, okay, let's get our feet back under us, let's get spawns back, get numbers back. But for some reason these guys are just butting heads and going right at each other. I love to see it.
Yeah, it's very exciting to watch. But let's talk about you guys for a second. From the coaching perspective, how would you rate the team's performance? Were you happy with how the guys played? Were you disappointed at certain things, or how are you feeling overall?
I'd give us like a B-.
Okay.
B-. It's not great. I mean, we firmly believe we're a top 4 team, and I think this is one of the best opportunities for us to try and show that.
Right.
Sadly, I don't know what it is about Pure, man. They play so fast that, like, before we could even really figure out what was going on, they were already doing something that was the perfect play to counter, like, what we were trying to do. Which is kind of insane when you think about it. So it's a shame. Like, the regain we had from yesterday, honestly, I woke up today thinking, hey, there's one of two ways this can go. We can get top 16 or top 12, or we could go all the way to top 4, which obviously we were a couple of games shy of. And I'm glad it went the way that it did, but it could have been so much worse. It's tricky, man.
What's it like competing Quadrant? I mean, I know part of you is kind of rooting for them. You'd rather not knock them out. You'd rather both of you probably make it further in the tournament, but at the same time, they're kind of your rivals back home, and you guys took them out. How was that?
I mean, wins on main stage. Game 5 wins on main stage. Always
You guys
nice.
got hyped.
Yeah, we did. And don't get me wrong, like, obviously beating a fellow European team that we have such a history with, they've beaten us countless times online.
Stolen your players.
Yeah.
Stolen our players. The history's there. Part of that goes into it, but most of it is just adrenaline.
Yeah.
Like, we just won a Game 5 on main stage after being 2-1 down.
Yeah.
And winning our worst game type in the cleanest fashion of all time to force a Game 5, and then winning our worst Slayer in Game 5 after playing perfectly. That is just
double kill.
The reason we went so crazy on main stage. But yeah, it's a shame. Oh, it's over, surely.
Oh,
Lucid, no! It's over.
He just guaranteed this shit. Oh my god.
Frosty's 22 kills, by the way.
22?
Wow,
that's just. I haven't seen.
Oh, that's my goat.
I have not seen someone get 22 in a Slayer in a while at this level.
Yeah, that's insane. 22 and 6. I mean, that's
or 22 and 13.
6
assists.
Yeah, but 22 and 6 assists means 28 kill involvements.
More than half.
More than half of the 50 that you need. That's actually.
And that's not even
insane.
including like the assists that aren't full assists, like the ones that just don't count.
Yeah, like the half ones.
Backbeat, a lot of that.
Oh man.
Yeah, but getting back to my point, I mean, it's a shame to dump them out because ultimately, like you say, we want 2 EU teams in the top 6. It helps out our like coefficient in terms of pulling more EU teams into pools, and then it helps the region as a whole. But realistically, I don't think the region is ready for more pool play teams than we already have. We're slowly getting our 3rd place team, like contending with the likes of Complexity and.
Yeah, they looked good. This was I think the best at that Ascending Baseline roster.
I was surprised. I was surprised they went as far as they did with Complexity, to be honest.
Yeah, they took them to Game 5, and
they had close games as well against the other team.
Moze dropped 19 in the Game 5 when they lost, so Moze was playing insane.
Yeah,
it's tough to do.
But you know, they were just another team in our way. They were another team in our way, and whoever's in front of us on the main stage, on the side stage, wherever it is, like we want to beat them. It doesn't matter if it's Quadrant, FaZe, SSG, whoever it is. We want to win.
Who's got the better record between you two? I feel like the two like if you include back home and all the online cups that you guys have played against each other, it's pretty close, isn't it?
I think Quadrant edges it just because they won all 4 of the online cups before. I'm trying to think. We won 3 out of 4 before Arlington, and then they won 3 out of 4 before London, and then they won 4 out of 4 before Atlanta.
Okay.
So, or 3 out of 3, or whatever it is. But like, online, they are insane.
Yeah, this was the first time you guys beat them in a while then.
Since the first cup after Arlington, where we placed top 6.
Okay.
So, I mean, online is online. You know, online Halo is crazy.
Yeah.
It's a different game, but honestly, we're just happy that we were able to prove ourselves back into the top 8. And like you said, after London placing top 16, that's nowhere near the skill level of these players. So to be able to prove, like you said, it's not a fluke.
Yeah.
We see ourselves in that kind of bubble of top 6, top 4, top 3. Once you get to Champ Sunday, anything's possible, but like, we're pretty gutted to be out in the fashion and the way that we ended up losing.
Which series were you guys most proud of, you would say, this weekend?
Probably. It's hard to be proud of series when you've just been knocked out.
Yeah, I get what it's a tough question.
I get what you mean. It's
like, which one did you feel like the guys were clicking the best, I guess?
Complexity for sure.
Okay.
I mean, we were expecting a bigger fight from them. We weren't expecting to win as easily as we did. No disrespect to them, but we know they've been prepping, and we know Ryanoob teams are so well drilled, like so difficult to break down.
Yeah. So airtight for the most part.
I honestly thought it was very possible that I could go to a Game 5 after losing our first round of Oddball in Game 3. The thought was flashing through my brain. I erased it quickly, but it's like...
Yeah.
Once a Ryanoob team wins a round of Oddball, even if they're 2-0 down, 2-1 up, like whatever it is, they have a chance to use that and keep moving forward.
Yeah, it could be a potential springboard. I mean, that was a springboard for you guys at Arlington, right? When you were playing against Proton.
Yeah.
You guys are down 2-0,
Yep.
down a oddball round, down
yeah.
in the second round,
Yeah.
and then somehow win by 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I would remember this so vividly because I was casting it. Or was I even casting it? I don't know. I was so locked into it.
Though. So you probably were.
Yeah, I might have been casting it, but it was just like so insane. And we've gone back and watched because we had Wootum on the podcast, and we watched it back with him. And it's like he's like, wow, we really did only win by 2 seconds. And then that was just from that moment forward, you guys just ran away with it for
2 seconds away from elimination, which is actually kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a butterfly effect, right? And that affects the seeds. That affects the fate of your third place European team.
Yeah, well, we were trying to figure out if we would overtake Quadrant in points. And this is not a question for you guys, because I'm not expecting the mathematics to kind of be done right here and now. But
we
obviously placed top 16 in London. They placed top 6 there. But the decay happened after London, so their major points they've accrued were less than what we would achieve here. So despite them winning 4 out of 4 online, I wonder whether or not we might just pip them to first seed. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, the jump in points from top 12 to top 6 is pretty great.
Yeah.
So it could certainly close the gap.
It could be. I'm not sure, but either way, I mean, proud of how we played in Complexity. Proud of how we played today. Like the bounce back was insane after losing both our pool play games yesterday. I mean, I could say a lot about excuses, reasons, whatever you want to say, but realistically, the bounce back today is the most important thing. And
were any of the players like struggling with anything like jet lag or
well, they've
sickness?
been boot camping in Texas for the last week. Oh, this is a big kill.
If anyone has jet lag, it's him. He's like been all quiet for the last week.
Yeah, I was in Tokyo. 13 hours. It's
right. Yeah.
It's easy. But yeah, Jimbo was sick all weekend. That's not a problem. Like. The big problem we had was on the feature stations. We usually have Wootum on the far right because he's mouse and keyboard. I don't know if you guys have seen under the tablecloths.
He showed it to me on Thursday.
Exactly where he places his mouse mat, there are 4 nails sticking up.
Because they're banquet tables.
Yeah. So it's not a smooth surface exactly where he needs it to be a smooth surface.
So yeah, I saw that you guys had moved him to the center. Is that with the thought in mind that he's away from the legs of the table so that it's a smoother surface?
Yeah, we moved him to far left so that where the legs are on the left-hand side, his keyboard can be on an uneven surface, it's no problem.
But his mouse can't, yeah.
His mouse is in the right place then. But this is a slaughter, bro. This is trip cap.
Well, it's a slaughter until the other team gets a trip cap, right? So this map can't turn at any moment. But OpTic has just been rolling so far.
I got a request though for the next split. Can we please get a Strongholds game type, a third Strongholds game type that isn't just one-sided?
It requires good map design. So
what's wrong with Streets?
Streets was the original map that did this shit. So
yeah, this was the original blowout map.
Yeah, I got a short memory. You're right, guys. You're right. There were rockets on that one. There were rockets. Come on,
I think
guys.
it's more of a problem with Halo Infinite and the way a Strongholds kind of plays in it versus the maps. To be honest, like in Halo 5, you had a thrust and you can like guarantee one-on-one fights, and I just feel like you can't do that in Halo Infinite.
The spawns are just so predictable and so easily manipulated. Plus, you can curb slide. I feel like
guys, Frosty is goosing.
Is he really?
0 and 7 right now.
He just dropped 22 the last game, and he can't fabricate a kill in the first 4 minutes of this one. That's crazy.
That's actually insane. And this one is over 200 points.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna have a chance to get back.
You almost wonder.
I feel like they should switch to Frosty just so we can see if he gets a kill.
I almost do that all the time. Goose Watch. When I was observing the Pro League, it's always Goose Watch. He got a kill. He's
breadsticking
right. He's Master
now.
Chief.
Breadstick watch.
Okay, now here, what's 2:12 to 47 is when this shit starts, by the way. So let's keep an eye on it.
That was so tricky from Lucid right there.
Do you guys know the maps in this series? Because it's interesting that FaZe were higher seed and they chose Cobra.
They always do it.
They've been choosing
They've
Cobra.
been doing that since Arlington of year 2.
Interesting.
They were the first team to start. Now I think other teams do it. Like I think SSG picks Cobra depending on the series layout.
Are there certain maps that you think Cobra has the edge more than others?
It's a comfortability thing.
Oh, they just want 4 down.
That's another 4 down. This is actually... Guys,
That's what I told you, bro.
This map's gotta go, right? Surely.
Well, this is the thing about this map, though. It's like, yeah, it's like crazy runs, but oftentimes you do get very close games. It's just
Did they just perfectly split them 2 and 2? By the way, they did.
Yeah, now they just have to execute, though.
To answer your question, yeah, probably this map you would want to be Cobra, just because you spawn on Carbine, which, yeah, is outside the map, but you have an opportunity.
Yeah, the other team is not going to be in a position to stop you from going to B.
Yeah, if you can grab B off the start and then go straight away through to A.
Oh my God!
Inside.
Oh, he's outplaying him.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna. Okay, I thought he was gonna ego chow that. I was like, holy.
He's just playing at a different pace than everybody in this hobby right now.
Hey, Frosty now has 4 kills, by the way.
That's all they needed. They just needed Frosty to come online and start moving his control sticks.
Oh, we got their comms underneath us right now. I think it's all 8 of them.
Wait, I can't hear it.
It sounds that way. It sounds crazy.
Yeah, like, I think it's this one.
I must have turned it down. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's pure chaos. I'm turning that back down. If you want to turn that down, it's a program dial.
Okay. Nice. I'm going to fiddle with some dials. Oh, I'm turning it up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro. I like it.
It's off.
Chaos.
Oh, that's insane. They're about to take the lead if they can stop B. They don't even need to. They're taking C.
Oh, they're trying. Oh, my.
What's this been a 150-point run?
Yeah, it was 212 to 47. They end it at 212 to 214.
That's a big kill from Trippy. That's a big kill from Trippy.
They have to finish Nest, though. I mean, they're going to be able to get to C, but now it's like all this fight is what's going to matter is like whoever wins Carbine spawn here.
You know what's really annoying, guys? You see people double cap all the time in strongholds, and I was trying to tell the Navi team in year 1 to do it because it adds that extra 2 seconds to rotations. And now all the top teams have started doing it.
Oh, like put 2, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because it's 2 seconds quicker, which doesn't sound that much quicker.
Well, it's a big deal.
2 seconds is an eternity in Halo.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
exactly.
It's so
well,
long.
It's 2 points is the way to think about it. Because in Halo 5, it was like you get points every 3 seconds or whatever. But in Halo Infinite, like when you're contesting, no one's scoring. So it's like you want to like quickly capture.
There's definitely a time and place for it. You don't want to do it all the time.
OpTic got the trip cap back.
Trip.
It's like exactly like game 1, by the way. Game 1, they were up 3-0 in the King of the Hill. They lost 3 hills in a row and barely
5
won
seconds,
the
they got first kill.
Oh, they were able to get into B, but this is going to be tough to hold.
They got a milk.
Oh,
that's a big win from Snakebite.
Royal 2 needs to hop straight away.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter for
Nah,
us.
GG's. Oh my god.
Oh, Formal's getting kind of hype.
I haven't seen that much emotion out of Formal in a while.
What do you think about the venue?
Apart from the flashing fire alarms and the spiky tables, yeah, it's pretty good.
You notice that? Like everyone I've talked to that was playing while the fire alarm was happening, they just had no idea.
Yeah, well,
the coaches I think are going to see it more.
The
though.
players,
yeah,
saw it.
Hoke saw it when Pure was playing.
We had them. We were facing the lights.
Oh, gotcha.
And OpTic were facing away from the lights, so like it was great for them.
The one OpTic fanboy knew it was up.
Yeah, exactly. And then it started happening again before we were playing our first game.
They pulled it again today, and it went on for like 1 second, and then it turned off.
Yeah, I was worried. I was getting flashbacks.
I wonder if it's
flashbacks.
I wonder if it's a faulty fire alarm.
I wondered if it was like tests or something, but
but why would you test
randomly
during
on at like 12?
I think someone's just pulling it, bro.
It could, yeah, but like, wouldn't security escort their ass out of here? Like,
I don't know, man. Have you seen the security in this place? we can't even bring water in. Like, that's a basic human right.
Well, okay, I will say they have $5 fountain drinks, and then I just refill my shit.
Oh, that might be the play.
Yeah, they encourage refills. You can refill it as many times as you want.
I like that. Anyone know what map 4 is? I could probably find out. I'm just being lazy.
I'm sure they'll pull it up on stream in a second.
Well, it should be the same as the last series we watched, right? Wouldn't it be Recharge Ball?
Yeah.
It's the same series that you guys just played.
Or was Recharge Ball Game 4?
It's literally the same series you guys just
bro,
played.
this is elimination. I forgot. I thought this was winners.
No.
One of these two is top 6.
Yeah, this is one of these.
What?
You're learning the implications in real time.
Hold the phone.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Recharge Oddball and then...
Recharge Ball, and then Game 5 would have been, don't tell me, Livefire Slayer.
It's a Slayer.
Yeah, so I'm thinking FaZe probably chose Cobra, so they spawn Mud and are able to play for QT on Livefire Slayer Game 5 if it goes there.
You think they get that deep with it? Because I've never seen them play Eagle since Arlington, I don't think.
I would be interested to see what the reasoning was.
I think it's because most teams default to Eagle, so if you just get really good at Cobra, like, you don't ever have to worry about the counter pick.
Yeah, that's the reason we started picking Cobra when we were first seed at the start of this season.
That's because they just don't know how to play Cobra. Or they don't know how to play Eagle. Like,
yeah, so Livefire, you spawn Mud. Interference, you spawn outside, which obviously backfired on both of those games. Oddball, you spawned twice in C-Plat.
Yeah.
Which is better.
2 out of the 3 rounds.
My opinion. I like the C-spawn.
I don't know. You get tower for free pretty much if you're A and you play it right, because you get stickies and you can G-slide onto the box before they can even come in, and you can hit top and bottom.
This is an interesting stat here. 12-2 are OpTic and FaZe.
You know what's the most interesting stat out of that? 1.14 team KD on Oddball, but they've only won 5 out of 8.
Yeah, that's an inefficiency.
It is
Whereas OpTic was 1.03, but with 12 wins and only 2 losses.
It's all about milking ball time and rotations. Like, I feel like FaZe over-guarantee, if that's the thing.
Well, I mean, also, you only have 3 players on that team that pick up ball.
Rynoob said that...
Royal 2?
Royal 2 doesn't pick up.
Okay, there we go.
No, yeah, Royal 2 has like the lowest objective stats
that would be
of like every pro
sick
team.
Stat to see who has the least oddball time.
I think it's Royal 2 because I was actually studying all the breakdowns on Halo Data Hive, like across all scrims and tournaments, and like you guys and like Quadrant. There's a bunch of teams that are like pretty even. Like there's one player that's like pretty far up there and maybe one player that's a bit lower, but in general everybody kind of does their part. But then you look at FaZe and it's like Snakebites objective time is so much greater than everyone else's, and Royal 2's was so much lower than everyone else, like almost non-existent.
Some players just don't like doing the OBJ.
I mean, Royal 2's playstyle is he just wants to shut down one part of the map, and it makes things, you know, quote-unquote easier for his other teammates on the other side. But we talked about it earlier. It's like, I don't think Royal 2's playstyle works if his teammates aren't Renegade and Frosty. You know what I mean?
Renegade with Snipe is a scary thing.
But we had Ryan Noob on here earlier, and he said that he thought the 2 best oddball players in the world, like if you wanted to pick any oddball player, it would be like Eco and Dead Zone.
Interesting.
That's what he said.
Chick not in that list?
You consider Chick? Is Chick your
I
OBJ guy?
would say so. I would say so.
I always think of Jimbo as one of
Stereotyping Jimbo?
Stereotyping the old man leader figure to be the OBJ guy, but he's been slaying out.
Yeah, he really has. He's usually our like first in like entry guy.
Yeah,
he wants to get
I think
info
that's why
and
his
then make
stats
the
usually look bad is because he's an entry.
I mean, his stats have been bad for a while, but like, let's be honest, there's only so many kills to go around.
He opens the map
exactly.
really well.
Someone
for
has to
else.
get the plays moving. If everyone is just on like a 2.0 KD, yeah, sure, you're probably gonna win every Slayer, but what are you gonna do on the map?
Yeah, I feel like people gotta give the respect to the entry fraggers. Like, it's a hard job.
APG, Jimbo, they play a very similar style.
There's only a few entry fraggers that are good enough to like maintain high stats while doing it. You know, it's like, it's a special talent.
And usually when players like Eco focus on kills, the games extend a bit more because like they're not focused on maximum efficiency.
Right.
So you remember, was it Arlington? Game 6, Eco dropping like 50.
Yeah, it's like such a long game.
Because it's such a long game, yeah. He's obviously feeling himself, getting kills. I'm not saying he's doing that intentionally, but like sometimes that's the way the game comes to you.
Eco has to be like the most varied player in his stats. I feel like sometimes he is top KD.
He just does what he needs to win.
Out of nowhere, and then sometimes he's like struggling in the kill. I mean, quote unquote struggling, but doing insane things with objective.
Well, FaZe needs to stop putting themselves in a giant hole in these games. It's been bad.
They're actually waiting for 4 alive. They're waiting for Renegade, but they're not going to know about 4 more.
Yeah, that's a really good spot. That's a really good spot. Yeah, Trippy does a good job to stay alive.
Exactly. 4 more peaks, gets 1. That should be round.
Yeah, maybe Frosty can like make it a little mixy if he gets a big kill here.
Trippy spotted him too early.
This is such a good read. Such a good read, bro.
C-spawn didn't work. Maybe Eagle will have a better, flip the spawn over, might have a better chance this time around.
Well, they're going to have to spawn there again in round 3 if they force it that way. That was 100 to 1.
OpTic want to close this out right now.
Bro, 100 to 1, that does not happen at this level.
OpTic's the best oddball team in the game.
Yeah, I agree.
They're too good at it.
What did FaZe place at Arlington? Top 6?
Arlington?
Or 3rd?
I think they got 3rd. That's when the big 3 conversation started.
Yeah, that's right. They got 3rd. For them to finish top 6 here.
I mean, that's their worst placement since
Fort Worth. They got top 6.
Fort Worth.
Yeah,
it would be Fort Worth, right?
It was like it'd be surprising to see them not in a day 3 again. But last time they got top 6, they won the next tournament.
Bro, at their own tournament?
Yeah, OpTic got top 6 at their own tournament too.
Quadrant got top 6 at their own tournament.
Yeah.
But it was kind of a good thing there.
That was kind of a good thing there, to be honest. Yeah.
I guess.
I thought they were playing well enough to make it much further.
When's ITB going to have their own tournament? Shout out to the Breach, huh?
Yeah, we love the Breach. We love the Breach. We would love to host some LANs. That would be cool.
Cool organization, mostly based out of Britain, right?
That's right. That's
Started
right.
in Counter-Strike, I think.
Yeah, they made their big break in Counter-Strike, placing in the last major, I want to say top 8. They got to like the Masters. So like you get the sticker in the game. And sticker money is different, boys. Sticker money is crazy money.
The whole like economy inside Counter-Strike is insane.
So yeah, shout out into the Breach, man. They've been, it's such a culture shock for us going from the org the first couple of years and then into FO, and now with ITB is different. It's
They're
weird
taking care of you guys.
having the crazy amount of support that they've given us, like unconditional. Like
Love
they
that.
had absolutely no hesitation giving us a boot camp for this event.
Thank God, because LVT would not have. And I was pushing very hard to sign you guys.
Yeah, we go close with a few orgs. A few orgs go close, but
we would not have boot camp.
ITB just offered the best.
They're great.
ITB offered the best, both in terms of salary, but also like the, what do you say?
Benefits?
How do you say? Yeah, benefits, I guess.
Outside support.
Exactly. It's the perks, boys. It's all about the perks.
It's important.
Well, it's been a little bit more mixy this time, but it's
Yeah.
like classic FaZe oddball gameplay where it's like if it's not a blowout where they're losing, it's going to be a very drawn out game.
Why? That was, I've never seen someone with that much trigger discipline in that moment. What do you think the thought process is?
He's just waiting because he didn't want to shoot them and let them stay alive.
If you saw, he didn't even move his cursor, so I think he was maybe feeling the heat from Big Door behind him. But he was actually angled away on the other side of B-box, so I think he probably could have shot.
I think he was literally waiting to shoot until he knew he could guarantee the kill.
Honestly,
like, he didn't want to let him get weak.
Camo in this game with 240 FPS, medium texture quality is so easy to see. So like, unless you're stood dead still, not even moving your aimer,
Yeah,
everyone sees it.
The blob looks like gray almost, right?
Yeah, it's honestly, Camo could do with a buff.
Yeah, it's hard to buff it though, because it's like you still got a bunch of people that are like, there are people in this game that are playing on an Xbox Series S, you know? It's like,
yeah.
Yeah, like it's so much harder to see on like 60 or 120 hertz.
It's very true, but since when did we start catering to broke boys, you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Bro, I'm pretty sure you guys just played Xboxes.
Get your money up, get your gunny up, you know what I'm saying?
Pretty sure Nada played on Xboxes to get to pool play. So.
I don't know. Well, I think even the worst Xbox runs this game at 120 now.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Hey, you can still play this game on an Xbox One.
Well, maybe the Xbox One is 60 hertz still, but I think all the.
I think it might be 30, bro.
Shout out to all the Xbox One players out there.
Yeah, if anybody in chat is playing on an Xbox
like, I think
One.
Takedown was on an Xbox One for a long time.
No, that's insane. That checks out though.
Well, he got his now he's back on this Series X.
But one of the big things in these types of holds is not giving away first death. And like, the reason OpTic is so good is they find the first kill, but then they also live. And then it's like you got an option. You can either collapse like they're doing now, or you can turn around and play Frosty, who's about to spawn, and just make his life miserable.
They're very good at the neutral game, like 4 up, 4 up. Like they're the best at just getting that first pick.
So now Frosty's lost a life. They know they killed him first, but for some reason he's soaring out mid. Honestly, tippable.
Oh my God, Renegade spotted him across the map. I love it. This is so mixy. It's like FaZe got a 20-second lead. They're just gonna keep overslaying. They like to put that ball into the middle of the map and just be able to play Slayer. Now, okay, here's the sign. Look, he's running away. Is there anyone near ball? Okay, they get ball. Who's holding it? Frosty, okay. Royal 2 has the most objective time on the team right now, by the way.
They got the crazy info from that. So they have blue for free. They can just pinch the tower push. OpTic can't force it. They have to deal with Snakebite.
Yeah, I feel like this is about where you're going to get a GG in round 2. Do you think the reason we get so many round
why is Bull here, bro? Why isn't Bull blue? Why are they bringing the ball to the fight? OpTic have the ball.
Well, just for a second.
Hello?
And if you guarantee those kills, you guarantee the ball. It's like their thought process, right?
But they're spawning long now. Now
Yeah,
they went from literally ending the round and fighting the tower to now having to fucking fight 1,000 OpTic players.
Well, they're just overslaying. It's literally the thought process, right? They're like, well, the next guy's just gonna split. We'll collapse in on him. It's like, okay.
I don't know. I don't understand the decision making because like Snakebite from Pike sees 3 with shot. So it's like, hey, you know they're turbine. Snakebite's always gonna make them kill him. So just hold the ball blue, boys. I don't know. It worked out though.
It's over now. Frosty's got a good spot on camo.
Delays the victory in a lot of cases. Oh. But they also consider it lower risk if they can guarantee the slays, I guess.
Renegade trying to get around this corner in time. Oh, what a shot.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus. That might just do it.
That's my MVP.
Guy's playing insane
What
this
happened
weekend.
to camo? Did Frosty get away with it or not? Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's got to get a lot out of this though.
He's getting all the info. He's just going to get to where they
Get
are.
greedy.
Yeah, that's 2 down.
I mean, he's got.
Why are you challenging that, bro?
Well, he had a teammate. Oh no,
Renegade.
both his teammates died.
Renegade. Triple. Renegade.
The guy above
Get
it.
the
Does
over,
he not
bro.
know about Lucid?
Get the over. Get the over. Get the over.
Stole it from across the map.
Okay.
Lucid missed his plasma pistol
Do
shot.
you think
there.
Oddball keeps going to round 3s because the maps are just unbalanced on startings?
No, I mean we beat Quadrant 2-0.
I just feel like most of the time they go to round 3 on pro game.
Pure beat us 2-0, right? I think. It's honestly, it just depends how much you can ride the momentum and stop the bleeding after the first round. The first round of slays in a round. Because like camo on this is like, yeah, you can kind of put bodies on it, but if you get countered, it's like, okay, well, what do we do after? And if you go 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 and constantly lose the first death, you're obviously going to lose the round. It's about when you can put the brakes on, put the handbrake on. Teams just kind of struggle to understand. Even we struggle to understand. Oh my
that
God.
crouch was insane.
Buy a lottery
He just
ticket.
skill gapped him.
Nah, that's insane.
That's actually insane.
I feel like that's me every time I'm sniping. Like, why this guy just decide to crouch right now?
Yeah, that's the reason I'm hard stuck at Onyx 1700.
Oh, dude, Trippy's so mad right now. They both got away with their lives. And he hits the shot. Oh. Just, trickle down.
Oh.
It's
like
crazy
this
that
is such a good
it's
rotate.
so good.
Because even if this goes south, you can play ball from blue. It's one of our favorite places to hold the ball on ITB.
What do you think about the play spot at back blue? Or you like milk it down there?
It's just so good.
You think it like man worthy or no?
The milk spot. What do you mean the milk spot?
In the bottom right corner where you drop down and you just jump up.
Oh, behind the
over
boxes?
Yeah. Oh no. So
like the Cali clamber, you mean?
You can like drop down on the wall and then you get down to the water and you jump above the water.
Am I
Have you
learning
not seen
secrets?
this?
I think I'm learning secrets.
Bro,
here
this
on the
is
LVT
like-
stream.
Wait, you haven't seen that?
I've not seen
exploit?
it. No.
Bro, I'll milk you for 30 seconds in matchmaking if you want me to.
That's great. I'll get an admin
You can hit the
over.
jump for 30 seconds?
I'm pretty
you
good at
DQ'd,
it.
bro. I don't care. Get an admin over here.
I'm pretty good at it. It's pretty hard. I don't think I could do it on land because it'd be like
You know what you're supposed to say there, Wonder Boy? Say you wouldn't be in my lobbies.
You wouldn't be in my lobby, bro.
Bro, tools? Fucks, bro. Trust me. Yeah, bro, you know what's crazy? FaZe just had 3 dead, got Frosty camo, and they don't have the ball.
Yeah, Lucid's just milking.
He's gonna throw it out, and it's gonna be tough to get back as well.
Oh my god, they're really letting him move it all the way to stacks.
I think Lucid should have thrown it in the pit. I think it's fine if it gets stuck at tower for them. I think he's trying to be greedy and getting that all the way back to C, and that just was not gonna happen. They gonna block the A spawn in time? No. What is going on?
This honestly looks like us versus Pure. We were just confused with the spawns.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like the normal control we're used to seeing out of FaZe.
But they're also like throwing the ball down to Slaymore in a 4v3 advantage. And then OpTic gets the ball in time, gets 2 kills.
Oh my, that's good. That's game. That's FaZe done, right?
Maybe. It's gonna be tough. Like you're gonna have full setup now. Word formal spawn back A. Yeah, you have full setup. 2 gonna go through pipe. 2 gonna go through long haul. 1 through cross and 1 in tower. Oh, they caught the guy battery. That's a big win.
Okay, I'm calling it now. FaZe, come back. Dead Zone last alive. They know where he is, right?
Do they?
Guys?
Doesn't look like it.
FaZe?
Anyone?
FaZe?
Oh, now they do.
Okay. Sometimes it says monkey see, monkey shoot, but if you would have like not shot there, low key.
That would have probably been a good time to not shoot. Yeah.
That's a big kill. Big kill. First kill is so important.
What's
on
up
the
with this with people never jumping out for shock rifle? Like they just think they're gonna get melted every time.
They want the map to be safer.
Yeah. The best bet for shock on this, honestly, is grapple.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Like, is it just pure risk aversion though? It's just like.
Yeah. You're hoping they're not baiting it.
I mean, if you got guns mid, then sure, but like most of the time your team are playing the outer rims, so you kind of have to.
Yeah, I mean, partial
Frosty,
monster
can
under the
play
bed
this?
syndrome though.
Oh no, it's in the other room. Oh boy, this is gonna be tough.
I don't know, man. I feel like you see top level teams, when they get the first kill and are holding the oddball, they play a bit more free and they're able to get more than just 20 seconds than FaZe. FaZe just got 20 seconds even though they got a first kill and then another first kill after that.
Yeah, OpTic got the playoff too, and they were able to get shock and formal hits this. They should spawn close. You can hear them like, damn, they have such good small talk. So you guys probably have it off, but
I can hear it a little bit.
This is honestly perfect. I mean, I don't know if the stream can hear it, but basically Lunchbox in the back is saying they have to get ball. So just do nothing. I feel like the top 6, top 8 region teams like try and force too much. And they're like always feeling like they have to make a play. Oh, that's big.
Trippy in such a good spot to like mitigate the damage here. But no, he gets caught out.
But the whole time, FaZe got no more time, and that clock is just ticking down to almost under a minute.
Yeah, neutral time's gonna start playing a factor soon. It always feels bad when you start making the comeback happen. There's just like not enough time on the clock to finish it. Is Formal gonna finesse this like this hard?
Jesus! Oh my God!
Frosty really trying to will this one.
Trippy! 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 Ah!
Is he just always
Get the fucking
guy
over, bro! Oh my God!
In the right spot to hit those triples? I feel like I see him do it so much.
He's got the nose for it, the name of it. You didn't see the player coming through the back.
The timing.
Good timing.
Okay.
Yeah, give them pipes. Who cares if they're pipes? We don't care.
Dead Zone's positioned himself so well here. I don't know why you drop it there, to be honest.
I mean, you can win 2 ways. You can win 2 ways. No reason to force time.
I think you should. I think he could have gotten 5 seconds out of that.
He also didn't get to play it.
I think that might cost him.
We're throwing now.
Hard.
Oh, this is such a good
Get
spawn.
around the court. Why are you trying to ego him?
No. Oh, he did so much damage. I don't know how that player didn't die, though.
Oh, they didn't have pipes control. That's why. Holy, what a smart play. Never mind. I'm dumb. They hit their... Oh, my God. They're doing it.
No way.
No.
Bro 2 has ball.
Okay, first kill.
Oh,
Trade's no good for FaZe.
Ooh, that's big.
That's game.
Yeah. Trippy's just going to make this.
Boink.
Oh! Wow, FaZe, the defending champions, taken down, fallen top 6.
Tough at the homestand, too.
All I'm going to say, guys, in our group, we had 2 top 4 teams.
True.
OpTic and Pure. Okay, I feel a little bit better about our placement and our performance yesterday.
But you have OpTic versus Pure. Last time was Game 5. They play first thing tomorrow morning.
I don't know. I feel like if they play today, OpTic would sweep.
Oh, yeah?
But tomorrow's a new day, and all it takes is kind of the self-doubt to creep in for OpTic after getting to Champ Sunday and knowing they're 1 series away from being eliminated. It could be close.
I feel like they rise to the occasion almost every time, though. I mean, they just got second twice in a row.
This is true. I feel like Drock and Talek, though, are just... I think people often forget they got top 3 at the first Worlds.
Right,
yeah. So they know what it takes to like move into the big money positions. And they've already run OpTic really close.
Yeah, they were pretty... And then they took what they learned from that and then 3-0'd FaZe.
Exactly. Yeah, they're getting a lot better.
Yeah. I think
will say
matchup-wise, though, probably OpTic.
They're going to do an interview. So when they do, we'll just like throw it to them when they do it.
That sounds good.
Thank you for coming out, dude.
Yeah,
it's been awesome.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun, man. Seriously.
Sure. Let's go.
If you want to come hang out tomorrow, you're more than welcome as well. I'm sure we'll let you go like when they start the interview. But.
Yeah, maybe I will. If you see me, I'll come and sit down and we'll watch some Halo. That sounds fun.
Literally just been me and Tools all
How
weekend.
was Japan? I've always wanted to go.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful place.
Yeah.
I almost cried when I left, but then I remembered I was coming to the sunny place that is Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta's a great city too.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we're only by the airport, but, you know,
yeah,
it's cool. It's a nice place.
It's a bit humid. I think it's more humid than I would like it to be, but otherwise.
Japan, it was 37 degrees Celsius, whatever that is in Fahrenheit, but like 90% humidity. It was hot.
It was worse there. Okay.
They're going to do this interview. We're going to get ready to throw it over there. Thank you coming on, Wonderboy. Any last word? Where can they find you real fast?
On X. At Wonderboy.
Everything up?
At ITB Halo. Up the night. Come on, we're coming to Salt Lake City. Pool play secured. We're going to get top 4 there. We're going to qualify for Worlds. And then we're going to win Worlds. That's the plan.
All right, let's tune it in to the main stage. Looks like they're going to go over to Guy with his interview with Dead Zone.
Make some noise for OpTic Gaming. They make it to Sunday. We get the championship whites out. I got Dead Zone with me on the stage. Zane, like that series, it was a tough one, okay? If on a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult was it, okay? You got 2 great teams here on the stage.
I mean, FaZe is always a 10. They always come to play. We got big leads in a couple games, and they fought right back, but we just closed it out. So that's what we were focused on.
Definitely did, okay? You know, even from, from the strongholds there into the Slayers, it was. You guys had those leads in those moments, but in the end, able to kind of hold it down there. Going to Sunday, you guys don't have to see them no more, okay? Does that make Sunday any easier, or with the 3 teams that's left, you still think it's going to be difficult?
I mean, with the way Halo Infinite's been, I think it's going to be as difficult as it's ever been, honestly. Shopify, last event, show what they're capable of. They just did it today again. So, I mean, we just have to come correct tomorrow and really play our game and come out hot.
Exactly, okay? And you got a hot SSG and a hot Pure there as well, but, when it comes down to your position on this team, you guys have gotten those 2 second places in a row, but it does seem like you're getting there to that true form that you know that you can be with this OpTic Gaming team and come out and win. I know you guys want to get ready for this Sunday coming up. What do you want to say to these OpTic Gaming fans out here? Because you got 3 tough series coming up tomorrow.
I mean, I know you guys have been here all day, so I appreciate everyone still left out here. You guys are the real ones. And I appreciate all the passion and the energy you guys bring. You guys are still chanting this late in the tournament day.
Definitely goes a long way. We got the Green Wall fans up in the building, but we'll get them here tomorrow. That's going to do it for me and Zane here on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. What an exceptional performance for both of our teams in that series. Things could not have been closer, and I feel like we say that every single time, Tony. It really does come down to exceptional plays, heads-up thinking from somebody on the team. And wow, OpTic Gaming, what a bounce back from Friday, from day one, looking so good, and sending FaZe Clan home in their home tournament.
It really hasn't been an easy year here for OpTic Gaming, but this is the OpTic Gaming that we expect to see year after year, tournament after tournament. The level of efficiency, the teamwork, just everything firing all cylinders for OpTic. In a 3-1 victory in the series to only outslay the opposition by 1 kill. But to bring that level of efficiency.
Well, that was an exciting day of Halo today, Eli. All the action was here on LVT Halo. We'll be watching the stuff tomorrow, but if you need more time on your drops or if you want to enjoy anything from earlier today, we'll be rebroadcasting it all. So just hang out here. You know, everything that's fun and good. Any last words you have, Eli, before we go today?
Thanks to everybody that decided to tune in today. This was awesome. Thanks to you, Garrett, for spending all day the last couple days doing this. Shout out to Mikowski. I hope you're feeling better, man. We miss you for sure. And I just can't wait to see how this tournament concludes. I have a feeling that Shopify could bring the heat tomorrow and maybe shock the world. We'll have to see. How does OpTic show up? I mean, Pure now top 4. There's so many cool things to see tomorrow, so make sure you guys don't miss any of that.
Very excited for the Pure matchup. I have Pure taking it, but you never know. It's going to be very, very tough. OpTic looks very good right now, and you can see all of that action here at LVT Halo tomorrow. That does it for us here today. Everyone's going to go get some sleep, get some food. It's late in Atlanta. Thank you for watching. We'll be back with Championship Sunday.